Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the extracting every last drop of that crystal dew, and cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back.
Metropolis' very own superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally been released.
Hearsay detected.
Anarchy detected within the city limits.
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis, but now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth? The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity
Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 3 of qualifiers for Call of the Abyss 5. I'm really excited because this is already the next bracket. We are at the next level. I am Kahel, and casting with me today is Poch. Talk to me, man. How are you feeling?
If yesterday was any indication of what we're going to witness now, it's just that we have to be excited for these matches because yesterday we had I would say 2 types of matches, one that only went 2 rounds and the other that went all 4 rounds.
Yes.
And those 2 teams will be facing off today to head to the finals, and I'm so excited to be sharing the stage with you, Kahel, because first match we are going to witness is between PTA versus CH4. And after that, I know you guys heard the news. It was quite unfortunate, but we will only have one more semifinals match because B4U does go to the grand finals. And that's still something to look forward to because I know CH4 and PTA will give us a great match. If yesterday was any warm-up or any indication of what they can offer, I think we're about to witness some amazing matches when it comes to the qualifiers for Call of the Abyss for the NAEU region.
Before I answer that, I would just like to say that I'm really excited because I've been watching the matches yesterday, and this.
Yeah, as Kahel was saying, I think she was gonna say that these teams are for sure so ready, and I'm sure that she's super excited, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. So, folks, if you guys are just joining us now, please support your favorite teams, and also check this out. It is the prize pool for today. A whopping 620,000 USD. That is the prize pool. First place, second place, third place. Actually, all places get a pretty sizable portion of this prize pool. And you know what? Identity 5, each and every year, they always level up their prizes. And it's a great time to be Identity 5 fans. So please support your favorite teams as the day goes on. This is just the qualifiers. It's the road to Call of the Abyss. And there's still much more games to look forward to. Not just in this region. There's the Korean qualifiers is happening as we speak. And I believe the Southeast Asia's qualifiers will be happening very soon. But right now, it's all about the NAEU region.
Yes, and I'm really excited for that. I've also been keeping my eyes peeled for the Korea qualifiers. Really interesting matches. They are really into non-meta picks. And again, I just want to come back to this particular match. These players have brought out some really fun characters yesterday. So I'm excited if they're going to do the same, because that would be such really fun to watch.
Yeah, and just to give context to what Kahel's talking about, the match between CH4 and PTA. CH4 bringing out a really strong survivor team, very meta. Ling bringing out the Axe Boy, bringing out the Soul Weaver. PTA, on the other hand, going the all full 4 rounds. And we also saw Idu's Wu Chang that really surprised everyone. And I'm sure they have more up to offer. So that is the first semifinals match we'll be seeing for today. The winner of that will be moving on to the finals to face B4U in the bracket. So here are the match schedules as mentioned. Right now we're about to witness CH4 versus PTA. Then after that is B4U they will face what team is TBD? I'm just kidding. It's gonna be the one who face all these teams. They're all letters, dude. I don't know.
I was actually wondering about that too. Oh, I wondered for a bit there. Who's TB? Oh, right.
It's a pretty interesting logo too. It's like a Riddler thing. Like, oh, it's a question mark. I wonder TBD. There should be a team, I swear. There should be a team called TBD. But I digress, ladies and gentlemen. So let's talk about CH4 versus
Hmm.
PTA. CH4 not seeing the full four rounds. Ling being one of the highlights, the breaking wheel. We've only seen his Axe Boy and Soul Weaver. Not to mention his team also. We didn't really see them dig into their hunter pools too deep since it ended in the second round. So, Kahel, I know you're watching yesterday. Were
Hmm.
there any moments that you want to highlight for the viewers watching now?
Well, for the Survivor team, I really like how they were coordinated. They did battle up against Joseph 2 times,
Yes.
but why they didn't ban that Joseph was because they had that confidence
Yes.
and that was really impressive. So I like how they were trying to mitigate the
Mm-hmm.
situation because in that last match, the second round, that Joseph started really strong, but somehow they were able to turn it around. So I really like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mhm.
the Joseph match, the DM Joseph, by the way, a lot of people were just popping
Yes.
off for that. I'm surprised that they didn't like stop and just appreciate the skin before anything. But yeah, the first round, I think the Katsudon, shout outs to him from
Mhm.
BZY, from I believe LJS, was kind of
Hold on, I
warming up.
think that was Tonkatsu.
Tonkatsu, katsudon. Oh my god, I'm thinking about other foods. Yeah, tonkatsu of LJS. He was kind of warming up at the start. Then when it went to hospital, that's when he started to get the wheels turning. And as you
Mhm.
mentioned, the survivors just really knew how to face adversity. He was much more aggressive, especially using the camera world, and just started hitting all the survivors he could find there. And note that there weren't any healers in the group, so they were a pretty brawny lineup when they faced off against that Joseph. So yeah, they were really well rounded. So now let's shift our attentions over to PTA because they went the full four. Was there any moment where you said, "Oh my gosh, this team could go all the way"?
Well, actually, it happened at the fourth round. So
Mm-hmm.
I was watching there, and I thought it's just gonna take 1 point. It's going to be such a tight match between those teams, and they did display that. I was I was also laughing to myself that time because I really like the round threes, but to have a round four, it means that
Mm-hmm.
it was a tight match between those two teams. I always like to push for the round three, but for you guys to have a round four, I think that was such a blessing. I'm kind of jealous that I wasn't there to actually cast it. Oh
Don't
man.
jinx it, Kahel. Like there might be a round four coming up, so I hope you got your energies up because the one person that did push for that round four was the MVP, which was Polars, and something we have to talk about
Definitely.
was his clutch dungeon escape against the sculptor yeah,
Yes.
of Morningstar, I believe, in Moonlit River Park. That was it looked like it was a signed, sealed, and delivered case for Team BZY for them to get that 4K to move on, but yeah, leave it to Polars to pull off that clutch dungeon escape. Kept cool,
Hmm.
calm, and collected. And I would say their survivor team is not just it's not only them that's well rounded. You have to also look at their hunter Prame and Edu. Edu, I heard from Eli. Shout outs to him again. He did say that Edu might be Prame, which we got a glimpse of at the start. So Prame, he did bring out the sculptor. He does have a breaking wheel, but now I think he's got to look into his hunter bag of tricks to pull out more if this match goes the full three.
Well, since this is the next round after all, I think it'll be a good time to stick with the meta,
Mm-hmm.
especially in the earlier rounds. But who knows? We might have a repeat of that round three and round four. If
Mm-mm.
ever, that'll be the time to bring out those fun characters, those non-meta picks. I'm really
Mm.
looking forward to that.
Yeah, when it comes to round three and four, we start to see the Wu Changs come out. We
Mm-hmm.
start to see. It was unfortunate that Morningstar's Naiad wasn't able to make her way into the matches because they respected it so much. So yeah, when it comes to Prame, I'm looking forward to seeing what else he can offer because looking at the other side, looking at the other hunter for CH4 Ling. speak of non-meta, he brought out the non-meta right off the bat with Axe Boy to start things
Yes.
off, and also Soul Weaver. Any thoughts on that, Kahel?
Well, Eli and I were just talking about this back in day one. We want that Soul Weaver to come out more in the tournament. So I was really happy to see Ling bring her out. Like I said, we want to restore her to her former glory, and Ling did just that. I really like how he was able to find those small corners to plant those webs just to gain that speed boost, and that on point shooting of the web just to be able to land that chip damage. I really missed Soul Weaver, so I hope Ling brings this hunter out again. Well, it's gonna depend on the map and the lineup as well. But seeing how Ling is so on point with those webs,
Yeah.
I'm very confident today, Potch.
Yeah, especially if we see a map like Chinatown come out, I'm pretty sure that
Yes!
they might have to respect ban that Soul Weaver. But looking at the player introductions, Ling, one of the characters Ling did use in the Ethereal Theater was that Sculptor, and they do have to respect that just in case it does come out, and they do need to respect ban that. But we have Ling, Hei, Hei was not able to hunt yesterday. It was all Ling. YR, yeah, Sesame, Nato, and Grandma. How could we forget about Grandma's Acrobat? We only saw glimpses and moments of Grandma shining with the Acrobat, but that's something to look forward to, especially if we go into maps like... Actually, the maps yesterday weren't... well, we didn't see Moonlit, but we did see the Acrobat thrive in I think it was Hospital. So leave it up to Grandma to bring out the Acrobat.
We've actually also seen Grandma bring out the Psychologist in the earlier rounds. That was such an amazing kite too against that Joseph. Looking forward to seeing more of Grandma. Shout outs to you. So now here are the stats
we're giving shout outs to our Grandma. Hey.
Yes. All of the grandmas out there apart from Grandma.
Yes. Okay. Shout outs to everyone's Grandma. We see you. So talk us through the Ling's player introduction.
Here we are with that win rate of 75%. Such an impressive number. And we have the average eliminations of 1.87, knockdowns 6.70. And I'm pretty sure, every hunter will really want to land that Terror Shock. So looking forward to that. And an average elimination rate of 58%. And Eli did say this last time, any number above 50 is impressive in itself.
Yeah, I think a number that we want to see here with Ling is like shooting accuracy or accuracy rate.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he even has a wax artist. Who knows? So that was Ling, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I don't know if we'll be seeing Hey, but the stats speak for itself. COA win rate at 55.0%. So that's 55%. As Kel said, any number above 50 is pretty good. Another thing to look forward to is the strike. So I'm pretty sure this Sculptor is pretty accurate in the placements. For elimination rate is a 33%. Maybe Hey will be coming in the third or later rounds. But I think if Ling can perform to how he performed yesterday, I think we might see just Ling today.
But if he does come out, hey, shout out to you. Looking forward. If ever you're gonna play, good luck to you and to the survivors as well. And speaking of which, here is Grandma. Shout outs to all the grandmas out there. A win rate of 67%. Again, for a survivor, this is high. And a containment time of 56.58. Now, we do want those higher numbers above at least 60. But this is gonna play out later on because we have seen Grandma pull off those amazing kites. So I wouldn't rely too much on the containment time here. And then we have a decoding progress of 150. Again, this is very average for every player, at least with those 3 digits, and an escape rate of 60. It means that in their coordination, it's usually Grandma who either makes for the gate or secures maybe that dungeon escape. Who knows? We could see any of that for the matches today, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, with the numbers that present themselves, it seems like Grandma comes in mid to late to support Kite since it's less than 60 and the decoding's at 150. So he popped the cipher already. And it seems like that's the same case for Yeah, and the escape rate is at 55%. Rescues at 0.6, so if you round that up, that's a one rescue, and the COA win rate is at 73. So yeah, just noting that yesterday that Yeah did use Seer, and we saw how Seer was we didn't see, well, we only saw Seer use the owl a couple of times, and in a Joseph match, when Joseph is chasing you, if you're able to block that hit inside the camera world or outside, yeah, that's very game changing. So yeah, Seer would definitely have to be respected coming into this match, and I'm sure PTA did their homework with the characters and the survivor lineups that this team has to bring to the table.
Actually, yes, I was just about to say that. I don't think Yeah we'll be playing much Seer today, especially because this is the next bracket. So it's like we're leveling up. So this this new opponent of theirs is definitely going to ban that Seer. Like Eli always says, there is no reason to not ban a Seer. So looking forward to other options from Yeah. And now here is Sesame with a win rate of 56%. I still think this is impressive. A containment, the highest we've seen so far, 65. So it looks like she does do a bit of kiting for the team, especially in the first seconds of the game, because that decoding progress is relatively low compared to the others we've seen. So it looks like Sesame does do that kite. However, we know that Sesame used Mercenary yesterday but I think Sesame was able to pull off an amazing end game kite as a Mercenary in the later rounds. So there's that to look forward to.
Something to take note of with the CH4 lineup is that they don't really have a specified decoder. Based on yesterday and also the player introductions, they really focus more on containment and rescues. And we have yet to see this Prospector, if Nato will be using the Prospector, but Nato did use that forward, so you know that he wants to get those stuns from happening. And escape rate being less than 50, I don't know, this kind of tells me that maybe he's the end game kite, or he's the one that sacrifices himself for the team to be able to get the 3-person escape, because containment time is above 60%. Decoding progress, it's almost at 120, which is still quite impressive. And his forward was pretty good also in harassing. I think I know that Ling was the MVP yesterday, but everyone had their moment in the sun in terms of survivors, especially against that Joseph match. But we can't say it's definitive just yet how strong their survivor side is. They're very strong in a Joseph match, but if they're up against PTA, they're not. I don't think they can bring out a Joseph.
Well, that's right. I'm sure they've got something up their sleeves. I'm sure they've prepared for that. And now here is YR with 55% win rate, a containment time of 55 as well. Looks like he's a Mercenary main. So as we all know, you really do not chase a Mercenary because that kiting potential, there's no need to explain that part. And then, but look at this decoding, still a bit higher than the rest, 144. So that means that the coordination of this team is happens so that he is able to decode a cipher on his own. And then an escape rate of 40. So again, this may be because he's either at the end game kite, or as you said, the human sacrifice for his team, just to be able to let them get out that gate.
Yeah, and like you said, that you don't want to chase a Mercenary, so that's probably why the decoding progress is at 144.
He's the work coder.
Exactly. I think the best thing that we saw yesterday is how hunters now just injure the rescuer just so that they're focused more on healing instead of rescuing when they have their first share. So moving on to PTA, this is the team that went the full 4 rounds against BZY. Shoutouts to BZY as well for giving us an amazing match, but it is PTA, so we have Boosted Wheel, Edu, Bon Bulash, Polaris, Zalili, 33 YDS, Simp for Mappa, and Cloudy. Cloudy was not able to make it yesterday, but I did hear that he will be the one playing today, so we'll see if that will come into fruition. But as of yesterday, it was Polars that got the MVP award. But Edu being the hunter that came in the second half of the 4 rounds. He brought out the Wu Chang and he brought out the Sculptor, but his Dream Witch was respect banded by everyone because look at these numbers. They speak for itself with how well he's played. 60%, 60% win rate, average of 4 elimination rates stands at 54%, 7.46 knockdowns, and 16 overall strikes. Dream Witch, we haven't seen that much. I don't know if we've. How many Dream Witches have we seen in the qualifiers? Let me check. Shout outs to Grizzly, by the way. He gave a little bit of insight to that. We only seen 3 Dream Witches. That's stats by Grizzly, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, Dream Witch is still a pretty banned character, especially if somebody does specialize in him. But she has kind of fallen a little bit. So, this just in from Eli. Do you want to read that out?
Oh yeah. Earlier we were told that he might be playing Survivor today, but it looks like the player that he was supposed to replace, which is I Love You, will be able to play today. So yay! Really excited for that, and we might actually see this Dream Witch of Edu. So that's something to look forward to, everyone.
Okay, yeah, that's. I don't know if the Survivor team's gonna look forward to that Dream Witch though.
And here we have Cloudy. I really hope to see this female dancer in action, especially because this is one of the characters that I really like to play. Well, not gonna say that I'm as skilled, but I really like those pirouettes. And here we have a 73% win rate, really impressive. Containment time, 76. Again, the dancer with those slow music boxes can be such a menace to the hunter. She's really hard to chase, especially with that pirouette adjustment. I really like that. And we have a decoding progress of 146 and an escape rate of 54%. Now, this decoding progress is probably here because of the fast music box. So that could be a huge help with the decoding. And here is Boosted Wheel with the Sculptor here, 56% win rate, still very impressive, and an average elimination of 1.81. That's almost 2. So for an average, that's really impressive. And knockdowns of 7.49, Terror Shocks 0.29, 23 strikes. So it looks like Boosted Wheel is has been through a lot of lengthy matches. But a 44% 4-man elimination rate. That's actually close to 50. So I'd say that's, he's there. Hope to see that in the matches to come.
Yeah, Boosted Wheel. We only saw his match at the first and second part yesterday, so really excited to see if he'll be coming to fruition. And speaking of that female dancer, shout outs to Chicken, bringing out the female dancer yesterday against their match against CH4. So let's see if Cloudy will come in to sub any of these survivors, because Cloudy was not able to make it yesterday. And Polars, the man, the myth, the legend, the MVP that was able to carry the game to game number 4. Ice in his veins, so when he plays this mercenary, just be very careful to not chase him, or just be careful not to play into his hand. And not only does he have a mercenary, he has that Gravekeeper, has a psychologist, and he might play a forward. He has a forward. That's what we heard from backstage. That's something to look out for when it comes to this Survivor. Actually, it's kind of a mirror image of how we see the other survivors with both containment time and decoding progress. Almost very impressive numbers, triple digits with decoding, above 60 seconds when it comes to containment time. So very well-rounded team. Rescues is at 0.97. We have seen some amazing rescues come out from him as well. And yeah, this is one of the players to look out for. So if I was on Ling's side, be careful once you're camping that chair if you're the Soul Weaver or Axe Boy, because Polars will be on the case.
Yes, he's definitely that man on a mission. I was actually recalling how you said that rescuers are such chads. The Chad card.
Yeah. They have nerves of steel, dude. You got to be very careful, especially with the hunters now knowing how to get terror shocks out of you. You got to be ice in your veins, and you got to fully commit when you go for that rescue.
And here is 33 YYDS with a win rate of 77% and a containment time of 91. Really high, especially if that's a first kite. That is long. and decoding progress of 94.27. Now, I do think that does a lot of containment because compared to his other teammates, he's not at the 3-digit mark. But we'll see. It's still a very situational thing. He does have an escape rate of 51%, so there's that. At this point, we really don't know what to expect yet with how these players have been playing their cards.
And speaking of playing their cards, I hope we do see an entomologist. We've seen how effective entomologists can be in the previous matches yesterday, and Simp from Mappa is one of them that can be pull out this entomologist for the team PTA. 55% win rate, containment time above the 60-second mark, as well as decoding. 33% escape rate. We may be the human sacrifice, or maybe she is actually one of the first chases and gets to chair early and then gets supported. So one thing you have to worry about with PTA is how well-rounded their survivor team is, because I don't think they've dropped their survivors. The lowest they've ever scored yesterday was 2 survivors eliminated. So that's still a tie. So it's pretty good.
Exactly. I think we've mentioned this before, and I'm just gonna mention it again. Any tie in a tournament setting is actually a victory in our book, right? So it does secure those points. But I think that's about to change because this year the meta is more focused on survivors, very survivor-sided. We did say that. And here's Sally with a 71% win rate. Again, a 92.14 containment time. It looks like these are the resident kiters, or the containment people, the containment team. And then her using forward probably means that he's always around playing aggressively to provide support for the team.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Salili did not bring out that forward yesterday. It brought out the Seer, the Priestess, and Acrobat. So when it comes to forward, I think we're going to rely on probably 33 YYDS if ever it comes to that forward, or as Eli said, Polars. And I would say, yeah, ties are okay. I think it depends on how the match plays out, especially if it's going hunter-sided, then survivors pull off a clutch tie. So you still want to go for points. It's something to take into account. So now we see that the picks and bans, for the map and survivors happen. So the hunter of PTA will be either boosted Prome or boosted wheel or Edu, and Arms Factory will be our first map.
I'm actually really excited because this is something that we don't always see in the tournament. Probably the meta is changing. So to see Arms Factory in round 1 is really exciting. I hope that both teams are able to start strong in their own way. But since this is Arms Factory, I think it's time to start with the predictions.
Arms Factory was chosen twice, and the most chosen was Red Church. So it seems like NAEU server does like their Red Churches. I mean, it's a very balanced map. Arms Factory, on the other hand, I think you can go wild when it comes to hunters, since it's a pretty contained map. So they do have to worry about that Dream Witch coming in, because in round number 1 you can't ban any hunters. So I think this is a good sign for the hunters, especially with the meta now, that they can at least be able to ban 2 of the survivors. So it's pretty balanced in that sense that they can't ban any hunters, but only ban 2 survivors. But as we mentioned, there are survivors that can substitute the bans when it comes to rescuers or kiters. So what are your thoughts on these picks and bans, though?
Actually, that moment that you mentioned Dream Witch, it's been stuck in my head the entire time. I do think this is the time also to bring out that Dream Witch, because this is a very tight map, and we all know that Dream Witch is really strong here. But talking about the survivors, I think they ought to start preparing for that possibility, probably bring out that psychologist, or since this is this particular group from which they came, these are where we've seen the fun players. So who knows, we might actually see that doctor that Eli mentioned, and the barmaid that you mentioned yesterday. We might be able to see that. But still, I think at this point, the best course of action is to prepare for that Dream Witch. And then again, we also have the Bloody Queen. She is really efficient in this map. Soul Weaver could be a nightmare here too. with all
Yeah.
those walls. And the pallet areas. Oh my goodness. I don't want to do I don't want
When it comes to Bloody Queen, actually, she's like one of the most banned hunters in the game. In this tournament alone, with 5 bans. The rest of the bans coming in at 3, which is Sculptor and Breaking Wheel. Dream Witch at 4, so they really have to respect that.
Ooh.
So now, first ban coming out is Forward, and we did see signs of this yesterday where Prame did not want the stunners. And let alone from CH4. So taking out the Forward is pretty good, but it leaves open the Seer, it leaves open the Mechanic, it leaves open the Mercenary for them to be able to go for. And I'm actually, my eyes are on Grandma. And when the picks and bans are all settled in, I want to see what Grandma is going to be using, because Grandma, aside from having that Acrobat, like you said, really good psychologist, can also kite for a really long time. So let's hope that Prame doesn't have a bad time
Ooh.
against Grandma.
There we go. Really smart decision to be locking in that Seer, lest he become banned by the Hunter. And now here we have the Mercenary, as you said. Again, really efficient. Still the most efficient rescuer in my opinion. And I'm wondering what the rest are, but I think this is going to depend on who the ban is going to be. And there we have it. The Mechanic, of course. How could I forget? It's just that we haven't been seeing decoders lately, but Mechanic in this map, she can be such a nightmare to the Hunter. And now here is the Psychologist, and I'm wondering who NATO is going to... Ooh, there we have it! That Prospector, finally we get to see. He's been banned. He's been respect banned. This Prospector has been respect banned previously, but I'm really excited to see how NATO does with that Prospector.
Yeah, we've been talking up a storm on the Prospector yesterday. We have not seen it, but finally, NATO, hopefully it's NATO, donning this Prospector. So a pretty well-rounded lineup. And just to clarify, the Forward, Mechanic, Seer, and Mercenary, very international picks. So banning the Forward and Mechanic is a very viable strategy, especially with Prame using the Sculptor. So at least he could take a little bit of time, because he at least took out the main decoder. But looking at everyone here, the decoding progress isn't as slow as having a Mercenary and a Forward. So Prame still can't take his time when he downs these survivors, because all these survivors technically have kiting potential. Easiest down would probably be Seer, just so he can get out the Owl right away. If it goes for the Psychologist, might take some time, but it's going to pay rewards once he chairs the Psychologist. Prospector, that's the wild card in my opinion, and we all talked about the Mercenary. You really don't want to chase him at the start, because he does so fantastically when he's kiting around the area and he knows how to transition and constant communication. He's not going to run into anyone with a Cypher. So it seems like Grandma is on that Psychologist, yeah, with the Seer, Sesame on the Mercenary, and NATO, the one that was highlighted in the player profiles, will be the Prospector as we head into Arms Factory.
And here we are. The match is finally starting. I hope everybody is as excited as I am. Here is the Sculptor at the Shack area. Well, the earmark has already been triggered, so he knows that somebody is there. Just a matter of time before he spots that survivor, because there is that blood trail right there. I'm not sure Prome was able to see it though, because he just walked right past it.
I think he did. He just saw it was the Mercenary, but now he's just going straight to the factory, because I think the earmark is still triggered, and sees the Seer, which, like you said, is the most efficient target, because now already expending the Owl just for him to transition into the factory, and now Prome at least gains a little bit of leverage here, and now Blink is up to hell, so he has to be very careful. He blinks right away, okay, just to mitigate the distance, but at least is already communicating to his team that the Blink was already expended. He already gets sandwiched there, still doesn't have the tier 2 statues, so this could be quite the long chase, and you know that the Seer is still farming those Owls.
Now that pallet has been already dropped, such an important pallet there, because if he gets down here, it's really going to be dangerous. He needs to transition out of this area, especially because he's just 1 chip damage away from getting down, so he needs to get that distance. Oh, Seer is down. I'm wondering where Prome will chair him. Okay, here at the front gate area, it's relatively hard to rescue from this chair. We do have 2 pallets to work with here, and it looks like NATO will be going for it. Well, actually, that's pretty good, because 4 ciphers remaining. 1 has been popped
Yeah,
and two are
the
about to be done.
caveat of having him in this chair is that it's separated from all the ciphers. He does have the chisel to just swat away Nato, but yeah, Nato needs to finish that while Sesame goes for that rescue. Has to watch out for these statues, tries to go for a hit. Ooh, eats the hit, but able to get the rescue. And now we see that, yeah, Sesame in the corner there. Yeah, Prame considering to get a double down situation. Is he gonna go commit to it? Oh man, he's able to get the statue stun. Oh my god, a double down situation for this sculptor.
Well, this puts the survivors at a bit of a disadvantage, actually a huge disadvantage, because that's double down. Mercenary is down. He needs to heal because otherwise somebody's gonna have to rescue, and these the prospector and the psychologist really need to be decoding already. Now, I'm wondering if they will rescue in the first place because
Wow. Yeah, this is a tough situation because psychologist has swatted away from her cipher. Already 2 hits, so no more. What's that? She doesn't have her effect anymore, so she's pretty much she could just heal, but she'll take that that damage. And now we see that the mercenary is fully healed. They know the situation. It's too risky to go for the seer because wanted order has been placed on the psychologist, and Prame knows that the mercenary did run in this direction, and we see that she is focusing her attention now on the prospector.
And Seer has flown back to the manor. Now it's up to Nato to try to pull off that kite of his life just to be able to secure a draw and get these ciphers going. Again, that is a very important palette there, but at least Prame had to break it, which does allow Nato to establish some distance between himself and the sculptor. But it looks like he will be redirecting his energies toward the remaining ciphers here at the triple palette area. And he also knows, because using that chisel was able to inform him that the sandbag's ruins was also being decoded.
Okay, Sesame put in a tight spot here, had to expend the elbow pads to move away and go back to factory, but these statues have been on point, and it's already tier 2 statues, and Mercenary is 1 chip damage away from falling down. We do see that Prame is staying in this area just to guard the triple pallet cipher since it's already wiggling like crazy. 2 ciphers remain. We see that the prospector still focusing on the water tank cipher over at the front gate, and now Nato being chased away. He has to be very careful, and Prame realizes that this is the prospector in such a tight area, does get a magnet in, so this is what he has to deal with while the psychologist works on another cipher. Tries to chisel to see if any of the ciphers are moving. Prame now shifting his attention. This is how the survivors can win. Just keep distracting, keep getting the attention of the hunter while they push for objectives. Sesame still rotating towards another cipher, while Grandma also is rotating at the factory side of this map. Prospector still trying to push for that cipher to pop, but now we see the discipline of this sculptor just putting that chisel down to make sure he's guarding that cipher.
And speaking of discipline, not only does the sculptor have just that, it looks like the survivors also have it because they've planned this out nicely. Oh, uses that teleport right there. Oh, a nicely placed stun. That'll allow Nato to transition to that window there. He's going at the same direction as before. I'm wondering if this is another repeat of that short kite he was able to do. Oh, and another stun! Look at Nato right here. I'm beginning to see why his prospector was being banned in the first place.
Watch out, he's gonna play some mind games here. Alright, uses the pallet to vault and now tries to make it to the shack area. Has a magnet to utilize. Oh, but the statue cancels it. So excellent kite, but Prame was finally able to down this slippery prospector while we see the psychologist is trying to push that cipher. At least the mercenary was healed up. He does have a chip damage left, and he's already in the area making his way for the rescue since 1 cipher does remain. Mind you, Kahel, that the teleport was already used. He has no more blink. He used his trump card, so he has to be very careful. That cipher is already primed, so Sesame has to be very careful with how he times this rescue. Just so that he'll kind of avoid the terror shock and get the rescue from happening. They get the hit, and now the pop.
And now we are at the end game. This is exactly how it's going to be for the survivors. This is the best outcome that they can secure. So now Nato really needs to last long here just to be able to get these teammates to go out the gate. It looks like Brome is concentrating at him for the time being. That gate is already being opened 50%. It's not going to take much more time before they're able to get out. Oh!
Another close situation there because he
kinda
was trying to
hoping.
go for the dungeon, but yeah, Prame really had to close out the distance before NATO could try and go for that dungeon. And we see that Prame, yeah, just trying to find the Cypher over here at the sandbags area, and it's going to be a tied game for both PTA and CH4.
Now that's 2 points to both teams. Such a good effort from both sides. I really liked that mid-game part where they were just trying to pass the hunter amongst themselves. Okay, he's with me. He's following me now. Okay, transition. He's changing targets, and it's gonna be the same for every survivor. And that's how they were able to not only prime one cipher, but actually also decode an additional cipher. So that was the best outcome that could have happened, given that the seer went back to the manor.
Yeah, I think they were trying to push for a better outcome, which was the prospector
Yes,
escaping.
getting out through
But
the
yeah,
dungeon.
but considering how fast the kite was for the seer, I was actually kind of scared that the sculptor expend the blink pretty fast. I thought he was going to use it to close out the distance and get a blink hit, but leave it up to Prame to just manage his resources really well. I think the blink and teleport were utilized to its full effect, and yeah, getting the down of the early seer. The sculptor is not afraid of that seer's owl because you saw how well the statue placements were just to get rid of that seer's owl. Was not able to farm enough. And especially during the rescue of that mercenary, he kind of stuffed the rescue if you think about it, because he got a double down situation, which made the decoding progress to a halt because the psychologist had to go over and heal up the mercenary. No, sorry, the prospector had to heal the mercenary because the psychologist was trying to push the cipher at sandbag.
I was actually wondering why the prospector went ahead and healed the mercenary instead of letting himself heal for a bit. You know, usually in rank match, how we do it is that you try to fit to prime the self healing before having somebody heal you. That could have that could have had its contribution, but well, it's a tie, so I guess it's still good. And now here we are with the match data. Look at this. Look at NATO's containment of the sculptor. This is 107 seconds. This is a really long time in my book because sculptor, although she has been adjusted, I still think she is a formidable hunter, still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, when it comes to the statues, especially a very skilled sculptor, they are still a threat no matter what tier statues they have. Usually, once she's at full presence, that's when it gets very scary, and that's when Prame got most of the hits. As you mentioned, yeah, it was to get the first kite, almost 60 seconds, and then Sesame was the one to get the double down. I think they had to go for the heal because Mercenary self heals quite slow, and maybe it was the build. Maybe he didn't have the build for a fast healing. So it really depends on how they have. So there's a lot of variables you have to take into account. But I think or maybe they wanted to preserve the end game to save the self heal. But NATO, I think, was very confident in this match, especially with his prospector. You saw how he was very daring to push for that cipher, and he still was undeterred, still pushing for the front gate cipher when he was trying to push for it, even though the teleport did happen. And Grandma, not seeing the hunter too much, but at 300% decoding, really did his job. Now, shifting attention to Prame over here, I think got full presence even before the first or second cipher pop because of how well the statue placements were. So this is definitely a respect band that they need to consider coming into the round number 2 against Sculptor.
Definitely. I still think Sculptor is worth that ban. But again, let's just talk about NATO for a bit here. It's really, he's one of those aggressive players in the team that, how do I say this? He's the one who's carrying his teammates towards the best outcome possible. And in this case, it was a tie. So imagine if he was able to get out through the gate. That would be such a moment that we could have enjoyed. But then again, let's definitely not take away from the sculptor there, from Prome there, because I think the speed also of the sculptor is still good at chasing when it comes to that dungeon race. So still a good situation. I'm actually wondering if it's going to be a mirror match for the second half.
Yeah, boosted wheel has the sculptor, has that breaking wheel, especially in Arms Factory with a lot of real estate to use. Sculptor might be the first one to pick, and like you said, you don't want to deviate too much away from the meta, even
Mhm.
though we know how we know how good these survivors are with other characters. So yeah, I'm excited to see if oh sorry Ling. I don't know if we'll see if Ling will bring out a sculptor as well. I don't know. It's really up to how he wants to play this because he's gonna have to be very careful because PTA survivors they all have really good coordination and also harassment that it'll make any hunter second guess before you could pick them up and put them in a balloon. This the game I would have to say against Sculptor it was very it wasn't as support heavy as we would think because the seer
Mhm.
spent his owl on himself. The magnets were really just used to prolong the kite. I think it was just how well Prame was able to find the seer and not and have everyone kind of kite individually instead of work as a team. So that's the best you can ask for when it comes to being a hunter. If you can just isolate, you know, divide and conquer, as people would say, if you're a hunter, not chase two survivors at the same time or not because it seems like the meta now is that you're never chasing just the seer, you're chasing a seer priestess, you're chasing a seer and a forward
Mm, yes.
because of how coordinated the teams are. So we're going to switch things up. It will be, I believe, Ling or Hey on the side of CH4 that will be doing the hunting here in Arms Factory.
I'm actually excited to see. Oh, there it is. We have it. Ling will be playing Hunter for this match. I'm excited to see if it's the Axe Boy because if it is, that'll be such an interesting thing to see at the first round. But we do know, based on our information, that Ling can also use Blood Queen. And Bloody Queen can be really powerful in this map as well. We mentioned that she can ignore those terrains, she can ignore obstacles, and skilled Bloody Queens really can land those hits if they know how to correctly position that mirror. So PTA has a lot of things to consider based on the mercenary ban. However, what
This
are we
is
thinking
kind of
here?
rare
What's
enough
on
to
your mind?
be. This is kind of rare enough to be how it was yesterday. We did see the Axe Boy come out, but the Mercenary was banned first. So Ling could be opting for that Axe Boy, like you said, because yeah, he's okay with that forward, especially if he puts those restful roads down. He could close out the distance, the flame shots. We saw how effective he was in injuring the forward first. So yeah, if the Mercenary is being banned first, the options for PTA they don't really have a dedicated, well, yesterday based on the lineup that they had, they didn't really prioritize mechanic, but you can never look past the mechanic being picked here because whenever she is picked, you can definitely feel the decoding progress and the match time. Once the exit gates can be opened, you can it gets there much faster. And it's
What?
whoa.
What
Are you
is going
serious?
on? Is this
A
are my
lucky
eyes
guy and a
deceiving me?
doctor. Can we get some confirmation on this? Is this real?
Yes.
Because this could have been like Hell Ember yesterday. I don't know, but it seems like they're locking it in. Because yesterday the Hell Ember didn't really get locked in, so I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, if ever well, this is definitely going to be an interesting match.
Wow. It
There
seems
we
like we're
have
gonna
it.
keep going. A lucky guy and a doctor. What are they preparing for? Ling. Oof, a doctor
What's going
and a
on?
lucky guy. I did not
Hmm.
prepare for this.
Yeah, neither did I. Was really not expecting to see a lucky guy. Well, we do know about the adjustment of a lucky guy. He can, he does have his worth, but I'm curious as to what is the logic behind this. Who are they predicting? A lawyer?
And
Okay, now I'm really wondering about this. We need some confirmation. I'm gonna go check
yeah,
let me check
this
the back end.
yeah, we won't confirm anything or deny anything yet, but yeah, this doesn't seem like a very meta lineup, so I probably misclicks. So we're just gonna have to wait for this match to load, and probably a Hell Ember. I don't know. We're gonna see. This is like rehearsals all over again. We're gonna find out. This is actually the OG lineup of season 0 of Identity 5, if you think about it, and we have been seeing doctors here and there because of how yeah, she kind of gets a speed boost if she gets chip damage now, and like the heals are always a factor. So yeah, we're gonna confirm that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't just pop off just yet. I don't want to see the chat because I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some love for the lucky guy. Uh, I don't know. I feel like Lucky Guy could be maybe a fifth round pick if ever. It's one of those one trick pony picks if ever, because everyone really, I mean, the metas really go for that flare gun, right? And then just try
Yes.
to find I don't know, a syringe or a perfume. Just depends on the matchup. But the lawyer thief, I don't know. I don't know.
I could
You don't
sense
get
your
terror shock. You don't get terror shock.
yes, there's that. But I could really sense your enthusiasm with the lucky guy because I know that you have been using him in our matches.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty fun. He's pretty solid, especially if you want to start like playing the game. Yeah, try Lucky Guy or try Lucky Guy Doctor. I think especially if you're new to the game and you want to kind of grind it by yourself, like, and you can't buy any characters just yet. Just use them and then grind out
Yeah.
points just to own characters. But yeah, all right,
Okay.
so yeah, there was a bit of a technical difficulty, so we're just gonna wait for the real picks and bans. But it still remains the same. I don't know if he still wants to ban mercenary. I think that's an awesome ban, especially if
Mhm.
you take away the mercenary from Polars. Polars got MVP because of that mercenary, and if you take that away from him, I think that could also that could open some creativity for Polars, but at least you don't have to
Mhm.
worry about any clutch escapes or clutch rescues.
And you did say that Polars also uses Gravekeeper. We might just
Mm-hmm.
see that because we've mentioned this before, he is a good replacement for the mercenary, but
Mm-hmm.
we shall see. Now, uh, a mercenary ban, what is this telling us about who the hunter could be? What's on your mind right now? I'm
Like, like
thinking.
like I said before, previously, that this seems like an Axe Boys might come out because this is
Mhm,
what happened yesterday. But having a mercenary ban, still I would say it's still quite open to other survivors because it's a pretty solid ban if you think about it. It just shows
mhm,
that they're not afraid of getting stunned by the forward. I think they have to really lock in that forward, and depending on the playstyle of the survivors, the mechanic is still up for grabs. Mechanic is still a pretty solid choice, but in a map like this, it's so easy to find that mechanic. So I wonder if they're gonna trade off that mechanic for a seer, just because it might. They've done homework on Ling, and Ling might pick either Axe Boy or the other meta hunters.
Well, him banning the mechanic means that he's following Nell's advice. Shout outs to you, Nell, because Nell was saying that still the mechanic is the most ideal ban in a tournament setting, especially in Arms Factory, because it's such a tight map and it doesn't take up much juice out of the robot to get him from one cipher to the other. So we're really going to feel that decoder presence, especially if she's left to decode safely in the map while somebody else is doing the containment. So I think the bans are pretty much correct. But
Mhm,
that those survivor choices, we're waiting to
mhm,
see how they're going to redo this. But preparing for an axe boy,
mhm,
it's really anyone's game because it doesn't matter which survivor you use because Ling is still able to flame snipe a forward.
mhm,
He's really on point with those flame snipes. So regardless of which character you use, you need to be really skilled in dodging those flames. That is where your skill is going to count. That is how you secure the best outcome for your
mhm,
team. You really need to be able to predict where that flame is going, and you also need to position yourself according to that restful road because
mhm,
as we know, it just goes in one direction. Um,
mhm,
he needs to ride that all throughout. But if a containment type character knows how to um to to dodge that and go towards a different direction, that could be the difference between the axe boy catching up with him or her and
mhm,
actually making it to, for example, a pallet. that could be the difference between a longer kite and an early down, for example. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
What I noticed yesterday is that the axe boy of Ling, he's not deterred if he misses the flame snipes. He makes sure that he has like an option select of like, if I miss it, I'm still gonna hit you with a melee hit. So it's
Mm.
he has his options covered because he's still chasing you. He doesn't just rely on if this flame snipe would hit or not. And he has these, I don't know, he sets things up, especially with the spider. He waits for you to vault before he shoots you through the vaulting pallet or window. So he kind of corners you in situations where it's a checkmate. It's either, yeah, you're gonna get hit or you're gonna get hit. Just pick which one. Do you want a melee hit or do you want a flame snipe?
Pick your
That's
poison.
yeah, pick your poison. Like you're still gonna get hit. So yeah, just pick one. GG, shake my hand. All right, I'll see you at the rocket share. So yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that PTA has done their homework with it. If the Axe Boy does come out. So now heading back into the picks and bans, let's see if Ling picks the same same survivor to ban, because if it's a mercenary, I might think it might be an Axe Boy. But how about you, Kahel? What are your thoughts if it's a mercenary ban?
Aha, there it is. We were just saying this before. I do think that those bans in the previous simulation was correct, and now we have the mercenary out the gate. I'm really wondering what their choices are going to be at this point. Yes, we have that seer locked in from Polars. Am I
Forward,
seeing this
yeah.
correctly? And we have the forward as well. This is probably going to be reversed when the actual game is revealed to us. And I'm guessing it's going to be that mechanic ban that we were talking about. Shoutouts once more to Nil saying that you really don't want to be dealing with that mechanic anymore. Aha, there we have it. So, yes, that's Ling following Nil's advice or knowing it for himself. No decoders today.
Yeah, this just seems like the usual suspects when it comes to picks or bans. Yeah, mercenary, mechanic, forwards here. This was the same technically lineup, just shuffled around. But now we have two support lineups. Cloudy and I Love You picking the entomologist. Actually, we're gonna see if this shifts around a bit, but this is actually kind of reminiscent of yesterday's match, even at the Red Church, because we did see an entomologist and a dancer and an axe boy as well. So it seems like, yeah, Ling pretty much followed the same formula, different scenario, different I say venue with where he brings out this axe boy. It's quite smaller than the Red Church, so we definitely are going to see quicker chases, where hopefully
Yes.
some tight kiting coming from these survivors, especially in the terrains that are more advantageous to them. But this lineup looks it's very support heavy. So Ling constantly has to look over his shoulder for a forward stun for the bees and has to look on the ground for the dancers' music boxes. But still, I think the first optimal chase would be the seer, as we know that he could just flame snipe or find just get more presence just getting that owl, since it does take a while for him to farm that owl again.
In an ideal scenario, for the side of the survivors, it would be good to have the hunter, the axe boy in particular, deal with two skills at the same time. So imagine if he was passing through the slow field of the music box, and then there were those bees. That would be, oh my goodness, that would be such a menace.
Yeah.
That would be such
I think
a
that would
fun-
actually, I think that's what they're setting up for, especially like in factory or in triple pallet. That could be a nightmare. I remember I think it was IVL, like one of last year, we saw the dancer play, like put music boxes down. In fact, we've seen actually a lot of gameplay of dancer like just riddling the entire factory with slow boxes and putting them in corners. So the hunter has to think like on the spot, do I keep chasing or do I go all the way to the corner to destroy this music box, because all the survivors will be coming back for it. So let's head into the match. Firstly, finds the seer already. The heartbeat is on that seer. We see the music box being placed down in the factory, and forward is already here. So he will be dealing with some two skills. Now already changing and focusing his attention on Salili, trying to go for that flame snipe, but nice dodge and avoidance there. Can he get the hit before it? Oh, he's able to get the hit.
I was actually kind of nervous if that was going to be a terror shock, because if that would be amazing. But again, the chase continues with Salili here circling the ruins, trying to go to that very important pallet right there, but drops it. I think it could have been better if that pallet could have been dropped at a later time. But again, oh, there's that owl
And
right
then
there.
wait
Oh,
for it. He's gonna drop the pallet. There you go. Yeah, he stopped at a specific moment. At least he bought a little more time, and now we see that the restful roads have finally been activated. We see that Lily already going to the triple pallet area where the forward is at. He's waiting behind the pallet, and another pallet drop. So 2 for 2 when it comes to pallet drops by Lily, and he's also farming the owl. While we see the dancer is already finishing that music box that boosted Cypher, and now he's chasing 2. Like you said, 2 skills. He already expended 1 skill. Now he's chasing Polars. Polars has to use his football, but like you said, the restful road just to counter that football, and as well as a speed boost gets the hit on the forward.
now I was kind of wondering why Polars used a lot of his ball just to get away from the Axe Boy, but he does have that value as a support. Oh, missed that blink right there, and that flame shot as well. So still a pretty good job, I would say, because I do think he's going to make it to that window. Oh,
Yeah, that was.
spoke too soon there.
I think Polars did a great job. I think it wasn't Ling missing the blink. It was Polars anticipating that blink, already activating the football. So it was an excellent mind game he was playing. Ling tried to calculate it, but Polars was just a step ahead with that scenario. And now the only rescuer in the team is shared. So it is I Love You that is on the case. The entomologist already being spotted out. Almost fully fed sculptor here. Axe Boy. And now we see that the bees are being canceled out while I Love You tries to make it. Watch out for the flame snipe. He's gonna try to double hit. Oh my god, he stops the rescue!
Wow, denied that rescue from the entomologist. Such an amazing job from Ling here. Oh my goodness, he's so good with this Axe Boy. I've been looking forward to seeing this all week, and there we have it. Entomologist will be going to the chair. I don't think I don't think they could rescue the forward at this point.
They
Cloudy's
can't.
too far.
And they see that, Ling just having that foresight. Sees the dancer, double hit again. Oh my god, watch out. That was so close. He has to be very careful here. And now we see that the entomologist almost he's about to get fully healed. So he's gonna focus. He already put him on the water tank rocket chair. So excellent proactivity on Ling's side. Now the dancer, being the only one in the area, doesn't have that much resources in terms of life. Can't tank 2 hits. So it seems like the seer as well. No resources, no owl. So it seems like a desperate struggle here for the survivors to try to even push for some objectives. I think they got to go and heal up and just try to go for a full blood if they can. But it seems like Ling has put a fork in this situation since he's in between both survivors.
Actually, there's a lot left on that last cipher there. That 4th one is about to be finished, but at this point, I think the best thing to do right now is to just try to hide from this Axe Boy and probably consider going for the dungeon. That's the best outcome that I can think of at this point. There's no use rescuing this entomologist because again, they are both at half health. It's almost impossible to rescue from a fully fed Axe Boy, especially with a flame snipe. And with Ling using that Axe Boy, he can be so good with those flame snipes. Looks like he's about to find Cloudy here because there is a music box. And you know what they say, if there's a music box here, there's a chance that there's going to be a dancer in the area as well.
He tried to go for the window and just playing mind games there, and an amazing flame snipe. Again, I think he's been so on point with this when it counted. There were some flame snipes he did miss, but he used that speed boost to get at least a melee hit, and now he doesn't have to worry about the dancer anytime soon. He's looking for ciphers that are wiggling. Like you said, there's one cipher that's at around 58%. Still, he just wants to down this one seer, and it's going to be GG's because they're going to do the bleed out strategy. And, oh my god, another flame snipe without even looking, and that's a good done deal. GG's will be called. We have a winner for round number 1. Wow, Ling wants to get that MVP once again for his team.
Definitely, he worked so fast. That match happened so fast, and although the survivors really did their best, Polars tried to kite that Axe Boy. Ling was just staying on top of it, and you did say that he did miss some of those hits, but that those restful rows, and also the fact that it is Arms Factory. It doesn't take much to get from point A to point B. That really worked in Ling's favor, and now we have a 4 kill and 5 points to CH4.
So it's a 5 point lead since the last game was a tie. Let's
Mhm.
try to break down what we just saw because they had a good lineup in terms of how they would be able to support each other. But I was actually really worried. He got the hit on the Seer, but the Seer, I think he respected too much. He got 2 pallet hits on him. So he's like,
Mhm.
all right, let me change targets to the forward, expending the forward's football. And I think those were the two pivotal moments when he was able to expend the football and when he was able to stuff the rescue of the dancer. How about you, Kahel? What do you think were the domino effect moments that Ling was able to present for him to really secure that 4K?
Actually, it was the entomologist that tried to go for that rescue,
Mm,
uh, because he was able to land that flame snipe and that melee hit. Uh, failing a rescue is really it's a heavy thing to bear for a team. So that's it. That's where it all started to turn in Ling's favor because the survivor Polars did such an amazing job. Was able to predict a blink hit. So that
hmm
in itself is such a good move. But that rescue there, such an amazing job from Ling to be able to deny that. And now here we have the match data. That I
hmm
believe that was the quickest match we've had so
Yeah.
far in the tournament. That was
hmm
so fast. Although we have a 68.6 second containment from Salili here, it's just those flames, knowing where to aim in
hmm
but behind the walls. That
hmm
is amazing.
Yeah, he knew where he had excellent placement of the flames. He had great hunter sense, especially when he knew exactly where they'd be. I think most of the majority of the flame snipes he was able to combo into it, or it was behind a wall. So very efficient, and also he was able to utilize it to just go get that speed boost. So yeah, it's a heavy thing to bear if you get your rescue stuffed. And they were trying to. I think it was just the position of the chair placement of the forward, right? Really in the corner when the entomologist did fall down to the rescue, he immediately put that restful row down to go to the water tank cipher just so he'd be at the center of the map and camp it out there for anyone to come in, and which was the dancer. And the dancer was
Hmm.
almost about to close the distance, but he also was able to stuff the dancer. And these aren't brawny survivors, so now we know why he wants to ban the mercenary, because with that delayed damage,
Yes.
imagine he's not scared to tank 2 hits because it's still going to take effect. So amazing job by Ling. All the survivor hits 5, and I really wish we had a stat like that could just show the skill hits or the skill shots,
Yes.
because that would be off the charts for Ling. But not to discredit PTA, they tried to roll with the punches. I think Ling was just very overwhelming with his Axe Boy, very aggressive, and I would say calculated aggression on his side. So let's see how PTA will be bouncing back in round number 2, because by no means is this over just yet.
Definitely, it is the first round. We still have two. Who knows? There could be a fourth. I'm sure that PTA is going to want to bring their A game for the next round. But still, let's definitely not take away from PTA. I'm sure they are going to be banning that Axe Boy in the matches to come. Well,
Yes.
it depends on the map, but you really need to respect this Axe Boy from
Oh,
Ling.
yeah.
He's just really so good with it.
hmm
That'll at least give him the chance to bring out more hunters, and that Soul Weaver. That's something to
hmm
look forward to. I'd really like to see that. So
Yeah, it
they,
it really depends on the map. I think
yes,
if who was the one that picked this map? If I remember, it's PTA that went hunter side first. So I
yes.
and it was CH4 that picked the map. So if they're gonna
Mm,
switch things around, at least PTA would have that advantage to deny a map that Soul Weaver could be really good at. So I think that's what they're thinking about now, just because they only have one survivor, one hunter that they can ban, and it's no question they have to ban that Axe Boy. It's they need to respect. Ling has put respect on Axe Boy, no, on Robbie's name. So
Yes.
I'm scared of the Axe Boy.
Shout outs to all of the Robbie mains out there. This is our boy making it in NAEU COA qualifiers. Really proud of this small hunter, small but terrible, definitely.
It's true. He's quite the tiny terror, especially in the hands of Ling. So let's talk about how Ling not just has an axe boy. You mentioned it. He has also some meta hunters. He's had the sculptor, the breaking wheel. He has a bloody queen, and bloody
Hmm.
queens usually come out and they become online in the round number 2. So
Yes.
if we're gonna follow the trend of how things are going, and we look at the maps that are possible, it could be Red Church, it could be Ever Sleeping Town. That's a pretty solid pick also for the Bloody Queen.
Hmm.
And it really depends. If we look at PTA's hunter, yeah, Prame. If Prame is still gonna be hunting, has a sculptor, has a breaking wheel, high chance that they might try to go Ever Sleeping Town if they're
Hmm.
going to be bringing out the breaking wheel or sculptor, since they're okay in this map. I would say breaking wheel over sculptor in Ever Sleeping Town, but we have seen some sculptors do some amazing jobs in Ever Sleeping Town.
Definitely. Another map to be considered
Hmm.
would be Moonlit because
Yeah.
Breaking Wheel also excels in this map.
Hmm.
But if it's Moonlit, we might see that acrobat because he does.
Yes.
This is his playground.
Hmm.
So he does so well in God Kite, and as Eli mentioned, shout out to you, my guy. That the second station with those platforms, it's really good to be jumping from that area. That is a lot of distance between the acrobat and the hunter.
Yeah,
But
it's good that you mentioned the acrobat because both teams actually have acrobat. So it's a win-win for both if ever Moonlit gets picked. And not to mention, since you mentioned breaking wheel, both teams also have breaking wheels, which is yeah, I want to see a mirror match of sorts of both acrobats
mm,
and breaking wheels if ever that does come to fruition.
it's going to be the battle of the breaking wheels and the acrobats.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, true.
may the best breaking wheel and acrobat duo win. Looking
Hmm.
forward to that.
Exactly.
Okay,
So
so
mhm.
before we say anything else, we'd just like to remind the people in the chat, everybody, let the community know that this is NAEU Call of the Abyss qualifiers. Do like and share the stream. Send your love and support to the players and to the casters as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because after us, for the grand finals, it's going to be Eli and the one and only Gaming Grizzly that will be calling the action. So do send them your love and support. And yeah, today we'll be crowning a champion for today, and the one that will be representing the NAEU region. These two teams have been fighting tooth and nail. PTA has been just grinding it out since yesterday, and CH4 just showing their dominant force with that Axe Boy. Yet to see the Soul Weaver today, Sculptor, and Breaking Wheel. So we talked about maps, right? Is there any other map that you think can come into the mix or can come into the conversation as we wait for the picks and bans to happen?
I think
Mm.
oh, here we have a question. Who are your favorite hunter and survivor in Identity 5? Oh, I think you should answer this first. We do know that you like using Lucky Guy, but is there any other survivor that you actually like using?
Honestly, one of the first survivors I tried maining was Mercenary because I'm really bad at kiting. So yeah, Mercenary. I think he needs to show. There's a lot of love in the community for the Mercenary.
Definitely.
Hunter on the other side. This is a good one. I would have to say Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch is so unique in how she plays, and you got to give it up to the Dreamwitch users because they really are loyal to that character, and they're always so skilled with how they use that. And I'm gonna answer this question from Kahel's side for the hunter. She loves Feaster.
Well, I am a Feaster fan, but sadly, I do acknowledge that he's not one of the best picks, especially in a
What
tournament
are you
setting.
talking about? What are you
Well,
talking about?
We've seen him in
Korea qualifiers.
IDC, yeah, and Korea
What's
qualifiers, definitely. That came as a surprise to me
Mhm.
because Feaster does have his pros and cons, but
Mm-hmm.
there are just some other better picks there in terms of hunters. Although I do share the sentiment in the Feaster love with Grizzly. Shout outs to you, man. We're both Feaster fans. Looking
Mm-hmm.
forward to seeing a Feaster in a tournament is not something that I would do. He is my favorite hunter, but when it comes to a tournament setting, I'm
Mm-hmm.
really a Breaking Wheel fan. Now,
Mm-hmm.
players from Southeast Asia, and we've been talking with them before, they did say that there is this pollen supremacy. So he's still there.
Mm-hmm.
He's still on top of the hunter food chain or something. So I'm really a
Mm-hmm.
fan. And I've been saying this ever since IVC last year. I really like Breaking Wheel. I'm most definitely a fan. Now, in terms of survivors, my I actually would say that the survivor that I'm most interested in at the moment is Little Girl. So she's not.
Mm.
Unfortunately, we can't play her yet because
Yeah.
at the moment she's a bit too OP. So
Mm-hmm.
that's also probably the reason why I like her. But
Ah. OP supremacy. Let's go.
yeah, OP supremacy.
Okay.
I've been
Yeah.
trying to play her though, and I'm really bad at
Yeah.
it
We're,
because
hey, we're gonna figure it out, Kel. I know
yes,
we're gonna figure it out.
definitely
Don't worry. And I
we
think
need to
the
play.
Yeah, but I have a feeling she might get changed. So it's okay
Yes.
that we're still trying to figure her out because I think yeah, she's definitely going to receive some changes. It's an exciting time to play yeah, Little Girl and the other it's an exciting time to be a survivor. I would have to say because of all the
Yes.
new survivors that are out. So unfortunately today we won't be seeing Little Girl, but I can't wait for the changes to happen just so that she'll be available for competition because I think a lot of the teams will come up with creativities to with a lot of creative strategies
Hmm.
to find ways to, I would say, utilize her very, very spoiled toolkit with how she just has map presence. She could tank hits. She could help boost ciphers. That's yeah, I can see why you like her. So that's good. It's a good answer. It's a good answer.
But if we were to take the little girl out of the equation, I
Mhm.
think my favorite is still the mercenary. Yes, definitely. I still
There we
think
go.
he's such an indispensable character in the lineup. I
Mhm.
understand why Ling would ban him.
Yeah, and he's been
And
changed for a while. Remember when he had 5 elbow pads? There was actually the time where he didn't have the delayed damage, so that was the tough time for Mercenary. Like he just came out.
Mhm.
But yeah, he had 5 elbow pads. They changed him a little bit with the chair cooldown or like I'm not sure, but then they brought down the 3 and I think he's at a good spot now where he's solid yet I mean he's good OP but justified. Like he's
Definitely.
yeah, especially with the picks and bans. You saw how Ling was able to utilize the picks and bans disadvantage. I think,
Hmm.
yeah, I agree with your sentiment saying that Mercenary is definitely someone that is indispensable as a rescuer. So we're gonna talk about this one now. PTA 33YYDS will be subbed in for I Love You. So 33YYDS is a forward and mercenary user from yesterday.
Hmm.
So yeah, speaking of mercenary, I think he's also a big fan of that. And now we're going to hospital. This is actually a map that we saw yesterday. PTA utilizing a map that this is the map that actually got CH4 the victory. So I think they want to
Hmm.
make it go survivor sided. Oh shoot, actually if you think about it, yeah, this is where Soul Weaver came out for Ling.
Yeah, that's true. He was able to use those corners uh,
Mhm.
along the hospital walls just to be
Yeah.
able to gain that speed boost. Now, I'm
Mhm.
wondering what the logic behind choosing this map is because I'm pretty sure they are going to be banning that Axe Boy. Axe Boy is out the
Yes.
window. We won't be seeing him anymore for this match. But
Mhm.
that does leave the table open for Soul Weaver. And this is
Yes.
like you said, this is where Soul Weaver gained that
Mhm.
victory. So I'm they must have a plan in mind. They must have
Yeah.
a very support heavy plan just to be able to counter that Soul Weaver because I'm actually pretty sure we're going to be seeing that in the next match.
Yeah, that That's the same sentiments I bring to the table with Hospital being very well. Yeah, I think it's an opinion that we all share as casters that this is a really good map for survivors. So hunters will have a I can't say hard time because we saw how Ling was able to do really well in this map. You do have to take away, aside from the mercenary, considering taking out the mercenary, you do have to take away the priestess because skilled priestesses will just make the hospital a nightmare for any of the hunters to go into. So now Prame will be the one doing the banning first, considering banning that priestess, maybe a mechanic, but he will go with that mercenary. So it seems like he does not want that delayed damage. Yeah, I think they've done their homework. They know CH4 would rather go for support heavy lineups than main decoders. So let's see if this would pay off for him and they don't pick the mechanic.
I'm actually wondering what the hunter ban is on the side of the survivors first. So we should wait for that a bit. But in terms of the survivor lineup, I think this is a good time to lock in that seer and that mechanic as well. That's if they are planning to have a balanced lineup. Now, this is really gonna depend on what their plan is. Still waiting for that hunter ban, but anyway. Yeah,
we can only speculate for now because if we look at the survivor lineup, I'm hoping we see a prospector. Oh my god, Toy Merchant. We've teased about it yesterday. Grandma, wow. If ever Grandma picks this one, Toy Merchant, or unless it's a misclick, I don't know. She's not locked in just yet. They're considering it. Toy Merchant, second floor hospital. You could just traverse the map like crazy while throwing items left and right for people to use. Could be viable. It's not like a lucky guy lawyer thief pick. They could use Toy Merchant, but depending on the hunters, they might take away Prame's Sculptor because as good as Breaking Wheel is on this map, you don't really see him shine that much. But it seems like they want to lock in that forward for now and the seer, like you called it.
Again, it looks like they won't be depending on a decoder for this match, especially because, like we said, the mercoders are rising. Although he's banned, we do see a lot of mercoding happening in competitive Identity 5. But here we have that forward, and this seer, again, this is going to be really useful because that seer, not only with that owl can he provide support, he also has that foresight. So knowing the hunter, that is a huge advantage in itself. That's going to tell the team how they're going to deal with this, how they're going to do the rotations. Because as Nell said, shout outs again to Nell, the new meta for support heavy survivor lineups is rotation in early games. So we're about to see how they're going to exhibit that.
Yeah, when it comes to this lineup, you don't want to risk the fact that the mechanic will come out. You did bring up really good points with that seer, just giving that foresight for everyone, especially the forward has always been a solid support heavy character, always makes the hunter second guess himself, leaving a lot of choices for CH4. The prospector can come in, psychologist, like the previous lineup. They just added the additional ban of that priestess because she can be very hard to deal with. So in my humble opinion with these predictions, if they want to be, if NATO wants to pick up the prospector and perform like he did in the previous round, by all means go for it because he was very effective with that prospector. That leaves one more pick. Either they can go with another rescue character with a Gravekeeper if they think that the Breaking Wheel will come out. But in my eyes, I think Psychologist is a pretty solid ban, especially with CH4 being not only a synergized team when it comes to solo kiting, they're very good as a support-heavy team as well. So the Psychologist will not have a hard time, especially depending on where she is in the map. I'm pretty sure that the support will come in terms of that forward, in terms of the Prospector. Hey, maybe even an Entomologist might come in.
I'm actually curious if that Toy Merchant is going to come back to the lineup. That would be really interesting if ever. But since you said solo kiting, I think this team is really good with that part that you said where they were just passing the hunter between each other. So
Hmm.
they could be able to do that again, especially because we have a seer in a lineup. They could
Right.
be planning that out as we go,
Hmm.
as the match progresses. Um, in terms of that fourth member, really curious if it's going to be that toy merchant. But if it is a psychologist, um, well, who knows? We've seen in the tournament that there have been psychologist and patient team ups, and they could be also a good duo in Sacred Heart, especially when it comes to that mid hiding and the end game. But I guess we will see.
Yeah, we haven't seen a patient just yet, but patient can
Hmm.
really shine in this map. We've seen a lot of highlight videos with how well they use the ruins area, how they're able to just rappel through shack or even go inside the hospital with that grappling hook. So we just have to wait and find out. Another character that could come into the mix if they wanted to, especially with how they played yesterday, is Grandma's Acrobat. Acrobat
Yes.
is another character that they have to respect in the lineup for both CH4 and PTA. So Prame is gonna have his hands full, especially coming into this, and we still have to wait on the ban of the hunter. And looking, considering that the banned survivors are mechanic, I was gonna say mercoder, mercenary, and
Mercy.
priestess. Um, yeah, I think they might have banned that sculptor. I think they respected that sculptor could have gotten more than a tied game. They could have gotten a 3K. So I think it's that respect, and CH4 is in a pretty good position since they won themselves the first round. If they're able to do another solid performance here, like maybe get a tie. And I know this kind of sucks, but making Ling get most of the points is pretty much viable in this
Mhm.
map because of his track record on Hospital. Especially if they respect ban his Axe Boy and his Soul Weaver comes out, he just needs to be able to get a solid 3K, and they immediately move on to grand finals. So pressure is pretty much on PTA side.
And we keep on saying that Ling is a man on a mission. So, uh, whoever it is, may it be Axe Boy or the Soul Weaver, I'm pretty sure he has a solid plan as well, just to be able to secure that four-man, if not three-man kill.
Hmm.
Now, talking about the Survivor lineup, they really need to prepare for that Soul Weaver. Pretty sure it's going to get banned, but
More than the Axe
I'm
Boy.
really curious. I sorry, I was referring to
Ah,
that
Axe Boy.
Axe Boys.
Yeah, true. So Soul Weaver would definitely come out, so they have to prepare for that Soul Weaver.
Yes,
Then
I'm thinking
again,
about how can
uh-huh.
we possibly prepare for a Soul Weaver and a Soul Weaver being used by Ling. He's so on point with shooting
Hmm.
those webs. It doesn't matter which survivor you are. If you are in range and
Hmm.
if you're in that open area and if
Hmm.
you're shootable, you will get
Yes.
shot.
Yeah, I think if ever we're gonna look at counters for Soul Weaver aside from yeah, excellent team synergy, I think you need to out pick and ban him. Like pick a patient, pick someone with excellent transitions to stay away from the
Mm.
webs, and also play around those rotations, especially if you're found in if you've expelled all the pallets already in the ruins area and you got to make the transition. Patient could easily do that. If we're gonna talk about bans, we might see a ban of the mercenary and forward since he doesn't want to deal with that mercenary. I don't think Ling also, especially with the Soul Weaver, wants to deal with that web and melee hit combo of that
Mhm.
mercenary since he could still go for that rescue if ever he still tries to stuff it. So leaving yeah, transitional kiters. So you gotta lock in that patient. A seer would still be pretty solid, but I don't know if Ling cares if a seer comes in because he was by all means take a seer. I don't mind. I could damage right away. I don't know if they want to risk going for mechanic, especially with a very aggressive hunter like Ling. Maybe they got to go with more containment and rescue heavy lineup. Maybe go for even a gravekeeper just to tank a hit and kind of hide behind the pallets. That's if he brings out the Soul Weaver. We're talking in possibilities here, Kahel. We don't know what goes on in the mind of Ling, and I
Mhm.
definitely don't want to be the one facing him, especially when he's all fired up and all cylinders are at go.
Yes, definitely. And I was just remembering also how Eli would say it. There is literally no reason why he wouldn't choose Soul Weaver for this map. So I'm really, things are really gravitating towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do agree with that patient and other kiters that are really more on transitioning.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it looks like there really is no space for decoders, at least against a soul weaver, because
Yeah.
they really need to prepare for that. They really need to be careful with their kiting routes. They need to
Mm-hmm.
always be breaking vision, the vision of a soul weaver. That way you wouldn't take a web. um,
Yes.
and then again, I'm thinking about that time where it's possible to pass the hunter on, among themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah,
could
it's a
happen too. Hmm.
yeah, you that's the main strategy. You want to be able to frustrate the hunter to be able to pass him along and find another survivor to go for and try to bait them into finding a survivor in a bad position. In a map like this, though, there's a lot of good kiting areas, but you want to really find the and even in those really good kiting areas, I think the Soul Weaver could still excel with trapping those
Hmm.
webs. And if you think about how well Ling plays, you have to be very careful. If you think it's a good area for you, I think you gotta like think twice because of how Ling was
Hmm.
able to perform yesterday. If we could use that as a benchmark, if he's gonna use that Soul Weaver. Now, if we consider the PTA actually chose this map for their team in the picks and bans. So I think they're ready. I'm sure they watched how Ling performed yesterday and also the survivors, even though the survivors did use Joseph. Yeah, I think they have something ready. Mm.
Definitely. And
Okay.
now I'm starting to think, what if they in all their preparation, they actually decide to ban Soul Weaver instead. Again,
Mm.
not I don't think it's gonna happen, but what if it does? Axe
If the
Boy
ban
is
of Soul
still,
Saver?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Axe Boy is still really strong in hospital because of those restful roads. You can position the restful roads in such an angle that will make you go from one point in the map, especially because it's a circular structure.
Mm-hmm.
It's still easy to position those roads, and Axe Boy is just such a speed monster. You're
Yeah,
gonna have to prepare for that too. So,
yeah.
who would you
Mhm.
choose? Who would you choose to get rid of?
Uh,
Flames or
or
webs?
what? Yeah, that's the thing. Just, if you could get rid of both, that would be great. I think though that they are quite traumatized when it comes to Axe Boy, so maybe I would say they want to ban that Axe Boy from Ling. It's you gotta respect it, even though uh what's scary is that if you think you can double down on a hunter, I think hunters just get better if you don't ban anything from them. You have to respect the axe boy from Ling, and I think that's what they're gonna do. Especially if you consider the type of structure as well. The speed boosts from Spider come from from the webs, while he could Axeboy could just put down the restful roads, and I think that would be the better matchup. And I think PTA really knows what they're asking for since they picked Hospital and they know how well CH4 performed in that hospital. So I think when it comes to those two, if you have to pick your poison, you have to get rid of the Axe Boy. What about you?
Um, I would definitely agree. It's just that if you're gonna get rid of the Axe Boy, you better be prepared for that Soul
Oh yeah.
Weaver.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, that Priestess ban, that could have been such a good way to counter, but Ling was staying on top of it by banning her right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if she had those portals, she would be able to successfully help the team
Mm-hmm.
transition, especially because in the hospital there are all these cool spots where you can put the portals and really confuse the hunter. Though I don't think in competitive Identity 5 it's still possible to confuse a hunter with the portals in hospital. But I
Mm-hmm.
guess we're seeing why Ling doesn't want to be dealing with a priestess. If he,
Yeah, I think you'd be surprised because like yeah, hunters are scared of priestess inside that hospital. That's
Mhm.
why the meta of Peeper Bonbon became a thing. because of you need it's some hunters want to bring peepers inside that hospital just so
Mhm.
whenever the priestess gets lost inside the hospital, they'll have an advantage. So yeah, I agree with the priestess ban. You don't want to
Mhm.
risk uh
Definitely.
that. And we're about to see a question from the
Ooh.
viewers. Yeah, another question. Very interactive stream. So keep sending in your questions, and we'll try to answer them out in just a moment. But I don't know what they're gonna ask. Like, what's your favorite map? What's your favorite skin? What's your favorite? I don't know if it's these type of questions because my analysis or our analysis is very surface level. So we try our best to just add context to the situation. So thank you so much again for tuning in. High stakes situation for both teams, CH4 and PTA. We still have to determine a winner for the semifinals match before they face B4U. And here's the question: what is the most important aspect in terms of practice? This is actually a really great question, and I can answer this one first if you want, Kahel, because
Yeah, go
I've
ahead. Go
I
for it.
use a lot of survivors, so I think the most important thing you guys should practice, and I've actually listened in on some competitive players' voice chat. I think spawn
Mm.
points and communication is very important. You have to constantly be talking to your teammates. You have to make sure that the hunter feels like he's not chasing one person, but you as an entire team. He needs to you need to have your rotations on point, and I think that's really good to practice, which is excellent communication. How about you, Kahel?
Actually, very well said. But first and foremost, the thing to consider is consistency. You need to be really consistent with your practices. You need to give time for it. Now, I know that,
Showing up.
yeah, showing up in the first place. So we have
Mhm.
all this coordination and the memorization of spawn points. But if you're not, if you're not available to practice, then what is there to practice? So,
Right.
but kidding aside, this is really important because I've seen this countless times in tournaments. Some players not being able to show up for practice. So
Right.
this actually happens, and you really do need to make up for that.
Hmm.
So I
Show
think
up. Yeah.
the really dedicated teams, they practice every day.
Hmm.
They do make time, hours and hours, not only
Yes.
of custom games but also of research, not
Hmm.
just for the skills of the survivors or the hunters, but also of their opponents.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of study
Yes.
involved in it.
And
Mhm.
in that aspect also, since by no means am I a pro player, practice in terms of if you guys want
You
to be
and me both.
casters or commentators, yeah, practice really makes perfect. Show up to practice, practice by yourself, practice with a fellow commentator, study. Especially if you put time in the game, the results will show. You know, that 10,000 hours rule to master a certain skill.
Yes.
Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of these players show or flex their 10,000 hours, especially with how well coordinated they are and how the amazing plays that we've been seeing. So yeah, practice and for Kahel, yeah, I think that's step number one. Just show up.
Show up to practice, guys.
Mm,
Um, Also, one thing to consider is I do know that players like to simulate different scenarios. So I think this is also, well, this is just me assuming, but based on the experience of Eli, shout outs to you, man. It's just how analytical he is. This is the kind of level of knowledge that you will achieve with hours of study, and if you treat it with that respect, that is how you will be able to predict things. So you know how on point Eli is with his predictions and analysis when casting. So that kind of stuff, you need to be simulating stuff. You need to be experiencing ranked match or even just quick match or custom games. You need to be taking down this data. You need to do your calculations based on that. So now I think we are here finally in again Sacred Heart Hospital with the bans and picks. Again, we have that priestess out the window and the mercenary as well. It looks like Prome is following in the footsteps of Ling here with the mercenary ban. And now here we have the hunter. We're about to see it in just a while. No more breaking
mm.
wheel for Prome.
So it seems like the Prame might be forced to use that sculptor that he has been using since Arms Factory. So respecting the breaking wheel, I see where they're going here. But yeah, having the priestess and mercenary ban, yeah, I guess he wants to just have a well-rounded uh, a well-rounded. He wants to cover all grounds in terms of support and rescue. So let's see what CH4 will be picking. Mechanic is still up for grabs, as we saw. Maybe Seer and forward. Okay, there we go. Seer and forward will be chosen. We have seen how well. I think they didn't even hesitate. These are really. This is a really good lineup, and now probably Mechanic will be next to be banned, since Prame will have to respect. Even though CH4 has been a team for this lineup to. Oh, no, Psychologist. Okay, he really wants to take out those brawny, tough guy, or the tanky survivors.
Yeah, the tanky ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Prame is well aware that survivor teams aren't really considering the presence of a decoder anymore. But I think if I were in the shoes of CH4, I would use this to my advantage. There it is.
Go.
We have that mechanic. Mechanic is available. Use her, and that is what they are doing. And we also have an entomologist, still a very efficient kiter. Was kind of hoping it was gonna be the toy merchant, but entomologist really doesn't pale in comparison to other kiters. So I like this lineup. What do you think about this lineup?
I think that there's a huge bullseye target on that mechanic. Prame needs to go for that mechanic. Don't go for the Seer anymore. Once you eliminate the mechanic, try to find the doll just so that you can make it a 4 versus 1, how the game was supposed to be intended, not a 5 versus 1, which is quite insane. But yeah, all these survivors could actually give so much kiting potential to this mechanic. This is the first mechanic we're seeing of the day, so it just goes to show how respected this mechanic ban is happening, because it's not the priority pick, but if it's shown and if it's not banned, yeah, teams have to pick up this mechanic, because like you said, practice, I'm pretty sure they've practiced many hours with this mechanic, and it cannot go to waste. Once it's there, you have to pick it. You need to put that extra body on the field for the hunter to be aware of and also be scared of, and kind of play out of their element, because the clock is the shot clock for the hunter is already ticking, and they need to make a huge play, and they can't afford that long of a kiting time, and they need to really put survivors in chairs.
Now we're about to see how lucky this mechanic is with that spawn, or how she will be able to make up. Oh no! I was just talking about luck, and it looks like our mechanic here is not very lucky. I do hope that doll has been deployed. I'm not seeing it at the moment, but it looks like it has, because there's a bit of it has been used up a bit.
Yeah, and wow, just Prame still losing a bit of line of sight for Grandma, but still the chase continues. You see him try to play some mind games. Oh, he wanted to go through, but the V's, I'm not sure. He made it right, and now we see that Prame just doing some cleanup here. And I think the doll was deployed, but it's over there. It's crouching over at the corner of the first floor. The basement is also here. To hell. So big statement, big early game for Prame to down this mechanic early on. So this mechanic, job number 1, get that doll out of get it safe and start decoding with that doll.
Definitely, that is the only way to actually push for a draw. Get decoding with that mechanic, get rescued at the last second. That's the best case that I can think of at the moment. Now, it looks like somebody is in the area. Here is, I do believe that was the forward, NATO, definitely.
Yes. Now he's outside the hospital, so I have a feeling that they might go for a full blood or allow the mechanic just to keep decoding and maybe potentially go for a sacrifice here, because NATO seems to be focusing on the cipher outside of Birdcage, while Prame is forced to just camp here while they try to push for some ciphers. And note that this is where the hunter is going to feel that 5 versus 1, because that doll is out and about and it is decoding, while Prame is still not at full presence. This is how you want to be able to counter this sculptor. Just keep her starving for that full presence. And now Prame already notes that they are going to sacrifice this mechanic, and now focuses attention on the entomologist.
Oh, look at that. Oh, takes that hit right there. I was just going to say, look at the decoding progress that the mechanic was able to do while in the basement. Oh my goodness, entomologist is down. That was such a quick chase.
if you took note, the seer was sent out his owl in the lower left side of the screen, but unfortunately, yeah, just overwhelmed by Prame statues and melee hits, unable to do that. Now we see that Yeah is inside the shack area, being monitored by that CCTV. Has to be very careful. Still not at full presence. Now with a forward going for the stun, and now this is going to take some time for Prame to recover from. Has not expended Blink just yet. Now Prame just zoning in on this entomologist.
It looks like Prame really wants to make up in terms of points for his team because he's also working fast. Oh, but that owl right there will just be able to extend the kite a bit more. Oh, last effort has popped, and Sesame will be going down because that was a long time after getting rescued. 3 ciphers remaining. They still have a lot of work to do. I still think rescuing the ophthalmologist would be. It could have some contribution in the end, but we shall see. But Seer has sustained some chip damage here. They really need to work fast. 2 ciphers remaining, however.
Yeah, so I think that they want to go. They want to just try to get in a good position here, just to keep Prame away from a lot of these survivors, since they want to go. I think the best case scenario for them to go for a dungeon escape, or try to go for at least one person out. So it seems like the doll was focusing on decoding at the top second floor. It is almost prime, but Prame does some cleanup here just so that the tinnitus won't prop up. Forward is the one that is decoding over there, while Yeah has to kite for his life. Prame now in a really good spot to go for a 4K, but we've seen before in yesterday how these teams can clutch it out. So we can't say 4K just yet, Kahel.
Well, here we have a healthy forward getting started with his kite. Sustains that chip damage right there. He is in an open area after all. Oh, uses that football to get through the pallet, but gets Blink hit from Prame. Amazing stuff. Oh, wow.
It's raring to be a 4K now because the Seer is injured. No Owl. Football is at 1/4, and Prame going for the bleed out strategy just so that he can focus. He knows that there's a Cypher being pushed at second floor. Let's see if the Seer can buy enough time for this forward to fully heal up and push for that last Cypher. This is the hospital. We have seen amazing kites happen. And yeah, dropping that pallet down. Has to be very careful also because the basement is here. Gets hit by that statue. Trying to go up the stairs just so the statues won't hit. He couldn't make it. And now the Seer falls forward. Will try to recover almost there at full health. And Prame realizing that might drop the Seer before he chases that forward. And he will do just that.
I think it's going to be another back and forth situation, letting them use up their self-heal just to be able to permanently down both survivors. Oh, look at NATO doing everything he can. No more self-heal on that forward. So Seer will be going to the chair, and I do think this is already...
Not quite. We have a struggle that happened. But yeah, let's see how this rebound kite is going to happen. He tries. He goes for the vault. Excellent stuff. If he can farm an owl, this will be excellent. But we have to call a spade here. The forward already used up his self-heal. So once Yeah falls down, it will be GG since both of them will be bleeding out. And that would be a checkmate situation for both the survivors. But man, oh man, they gave an amazing performance. Prame, though, getting the victory for his team in round number 2.
I'm actually starting to think, what if it was a breaking wheel? Would it have been a completely different story? But this just shows that Sculptor is, I think she is still a formidable hunter, still very dangerous. I still think she's in the meta, even if they're saying that because she's been adjusted, it's easier to dodge the statues. Prame was on point with those statues actually, and pressuring the survivors to move in ways that would be beneficial for the statues is really amazing in itself.
Yeah, just talking about those statues, right? Getting the mechanic early down and also the on point statues not even at full presence is why the Sculptor is still revered as one of the best hunters out there. Because you have to admit, there's not much hunters. There are more survivors that were new to this game than the Sculptor. I think Wax Artist is out, but I don't know, not in competitive. I don't know if we'll be able to see him that much. But yeah, Sculptor and Breaking Wheel are still very good. I would say that the very skilled Sculptors are still formidable, especially with their statue placements. and it's still you could tell it's still hard to dodge, especially with tournament setting and also yeah, with the tournament pressure on the line. So yeah, kudos to Prame. This was the best possible scenario, and now it's guaranteed that we are going to see a round number 3, because even though Ling would get a 4K that would tie the round number 2, it's still going to be a round number 3. So you got your wish, Kel. We are seeing a round number 3, so more matches for the
Yes,
viewers and everyone to
definitely.
watch.
And more ways, more chances to make up. So I'm really happy with how PTA decided to answer back from that previous round because, like you said, yes, indeed, we are going to have a round 3, and if things, turn up just as it did in round 2, we might have that round 4. So looking forward to that. I got a lot of time in my hands. I can do this all day. I'd really like to see how these teams are going to fight neck for that spot to go against B4U. But let's talk about that match data we have here. Look at these
Yeah.
attainment times.
Yeah, it's again, it's actually Prame's excellent statue placement because none of them actually reach 60 seconds. So that's a huge boost of confidence on Prame's side, and also something that they have to take note of when it comes to the next Hunter bans in round number 3. So for sure they're going to ban the scope. They're probably going to ban the breaking wheel. And this is what I talked about when it comes to hunters. Like if you're going to allow them to hunt again, I think they're all warmed up. This was definitely a different Prame from when we saw in Arms Factory, especially I think aside from him finding the mechanic and not having a prospector in the mix, yeah, he just capitalized on that situation. Look, 21 seconds containment time for Grandma. He was able to push a Cypher, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Prame still having that camp out strategy at the start. It did pay off with how fast he found this mechanic. So Cypher Rush wasn't really found out until the third Cypher was popped. And at that point, since two survivors were on their way out of the game, it was pretty tough for them to even push those last 2 objectives. So kudos to Prame. He was able to rise above the occasion. I think just a diesel start from the first round, and now he's up in full form, and can't wait to see him in round number 3.
Definitely. Now we weren't able to see the very start of the match because when the game was actually revealed to us, he was also Prame was already chasing after the mechanic. Now I'm wondering where that spawn was, because if he really did intentionally go for that hospital, that would have been a display of amazing foresight as to where the mechanic could possibly place the doll. Uh,
Yeah.
from what I remember, the doll was crouched at one of the rooms in there that is not really visible. You just pass by it and not see that doll. So I would consider that the doll has been hidden really well. But it's just that Prame really had to go for the hospital. Not sure if it's out of pure luck or just plain hunter sense, but that really that was it. That was how he was able to really turn it in his favor.
Yeah, we talk about snowballing and the effect it has with the hunter,
Mm,
and how if you start the game off with the right survivor at the right time, even though yeah, survivors tend to want to go to the hospital. I think having the priestess not there was definitely one of the confidence boosts he
mm,
had, and luckily
yes.
enough, it was the mechanic. Since yeah, we don't know what time the game started, but they were already at the second floor. Mechanic did drop the doll in first floor, so there must have been a rotation where she went inside the hospital, dropped it there, went up because I think the heartbeat was happening, and it just so happens Prame found the bullseye target he was looking for, which was the mechanic. So he couldn't ask for a better spawn point. He couldn't ask for a better start to the game, and this is what we're talking about in terms of how communication and spawn points are very important,
Mhm.
especially sometimes you have to go with a not so favorable spawn point as a survivor, and you have to roll with those punches. And at least now it's since this is a best of 3, the team of CH4 still have a chance to be able to just kind of get more points on the board, since we're all tied up in terms of points, but rounds is still up for grabs. So now we talk about Ling, and we were discussing how well he is with this Axe Boy. Do you still think that we are going to see a ban of that Axe Boy or Soul Weaver? I was supposed to ask, like, what, webs or flames? What do you think?
It's up to the team whether they want to deal with webs or with flames. But putting myself in the mind of the survivors, definitely get rid of that Axe Boy.
Yes.
Them choosing Sacred Heart without considering, or rather while considering the fact that Ling could bring out that Soul Weaver, is kind of telling me that they have something planned out, and they have their own plan to try to counter this. Don't want to be dealing with Axe Boy, so since he's out of the window, all they have to do is prepare for that Soul Weaver. Now, I'm really curious if they're going to be bringing out those survivors that we just mentioned, the ones that are really good with transitioning. We might see the Patient for this map. He could be really efficient here. Or maybe that Acrobat. He could be, he does have his value, and he does have transitioning capability.
Yes.
Oh, here we have our bans.
As we talked about, yeah, he really wants to get rid of that mercenary, and in addition to that, forward is actually a good ban on the side of Ling. They are gonna respect ban that Axe Boy. I don't, as tempting as mechanic is, you have to respect how aggressive Ling is, especially in just cutting off chases. I don't know if they want to pick up a mechanic coming into this. This could be their strategy, but for me, if they want to play it safe, yes, double down on just transitional kiting, support heavy survivors. I want to see a Patient come into the mix, probably in the second pick, but they do have to, yes, the Priestess has to make her way into the mix, as well as that Seer. So let's see who Ling will be taking out. Maybe a Psychologist, just so that she'll take out all the brawny survivors, but no, goes for the mechanic. Gotta respect that. So now Cloudy and 33YYDS, who will be the survivors? A Batter and a Gravekeeper.
Wow.
Okay, this is their strategy. Okay.
Like you said, I think they were listening in on us while we were talking. We do need that support heavy lineup, as well as these tanky characters. But I'm really interested on this Batter right. Oh, am I seeing this correctly? Are we going to see a Sculptor, or is it going to be a Sculptor from Ling? This is the first time that we're going to see him take this Hunter out. But it looks like he's trying to trying to catch up with the points garnered by Prome with that Sculptor. So I'm gonna give you my Sculptor as well. Looks like you can use that. Oh, see, here's my Sculptor as well.
Yeah, so it seems like a mirror match that we asked for, but different players. We thought it was gonna be a Breaking Wheel, but it is Sculptor. So this lineup, yeah, you could definitely say that it can deal with a Sculptor, but it's gonna be quite tough because Seer, as we said, yeah, you could get out the Owl. Depends on the first chase. That Batter, depending on where he's at, he wants to be able to stun the Hunter for as long as possible, since it's going to be the main supporters, which is the the Gravekeeper is not going to be the main supporter, but the main rescuer. It's going to be the Priestess, Seer, and Batter that can try and harass as much as possible, or try to support a Kite as much as possible. So here we have it heading towards Red Church. We see that the Sculptor is trying to rotate his way towards the shack area, which will be where the Seer is at.
Look at this Batter making it towards the T wall. It's a good decision to start decoding. Here we have Sally Lee being the first target, and may I just say how much I love this skin on the Sculptor. So beautiful. Oh, there's that portal, and are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was gonna
saving
be a
it.
balance gun. Yeah,
They're saving it. I think they want to be able to, just play it more conservatively. Gravekeeper already expending a shovel, so far so good on the Survivor side. They still have the Seer's Owl. We have the Batter now getting ready just in case he's gonna swing. Oh, misses that hit, but still keeps one. And now the Seer just utilizing the Owl just so he can grant him safe passage. But now we see that he's gonna wait for this Owl to just run out, while the Chisel is already there. So teleport is also the trait that Ling does bring to the table, so take note of that, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see how Ling decides to chase this Batter. Already was able to land that Oh! Amazing stuff from Ling right there. It looks like not only is he able to use Axe Boy and Soul Weaver, it looks like he can he packs a punch with this sculptor as well. Because look at this, 5 ciphers remaining, and these 3 ciphers that have already been touched are just about a ways from being done. Look at
If you
this.
notice if you notice that the batter again, it's a great maneuvering by Ling. Now transitioning over to the Gravekeeper, getting him out of that burrow state. Already at full presence, this Gravekeeper is gonna have a hard time chasing. I don't know if he's gonna make it past half. Might go for a full blood, but if you noticed when he used that chisel, he already expended his last shovel. Now one more hit, he will be falling down. Another chip damage, and now he will be falling down from all the statues. So that rescue was stuffed.
And there we have a repeat of the previous match with Ling. Not only can he pull it off with Axe Boy, looks like he can do it with Sculptor as well. And here is Priestess. I'm beginning to wonder how she intends to do this. Let's see if she can actually do the rescue.
Wow, just in time and eats that hit. No Tide Turner rescue. This batter still has some 2 balls to utilize. So Ling has to be very careful with how he deals with it. Gets the stun. And now we see that the support is going to probably come in. Already the Gravekeeper is up. Priestess does not have any portals set up for this this batter. So he will have to use the shack area while he also has 1 ball to use.
And looks like Gravekeeper was able to get the heal. Oh, look at this batter. I was kind of thinking that they were preparing for a Soul Weaver, but it looks like they can deal with a Sculptor just as well. Amazing stuff from 33 YYDS here. And look at him, he's just so
Yeah,
resilient.
he picked up another cricket bat, cricket ball. So let's see, Ling has to sidestep here. Another hit. Look at that distance. And 33 YDS just containing the Hunter in this area. 2 objectives remain, 2 ciphers remain, but now we see that the statues are raining. Let's see if he'll be able to kite here. Not much resources. There is that tiny portal left. No more balls for him to utilize. And now Ling finally downs this batter, but this batter has done an amazing job because look at the objectives. Look at the resources of the survivors. They're all healed up. So this is an excellent rebound kite, I would say, for the batter. Teleport is still up for grabs. So let's see how Ling will be able to utilize it.
Definitely, I'm actually waiting, but it looks like she will be using the chisel first. Ling will be using that CCTV and will be transitioning. Oh my God!
Just at the tail end of the animation, the Priestess was so close on finishing that, but the Terror Shock, this could be game-changing. Okay, we have not seen the Tide Turner of the Gravekeeper yet. I want to see the Cypher progress on this Seer because he will have to be ready for that Cypher pop, so they can push for a tie.
Definitely, I'm looking at that last cipher right now. It's about to reach 50%, and there I do believe it has reached. So this could work. They can make this work. They can still turn this into a tie. All they have to do is rescue twice if the Priestess does go back to the chair. But it looks like Ling is trying to keep his eyes on that last cipher as well. Oh, nice rescue there. Aha! Gravekeeper takes a hit, but that will leave the Priestess some time to establish some distance between herself and Ling. And she's going towards the hospital. You really don't want to be chasing her there. Oh, they decided to pop that
Wow,
cipher.
they popped this cipher, and there's no detention. That was an excellent rescue on the side of Polars wanting to get that MVP award just right again. And no resources on the side of this Gravekeeper, so he's gonna have quite the tough time here at Ruins area, but still he can tank one more chisel hit, one more statue hit. So while we see the Seer is opening up the exit gate here, Polar is still just playing the mind games here. CCTV gonna get utilized. He's gonna hide inside the closet. Oh wow, just counter the CCTV here. And we see that Ling, I don't know if he was able to see that Polars gets out of the locker, while 2 of the survivors already out of the game. I'm not sure if he's gonna try to go for that dungeon. Polars again hiding away from that chisel. Just in a tough spot here. He's forcing him to vault that window, but once that happens, he will or try to turn this corner. And it seems like Polar making a sharp turn, but no, Polar's falls, and it will be a tied game.
That's actually one of the most impressive end game kites that I've seen so far in the tournament. Using that locker, well, that's definitely not something that you see every day, especially not in competitive Identity 5. Wow, that discipline displayed by Polars there, and how timely it was, not being
Hmm.
spotted by the chisel. That was
Yeah.
that is meme worthy right there.
Mhm. Yeah, so this was actually a great representation of the back and forth battle that we always talk about in competitive Identity 5. Yes, there was a terror shock, there was a great rebound kite, there was an early down of a certain survivor in backwards order. And I think, yeah, PTA survivor is definitely not one to look past. They can definitely roll with the punches, especially with a sculptor. So yeah, I think it was great that they banned that Axe Boy because they were able to deal with this sculptor of Ling, and now it's all tied up. We are coming into game number 3. The points are all tied. Round victories are still on the side of CH4. So yeah, for the team of PTA to win this, they don't just have to win the round, but they have to win in terms of points as well.
Hmm. Definitely. I was actually thinking, um, why Ling didn't choose to bring out the Soul Weaver this time. I was actually 100% sure back there that he would bring it out. But more
I
on
think
that
it's
later. Yeah.
mhm. No, I believe it's more of just the respect for the survivors that, you know what, let's
Ah,
bring out the meta
yes.
hunter just to be sure. Yes, the Soul Weaver did pay off, but yesterday you have to admit that the BZY survivors were kind of going off meta, so he decided to go off meta as well. So that's the only
There's
explanation
that.
I could think of, because if you look at the lineup here, yeah, just the containment time was excellent on the batter side. 104 containment time, as well as Polars, even though his rescue was stuffed. You got to give it up to Cloudy. What an amazing rescue towards the batter.
Yes.
That was a clutch rescue. Like, I really thought he wasn't gonna make it, but yeah, utilizing the portal just so he can get that rescue from happening, like really at 99.9% full blood rescue.
Definitely, it happened at the literally the last second. I also was not expecting that, and also no tie turner. Though it really didn't count. It didn't matter because that rebound kite by 33 YYDS was so impressive. Using those balls to defend himself at the open area. That was amazing. So 104 seconds, that was how long it took, people. And another containment, definitely not something we should forget, was the one by Polars at the
Mhm.
end. 94.8, and I'm pretty sure there were some seconds in the earlier moments in the game as well. But that end game kite, let's not forget it. That locker, you better start hashtagging that locker in Identity 5 Call of the Abyss. That was one of the more interesting highlights that we've seen today. But
Yeah.
yeah, about
Yeah.
Ling using that sculptor, I really was surprised.
Yeah, with Ling using that sculptor, I wouldn't be as surprised if he was really. I know he's known as a Soul Weaver and Axe Boy, but I think this is just him playing into the meta. His Axe Boy was still very scary. His sculptor was still very scary, and I think that it still garners that respect that they need to come into, and it just shows that PTA, since they did choose this map. They were really ready. So my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So it seems like PTA did win that round, so it just comes down to points or whoever's going to win the next round. So I don't, yeah, if we tie up on round number 3, we could go for round 4. So we just have to wait and see if PTA would be that strong team to run marathons in the Call of the Abyss qualifiers. But it just shows that Ling also has a sculptor. Depends if they want to ban that sculptor or they want to ban Axe Boy and Soul Weaver, depending on the map. But it seems like it is going to be is going to be CH4's turn to be picking the map coming into round number 3. So if they pick something like Chinatown, which is a map we haven't seen yet here in the qualifiers, yeah, heavily consider that they might ban that Soul Weaver.
Definitely, and especially because you did say that it's CH4's turn to be picking the map. Now Eli would frequently say this. The advantage somehow is on the team that is picking the map. So I've seen this lots of times in NAEU. This is them trying to outsmart the other in terms of the picks and bans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm really excited
Mm-hmm.
what the map is going to be, because this is just going to show how much CH4 is planning
Mm-hmm.
to take home the round.
Yeah, if you think about it, it was PTA that chose the second map and they won. It was CH4 to choose Arms Factory and they won. So it
Hmm.
seems like CH4 will be coming in with a significant advantage since they will be taking it to quote unquote home court advantage or whatever map that they
Definitely.
choose from. But you know what? We've seen PTA go through most of the maps. In Identity 5 qualifiers since they went the full four yesterday. They have yet to see Chinatown, so that's a map that I think everyone's looking forward to. So another map that usually comes into the mix with deciding rounds is either Moonlit in third round or Red Church.
Hmm.
Uh, so those two maps we haven't seen just yet in this match, so that might happen, depending on how CH4 feels. And if we look at the hunters or the survivor side of CH4, yeah, they are very into very containment heavy and rescue heavy survivors. So I have a feeling that they might bench the mechanic just for a good measure on Prome's side, unless they ban the sculptor. But he still has that breaking wheel. He could ban both of that and see how deep Prome's pool will run, because it was Edu that did the third and fourth round for PTA yesterday.
Now that you mention it, I do think that Edu might just come in so we can see finally
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah.
Dream Witch.
Yes.
So they have that to prepare for. They're probably gonna pick a map that is anti
Mm.
Dream Witch. So not expecting to see Red Church. Although we have seen this um, a lot in later rounds. Red Church getting picked. Now,
Mm-hmm.
what I do know for sure is that
Mm-hmm.
whatever that map pick is going to be is going to prove that they've got something planned in terms of the survivor lineup. So they're definitely going to prepare for whatever it is rather they think um Ling, or rather Prome is going to bring out,
Or Edu, right? Like you mentioned, we
or
just have to
Edu.
wait.
Yes,
We have
definitely.
we have to wait for Edu, since Edu, what he brings to the table is Dream Witch. He also brings a Sculptor. So I think, yeah, ban those two, Dream Witch and Sculptor, because it was
Mm.
Sculptor that got him that victory. Also has a violinist and that Wu Chang. So very map dependent on violinist and Wu Chang. We did see he really pushed the limit of his Wu Chang in Moonlit River Park, because that was a very unconventional pick in my eyes, because of how other hunters are technically, like Bloody Queen, are more consistent. But he was so proactive with that Wu Chang that it
Mm.
was, and it was that clutch moment where he stuffed the psychologist rescue, and he was able to soul siphon it, and for her to eat those two hits, and that led him to that 3 kill. So yeah, we just have to wait for either Prame or Edu to come into the mix. They all have their one common thing they do have is the sculptor. So that's one ban right off the bat. And we are
Oh,
going to Red Church. So
I spoke too
CH
soon.
yeah, CH4 not wanting to go for a pretty balanced map.
Mm.
I think they're gonna rely on the bans to take away the Dream Witch or the sculptor or breaking wheel of boosted wheel. Prame. So yeah, it seems like, yeah, this is where we settle things in the Red Church. So pretty balanced map, I have to say. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to come up with interesting compositions to come out. So now let's talk about picks and bans. What do you think are going to be coming out? Who are the suspects for picks and bans in your eyes, Kahel?
Well, for them to pick Red Church probably means that they're going to assign that band to the Dream Witch and the Sculptor as well. So they might be preparing for that violinist. Now,
Mm-hmm.
we've seen violinist in competitive Identity 5. I've seen him in IVC. So it could happen. It could happen.
Mm-hmm.
So if ever, that would be really good, because especially because this is round 3 and you have more chances to ban the survivors that you really don't want to be dealing
Mm-hmm.
with.
Agreed.
So that puts the hunter at a huge advantage, regardless of what the hunter is going to be. But if
Yeah.
ever, really looking forward to that violinist, especially because I haven't seen him in a while. Kind of miss him.
Yeah, violinist made his presence felt in IVC last year IVC 2 years ago, like 2020, I believe, when he first came out. But afterwards, we only saw him like at very situational picks. Could be in Red Church because he can shine here as well.
Mhm.
That's if Edu comes out though. But if it's Prame, I really want to know how deep his hunter pool is since he's just known in our notes as a sculptor and breaking wheel. So that's for the hunter side. How about the survivor side? There's a lot of survivors that can shine here in Red Church as well. Who do you think will be the ones that will be banned coming into Red Church?
Well, if they're preparing for that violinist, uh, pretty sure mechanic is out. Seer, priestess, either
Yeah.
forward or mercenary are going to be out. So we're left with the usual suspects
Hmm.
that are stuck at round three. So we have the psychologist. Might see that female dancer again. She could
Mm.
really
Yeah.
excel in Red Church, especially with all those palettes and how
Hmm.
she will be able to efficiently loop, especially at broken walls area. Not at the actual broken walls, but at the mid where there are a
Yes.
lot of pallets. That could be a really good kiting spot for the dancer. And
Hmm.
another that we can expect to see is the entomologist because those areas, palleted areas where she can pass through, that
Mm.
is how she can also tank some hits using the bees and provide support as well. So that's going to
Hmm.
show us how coordinated they can be in terms
Oh
of
yeah.
using those skills. Really
Yeah.
excited if I'm going to see that music box plus bees
Hmm.
combo again. I like
Yeah, it's a toss up between if this is going to be a survivor showcase or a hunter showcase because that scenario that you played out, we did see a glimpse of it yesterday in Red Church with
that.
entomologist dancer combo with how crazy that was that you have to worry about the music box as well as the bees to push you away. Not to mention you got to respect ban that priestess. There's so much clutch
Mhm.
priestess plays. There was that match yesterday where that priestess was baited into using that long portal that the sculptor went away and then came back to just snipe the
Yes.
priestess out of it. So you have to be very careful when chasing or when you're kiting a hunter that's very skilled in this high level of competition. So yeah, I agree. Another survivor that they have a toss up between is always mercenary and forward, but it seems
Mhm.
like these hunters don't really want to deal with mostly mercenary. I would say forward has been coming into the lineup more than often. So I think Mercenary and Mechanic have been banned from this lineup. And when it comes to the Hunters, I think if it's still going to be Prame, we have yet to see word of if he will be the one hunting or if it's Edu, since maybe their lineup is Prame first, then Edu comes in for the specialist hunters. That if it is Prame, I'm excited to see who else he has on the table because they banned his breaking wheel for a reason. That means they've faced his breaking wheel and they've respected his breaking wheel for a sculptor to come out. And when the sculptor came out, it got 4K. So right off the bat, sculptor breaking wheel will be out. And now you did mention Dream Witch. So Dream Witch of Edu is definitely gonna be very scary in a map like this. And I think that it's gonna remind everyone why you should ban Dream Witch if they allow the Dream Witch to come out and play.
Definitely. So, in anticipation of that Dream Witch, they also could bring out that psychologist because
Ooh,
she
right, right,
is
right.
a good counter to a Dream Witch. Or who
Mm-hmm.
knows? Eli also did mention this in day one. Might see a doctor. Although there are better picks out there. It's just that Doctor can be such a menace when it went up against a Dream Witch.
Mm-hmm.
So it's anybody's game at this point. And I'm really excited to see what this lineup is going to be. So people in the chat, do send in what your predictions are. We really this is one of my favorite parts of casting. Guessing what the lineup and what the picks and bans are going to be, only to be surprised at the end. Just like what happened with Ling choosing rather the soul weaver, the sculptor
Sculptor.
over a soul weaver.
Yeah. It just shows that they have levels to their game and they can represent they can use any character, especially well, they have a deep character pool, not just any character, but the ones that are more efficient. So yeah, do let us know what your predictions are, especially when it comes to these hunters, because again, like it's just a treat to be in this position to be watching high level NAAU teams juke it out. So here we have it. The lineup is about to happen. CH4 will be doing the surviving, while Prame will be trying to break out of his comfort zone here if the sculptor and breaking wheel get banned, which I have a feeling it will. They banned the breaking wheel at hospital. Now they banned this. Now they should ban that sculptor, since the sculptor did get that 4K, and it seems like he's considering all the international lineup being banned. Wants the mechanic. I think he wants that mechanic to come out again, since he was so lucky finding the mechanic. He's rolling the dice with that again, banning the forward, seer, and mercenary.
Who knows? He might get lucky again with that spawn, or has that hunter sense, that on-point hunter sense, to sniff out the location not just of the bot but of the mechanic as well. And as we predicted, Sculptor and Breaking Wheel won't be joining us at the Red Church today, so I'm really excited what Prome's hunter is going to be. But before that, really excited to see what the first and second are. Again, this priestess, you really do want to lock her in at the earliest opportunity, and that psychologist that we were talking about looks like
yeah, priestess and psychologist. Yeah, like you said, psychologist being one of the survivors you have to worry about. So they seem like, oh, and prospector too. I think they're raring up for something. Prame can we forgot to mention Bloody Queen, also pretty solid hunter that you could go for. And now we see Grandma's Acrobat being prioritized here, and Batter. So CH4 really, it just kind of mimic a performance, or trying to mimic that Batter they saw in the previous round. So let's see who Prame will be locking in with. I would say all of these survivors can definitely hold their own in terms of kiting and support. Oh, with the Wu Chang coming out. Is this not Edu? Wow, Prame also has a Wu Chang.
I'm surprised to see Wu Chang in Red Church. I can just imagine how Eli is reacting to this now. It's relatively easy to kite a Wu Chang early in the match because of the lack of presence at the beginning. You can make time, you can contain this hunter, especially in really strong areas like the graveyard, and again, that mid area between the broken walls. It's really easy. So I'm pretty sure these survivors first course of action is to at least get the top targets to those strong areas. Now I'm undecided as to who the top target is, because these are really strong survivors.
I would say if you can chase one of them solo, maybe Priestess in a really like open part of the map, but I have a feeling that this Priestess might run into areas where the Batter is, or run into some slow balls that this Acrobat will be putting out, especially in areas like the entrance of the church, or like in Graveyard, where they're just rows that you have to either walk around it, or you have to walk through those slow balls, or those fireballs, or those bombs that he does drop. So yeah, your guess is as good as mine, Kahel, because any of these characters have the potential to make this Wu Chang waste time and just try and pray to find the best survivor. But yeah, Prame taking a page out of Edu's book, using this Wu Chang. Let's hope that he finds an early target and gets that presence built early on. And for the survivor side, hope that they can kite as one and just support each other. So we're about to head to Red Church, and it seems like the priest is already setting up some portals, while we do see that the Acrobat is trying to make his presence felt. I think over at the red carpet, trying to spot out the first survivor. No earmarks just yet are being popped out, and Prame now going to back broken. Let's see, 2 survivors are already here. Let's see. Earmark already popped out with the 2 survivors. I actually thought you were the one laughing, Kel, but it was Wu Chang. I don't know what they're going to laugh about. I was like, wow.
He does have that evil laugh. I haven't seen Wu Chang in a while, so I just
I was like,
that.
What was
that? Yeah, he does have that evil laugh. Well, Basement is here, so Grandma needs to be careful.
Watch out.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow!
In black form, yeah, it's the hitbox is quite slow, but yeah, he hits pretty hard. But Grandma able to utilize that ball. Now we see the blink being happening now. A nice hit. Okay, and he had to spend his skill. I think traits are super important for Wu Chang, and now he has his ability to soul siphon and his bell.
Definitely. Here I was expecting him to bring Peeper because that's what I usually see. But for him to bring Blink, actually, I'm really pleased with how Prome is planning this out.
Mhm.
Now he is in black form, so Grandma needs to be really careful with his movements, especially
right.
because there are no pallets. He needs
Yeah.
to be coming back to the area with those pallets. So here's
Yes.
one at the back.
Yeah, and
Aha.
dropped it right away. Cannot tight cut. So apologies. Yes, now in black form, the hits are faster and much shorter. But let's see, throws another ball there just for him to be able to mind game him if he's gonna hug these pallets or not. Prame, this is where the struggle begins. He has that bell ready, but as he's just spending time with this acrobat, he trips him up, already utilizing the bell, but still continues the chase, getting ready for another jump here. Wow, catches in mid-air. Anti-air game on point for Prame, but the batter, hell, is in the area.
Will he? I don't think he's going to harass just yet
Yes.
because they have really good progress with these ciphers already. 2 are done, so the batter can. Well, I'm not saying that he should take his time. He really does have
Maybe
to
half
stay
blood,
on
yeah.
his toes, yes, but do rescue before half. Oh, look at that, trying to predict where the batter is coming out, and look at how he is able to. Oh, wow! Amazing rescue from NATO right
Yeah.
here.
Oh, now focusing attention on the batter. Trying to go for a charged up hit, but NATO turning the corner. Oh, he's gonna try to bat, but no, the last effort's gonna be pop. But the line of sight has been lost for Grandma, but the umbrella, he's gonna try to find where he's gonna be at. Just teleports right away here at the red carpet. Soul siphons and knows that Grandma is in the graveyard area where the long portal is set up. It might be a double down situation, but it's still all good. Grandma staying away from that long portal. This is gonna be quite the chase. He does have a red ball that is ready, and oh, he's gonna try to go back to the red carpet. Drops another pallet just to force him to break it while the batter is already healed up.
Well, this is looking good for the survivors, especially because, like I said,
Ooh.
this. Oh wow! Amazing stuff right there. It looks like the psychologist was able to pull off a heal on
up,
the back.
yes.
Yes. Because here he is again, ready to provide support.
Oh, he hits him through the
wow!
pallet, but no. Yeah, just kind of harassing the hunter. He still has a cricket bat to use, but yeah, breaks it immediately. So Prame has to constantly look over his shoulder here. Bats once again, but still he misses that one, and now just waits up for the charge up time. Prame now second chairs the acrobat for the second time. Soul siphons is going to be quite tough. He's going to have to, be able to stuff this rescue. Oh, eats the hit, but still can get rescued. And is the portal still there? Oh my God, it's still there.
It's still
Okay,
there,
cleans
but
it
he
up.
broke it.
Mhm.
They won't be able to go through that portal, so all he has to do now is take.
Whoa!
Whoa! Nice body block from the banner right there. Had that hit, that would have been an entirely different story. However, that last cipher has already been primed, so
Yes.
it's just a matter of time now. But it looks like Wu Chang will be camping the batter
Yeah.
and will instead be going for Grandma.
Uh-oh, pop. Okay, now that was an excellent pop, and now goes for the save. Everyone is healed up, but that doesn't matter because the tension is here. Grandma now over at the top broken area. He has a ball to utilize, and while everyone's running towards the back gate, he's waiting for it, mind gaming, and he's able to hit the bell, unable to get that, but now you see that Grandma, ooh, misses that. Prame not getting the first hit, but still undeterred, was able to hit Grandma. He is dead on chair, while the priestess and everyone just scurries on to the back gate. Not sure if it's open quite yet. He can go for the... Yeah, now he can throw the umbrella. He just utilized his blink, and it seems like it is a 3-person escape for CH4. Wow.
Amazing stuff from the survivors of CH4. I can really imagine the look on Eli's face right now, wondering why that Wu Chang was actually brought out in round 3 in church against this kind of lineup.
I think it comes down to just the bans. The bans. We banned they banned the sculptor, they banned the breaking wheel, which is the calling card of Prame. Now he was kind of forced to dig in deep with his hunter pool, and that's usually the case. When it comes for with Ling though, I think he has a deeper hunter pool, but let's see how that one plays out. I think that they played the picks and bans pretty well, forcing him to pick the Wu Chang, and they played that really well to a T. And Grandma, potential MVP with that amazing kite, especially with the batter tandem just constantly pressuring the hunter, even though the hunter was trying to put the acrobat to the rocket chair, was always harassed in both rocket chair attempts. So kudos to CH4 bringing their A game with the survivors.
Definitely, but I think it was still a good chase at the start of the game because the use of that blink, that did hit, so that's still pretty good for me. But
Hmm.
really, Wu Chang in Red Church is, there could have been some better picks out there. So him being Wu Chang just allowed the survivors of CH4 to heavily counter that, and counter it they did. So we've seen an amazing support from the batter. We've seen an amazing kite from the acrobat. I'm really excited now for the next match. It looks like Ling is going to be on fire with this. He's going to want to follow that glory
Hmm.
with whoever it is he aims to bring out. But let's
Hmm.
talk about the match data. Look at the containment. This amazing containment from Grandma, 172 seconds. That's almost 180. That's like
Hmm.
orange already in post match data.
Right. Yeah. It's just an amazing kite. I know he got the early hit, but he was able to deal with the skill pretty well. Like the bell was, he was able to hit the bell, but it was still unaffected by it, and he kind of kept him at bay for a while, so everyone could hit the at least three decoding before the batter was able to rotate. I think the batter left his cipher at 88, and Sesame and yeah were able to push that cipher. They weren't able to see much of them, but you felt their presence in terms of the portals and the heals, the
Mm.
Wi-Fi heals that the psychologist brings to the table, as well as pushing for the objectives, leading to just Grandma and NATO being the ones to contain this hunter. And Prame, as you said, yeah, Wu Chang. This we saw the effectiveness of Wu Chang, but this was the flip side of that coin with how hard it is at early game, especially with a skilled team, well coordinated team that will constantly harass this Wu Chang when he has a survivor down. You see how he was kind of scrambling to find another survivor, which he focused on the batter for a while because he
Mm.
lost line of sight of the of Grandma. So Grandma being the last kite at the end just bought enough time for the survivors to exit that gate, and also expelling that blink was very game changing because
Ah, yes.
yeah, he didn't have any more skills to go. I don't know what the build was, if he had trump card, or usually it's a top down build for Wu Chang. He wasn't able, he didn't even go through windows, so we weren't able to see if he had confined space. But yeah, Prame was it was a tough struggle, but at least it's a 3-1, and the points are still pretty okay on the side of PTA. They can still make this happen if they're able to garner some points. If they get a 3-person out on the survivor side, they are going to tie the game, or it's either tie or win. So anything is still possible in the next match.
Definitely. If they do secure that three-man escape, we could go for a round four. Now, I'm pretty sure both teams are trying to heavily prepare for this because this will make or break their position in the tournament. And it's basically going to determine who is going to go up against B4U in the grand finals later.
Hmm.
So, uh, chat, do stay tuned for that. Don't forget to show your love and support for the teams. Really looking for the last match, or if it is indeed going to be the last match. So really excited.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm super excited to see who will be facing B4U, especially with how well coordinated the teams are. And Ling, now this is unfamiliar territory for us watching the qualifiers, because this we have not seen how the team would perform in round number 3, and now we're gonna see that happen, especially with Ling. And we know that Ling has a sculptor, an axe boy, and a soul weaver. And soul weaver in this map, we've seen him in competitive play. It's pretty good, especially in the graveyard area. You can set up those webs inside the
Mm,
entrance of church in a reception. So he has his choice, since It really depends on how the survivors of PTA were going to play this out and what they're going to ban and what poison they're going to pick or who they're going to be able to who are they comfortable with because they seem very prepared for the sculptor of
Mm.
Ling. They were able to get a really good game out of that. Not sure if they want to include that in the options of Ling, so we're just going to have to find out.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure they're going to try to force Ling to bring out that sculptor once again because they were able to successfully deal with that sculptor. So Soul Weaver, super strong in Red Church. Axe Boy, not even asking that.
Yeah.
So pretty sure it's going to be sculptor unless Ling has something else up his sleeve. I'd really be looking forward to seeing that. Um,
Hmm.
in terms of the survivor lineup, I think they're going to be using a lineup that will counter once more the sculptor.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that if they had to choose their poison, they perform well. We put in high regard the Soul Weaver, even though Soul Weaver isn't so much in the meta now. But yeah, they're getting a tie over that sculptor is good. But if you think about it, that's the least that he can ask for. So getting a tie is actually a victory for CH4 since the survivor side did so well. If they tie this game, it's a done deal. They go on to grand finals. So they have to be very careful, especially considering that the map is Red Church. I would say that's one of the sculptors' playgrounds.
Definitely. Actually, the whole world is the sculptor's playground. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter which map you put her on.
Mhm.
She's she has that map pressure. She is able to. She has really powerful chase. She can camp. So doesn't matter. All Ling has to do is be really good with that sculptor.
Yeah. And knowing Ling, yeah, would want to pick hunters that have I would say a skill shot or something, ammo or like something that involves shooting, flame, a web. Statues, he has been on point with those statues. I think that PTA survivors were just really good at just kind of seizing the momentum away, even though there were some clutch moments that they had with rescuing and also with some terror shocks. He has to worry about polars, especially in the
Mm.
side of PTA. Speaking of the survivors on the side of PTA, yeah, leave it up to polars. You want to ban the mercenary away from him. You saw how well his gravekeeper was. Even though his gravekeeper had no shovels, he was still able to contain. So his rock hiding ability is really up there.
Mm.
Um, we saw how well I forgot was it Cloud. Cloudy was the priestess, right? So you definitely want to ban the priestess here. We saw how we didn't see the priestess so much in the previous match, but just the mind game of that long portal being there must have really chipped away at the mental fortitude or the mental capacity of Prome's Wu Chang. So you really have to be able to, I would say, ban the priestess, especially with a well coordinated team like PTA.
Definitely, because that priestess with those portals will be able to help the team transition from both sides of the church. Now, if we do have that priestess ban, really looking forward to seeing if it's going to be the female dancer that Cloudy will be using for this match. Better look forward to that. And then we might see that entomologist again, might see psychologist. uh Pretty sure those bands are going to be the forward, the mercenary, and the priestess. So
Hmm.
this might be a good time to lock in that seer. It's either the seer or the priestess, but I'm pretty sure forward and mercenary are going to get banned.
So forward mercenary priestess, yeah, I agree. Yeah, lock in the seer. I think it's still pretty good to have the seer just in case, even though that might be the first chase. Put the seer on really good. Make Salili was a good seer in the previous matches. Yeah, put him on a solo kiter if ever. Um,
Hmm.
I would even say they might bring out an acrobat. Acrobat seems to be very popular here in NAEU,
Yes.
and we saw how well the acrobat was used in the previous match. Just avoiding the vaults, just jumping away from pallets. We didn't even see actually much of the inside of church. She was just kiting
Mm,
outside. So you saw
yeah,
how the last primed cipher was inside the church, and it was an excellent game plan. We herald the church as the safe haven of the survivors, but if you have a good kiter on your team, especially being supported by a good stunner or like a batter or someone that can provide assistance like the priestess, yeah, you can do wonders outside the structures of church, especially in strong kiting areas. From the I wouldn't say like the top broken, the middle broken area is pretty good. Where the pallets are, that's where the containment really lasted for our acrobat grandma, and then grandma able to transition to the graveyard area and also the reception area where he bought most of the time for everyone to rotate outside. So you definitely want to catch your survivors mid transition, and sculptor can do that. Sculptor with statues, especially like Parame's very accurate placement of those statues, could stuff those transitions from area to area, especially when all the resources from the real estate in, let's say, the middle broken or the back broken area get expended.
definitely. Also, being able to provide support to allow whoever it is that the hunter is chasing to transition to those strong areas really does count. Now, recalling what happened in the previous match, because as you said, that batter was able to absorb that hit, that was already more than enough time
Yes.
to allow the acrobat to transition towards that graveyard. Now, based on my experience, pretty I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure if it's the same for other people, but up against a Wu Chang, I
Mm-hmm.
kind of don't want to be staying inside that church because of that
Mm.
hitbox. And actually, that was exactly where he was able to land that hit. So I think
With a
that's the
blanket,
reason
yeah.
why. Yeah, that's the reason why the survivors didn't want to stay too long inside of the church. But
Mm-hmm.
this is for Wu Chang. um
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna depend on who the hunter is. Now, if it's that sculptor that Ling might probably bring out, I would say that again, it's not a good decision to stay inside of the church. Rather, use it for transitioning. And this is why you need to be able to seal in that priestess, because those portals, when she puts it on the bench on the right side, you will be able to get out and transition towards the back gate ruins. So that'll be such a huge help if ever. Also, there's that spot behind the church near the shack area that could
Mm-hmm.
also be a good transition point. It's a long area, which means that the stun on the hunter is going to be relatively long.
Mm-hmm.
So if forward and mercenary do get banned right off the bat, I would suggest, or putting myself in the mind of the survivors, I think it would be a good decision to really get that priestess.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that you have to put so much importance on priestess because of the real estate that church provides. You mentioned a lot of good examples, and a lot more that I could consider, like the priestess you making the church a good transitional spot from the
Mm,
top part to
definitely.
the graveyard. And unfortunately, though, for the survivors, there are going to be three bans at the start, right? So
Oh.
priestess can be banned, but we have to consider, like you mentioned, entomologist is still pretty good, a good substitute
Mhm.
in those long areas. I think it was in IVC where we saw a batter just run 3 rounds around the shack area. Just once the hunter turns the corner, the batter was ready to swing and able to stun. I think that's something that they have to consider coming into this, because depending on what Ling and looking at what Ling bans, yeah, he always bans that priest, not the priestess, but the forward and the mercenary. Priestess is up for grabs, and I think if Ling is listening, we're making a good case for him to ban that priestess. So if they ban priestess, please don't blame us. When it comes to the substitute for that priestess, though, yeah, entomologist can be really good. I would say psychologist. We saw how you can help the rescuer go for a rebound save
Mhm.
if everyone's spread apart. Uh, Patient, we keep championing patient. I really want to see a patient happen because they're especially who was that patient, in the previous days where he was really able to just negate any of the hits. That was amazing. If you guys could check out the previous days, but yeah, patient would be good in this map as well. But you can't discount the fact that the lineup that the I think CH4 was able to choose was a pretty solid lineup, especially since they looked like they were prepared for that Wu Chang.
Definitely. Pretty sure they weren't expecting a Wu Chang as well, but they definitely were able to make good of the situation, especially because Wu Chang is, well, not the best hunter to take out in Red Church. So actually, I was kind of curious as to how Prome wanted to make up for that.
I
But
have a
I
feeling
guess
that
yeah.
I just think that maybe he brought out Wu Chang because again, his main hunters were not available, and I think maybe him and Edu kind of like share tips on hunters. And yeah, I think he took inspiration from Wu Chang. Again, if it I understand what you're saying that Wu Chang isn't the best, but we yesterday he performed pretty well. I know we were talking about Red Church, but I just think that given the situation, Prame did what he had to do with the lineup he had, and I think he had to choose whatever he was comfortable with, and it didn't work out in his favor. But I think there was some logic behind it, but unfortunately, wasn't able. It didn't pan out for him in that scenario. Even though he was able to have a good early chase, like you mentioned, the blink was utilized. I just think that the survivors, even though yeah, CH4 survivors have been facing a variety of hunters. Yeah, it was Joseph and now Wu Chang. Even though they didn't expect it, I guess they roll with the punches pretty well.
Definitely. And now it is Ling's turn to provide that pressure on the survivors of PTA. Now they have a lot to prepare for. I think I'd understand if they don't ban Sculptor because they might already have that confidence. Because rather than allow him to bring out Soul Weaver and Axe Boy, I think they'd
Mm,
rather deal with the Sculptor knowing that
mm,
they've dealt with it in the previous match. So
mm,
in when it comes to predictions, I'm really expecting that Sculptor to come out again because
mm.
Axe Boy, no, let's not.
Ye- Yeah, I would show the flip side of the coin because you're allowing a sculptor to come back. I know it's
Yeah.
Ling sculptor and Soul Weaver, as good as he is, and it's with Ling in church also. I think sculptor shines more in church than Soul Weaver does, just
Mm,
because of the areas and how well Ling is. So I could see them banning the sculptor. I mean, them banning the soul weaver, but you're allowing a sculptor to come in round three, mind you, Kahel, and also you're having four survivors banned. So this is a four survivor ban facing a sculptor that's technically really powerful in round number one, facing a team without, let's say, a forward, without a mercenary, without all these guys. So it's scary to consider. So I think they might respect ban the sculptor and allow either the axe boy or soul weaver to come in. That's just me though. I'm just presenting another side of the story here.
Oh, look at this. We have some insider information from Eli. Indeed, his only hunter left was Wu Chang, and I'm speaking of
Mm-hmm.
Prome. So, uh, that's probably why we did see. And you did explain this before. But so much for that. I do agree that Sculptor does shine more in Red Church compared to Soul Weaver because it's easy also to break line of sight, especially in mid broken.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that to consider. So
Mm-hmm.
the survivors might be listening in on us and might have an idea, but I guess it's still up to them. It's up to
Yeah.
them in terms of what they are capable and are prepared to deal with. So now
Mm-hmm.
you said picking poisons. Before we were just talking. Do you either want to deal with the flames or the webs? Now you have three to choose from. It's either the webs, the flames, or the statues.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna depend on how prepared they are, how they've thought this through in their head. And I just want to say that I'm really I can't wait to see that. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
So guys in the chat, also send in your predictions. Again, I like to say that this is my favorite part of the cast. So we really want to see what you're thinking. So
Mm-hmm.
do send in those comments.
Yeah. We definitely have to they have a tall task ahead of them in terms of what they're going to be choosing in terms of hunters. And I just think this is one of the powers that CH4 has. They have a deeper Ling having a deeper hunter pool, as Eli just chimed in and said that Wu Chang was the only viable choice that Prame did have. So Ling, though, on the other hand, we have yet to see his breaking wheel come in. His sculptor did come into fruition in the previous round, and I think that's one of the signs of a well-rounded team. If you can come into the deep parts of these matches and still be able to perform really well, and having and I think that's also the pro and I would say the caveat of bringing in a non-meta at the start, because if you're able to play so well a non-meta hunter at the start, you gain that respect,
Mm,
allowing you to be able to save the meta hunters for the later games, which Ling technically is doing, because right now we're discussing if they're gonna allow, because Axe Boy, yeah, that's instant ban because of how well he performed. But now we're considering Soul Weaver and Sculptor. If we look at it on paper, like the X's and O's of it, Sculptor is still pretty high up there compared to Soul Weaver, in terms of tournament presence. But yeah, you really have to pick your poison, and that's something that they have to consider. Are they more comfy with facing a meta hunter with non-meta picks, since Ling will be banning so much of the meta? You could say that there's no more forward, no mercenary. Take your pick with either mechanic or priestess in this map, either of those, and then one more survivor. So it seems like Ling, not only is that the advantage that Ling brings to the table, but he's all CH4 also has a point advantage. So the heat is definitely on PTA side. But yeah, they have shined before, especially if I take it back to yesterday. Yeah, we took it back to yesterday, and Polars was able to pull things off. So that's going to happen in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we will be taking a short break. But when we come back, the final round number 3 of the second half will ensue. So on behalf of me and Kahel, we'll be taking a short break. Please don't go anywhere. More of the qualifiers when we return.
10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the window. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. I cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back.
superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally
Warning.
been released.
Hearsay detected.
Anarchy detected within the city limits.
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis, but now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Call of the Abyss qualifiers for NAEU. We are already at the final, well, potentially the final match between the two teams that want to combat to go to the finals. That is CH4 as well as PTA. Potch Spice and Kel giving you the commentary action. We talked about it. A lot of pressure on PTA side since their survivors, CH4 survivors did so well against the Wu Chang of Prame, and we were just discussing that they have a lot of options to choose from. Well, not I would say they have a very important choice to make. Which hunter should they go for in terms of banning? Because Ling does have, I would say, like three hunters to choose from, and unfortunately, you only get two bans. So, Kahel, any thoughts about what we're about to witness before we actually have a question? But let me hear your thoughts first on the match before we see the question. Actually, we'll see the question first. Do you have any favorite players from the Chinese mainland? Okay, I'll take this one first. I got to give a shout out to my boy YMM Yang Gang. YMM. He just casted the Korean qualifiers. He's such a, if you guys follow him on Weibo, he's such a character. I wish I could speak a little Mandarin just so I could give him a heads up. So he's one of my favorite hunters since COA 3. I was a big fan of his photographer since he's the only one that brought out photographer. But if I had to choose Survivor, probably Lion or who's a good one? WW from Dou was really good too. How about you?
I was also gonna say somebody from Dou, but actually my favorite is Dong Xuan.
Mm-hmm.
Cause he's like I said, I've always been a Breaking Wheel fan, and to see him play that hunter always is so very entertaining for me. So
Mm-hmm.
actually, I'm all my eyes are on Dosman right now. Shout outs to you. I
Mm-hmm.
also wish that I could speak Mandarin, but I can't. But
Mm-hmm.
really wish his team the best of luck this year.
Yeah, they faced off against Wolves twice. I believe in the fall and it's the summer IVL. But yeah, I think Wolves are just another beast right now, especially with how well they're playing it. And your guess is as good as mine when it comes to the mainland teams when it comes to Call of the Abyss, because last year it was FPX ZQ that had everyone's attention. Wolves, you know what a comeback story, because they won two straight IVLs, but last year they were so close to qualifying, but they fell a little short. So really excited to see how that's going to play out. So the days are numbered, ladies and gentlemen. We're all leading up to Call of the Abyss 5. And yeah, the names we mentioned, hopefully they'll make an impact there. Yeah, Dong Xuan, big shout outs to him. All the teams as well, from the Chinese mainland region, because we all look up to them. And yeah, I think one of the content creators, Ivy Lychee, yeah, she was able to put up a video of how Dong Xuan is so efficient with how he uses the hunter's hitboxes. And I like how they were able to break down like how he's so he negates any body blocking from happening. It's a trick he does when you're able to just play with the hitbox, because the geisha's hitbox, the I think also Joseph's hitbox, and also the disciples hitbox is like a fan. So he makes sure the first survivor that's close to him, he swivels the camera away and then swings back to that survivor he was aiming for. So very efficient hunter.
I'm seeing here in my messages that one of the other crowd favorites is Long from Wolves.
Mm. Long, yeah, long, and is it 487 457? Yeah, the really good kiter, and yeah, Wolves is definitely some a team. I remember in the Stellar Identity 5 Stellaris, like a lot of the teams wanted to actually meet with the Wolves survivors, because they're so. I think they're one of the gold standards when it comes to the synchronicity of how the team can go, and they pull off crazy strategies, like with Prisoner, with Prospector, with just so much. They definitely push the envelope when it comes to survivors and what they're capable of.
But I'm actually curious as to why the chat chose to ask us who our favorite players are from China. Because there are a lot of regions out there, guys. And a lot of names to take note of, especially, for example, we have from Southeast Asia, we have yet to see once more coming to Call the Abyss. We have GH,
Hmm.
and we are also part of the there are a lot of household names also in the qualifiers to come for Southeast Asia. So better watch out for that. And then we also have MS from Korea. So they have been playing so well in the qualifiers, and I've been watching them since the start of this weekend. So looking forward to that. I'm pretty sure one
Hmm.
of the other crowd favorites is Miss Seyun on that mercenary.
Yeah, actually, even like in the last year's Call of the Abyss, there were two hailed queens from Korea that did make a huge impression as well. Say, and I forgot their names, but yeah, they Ivy the Korean qualifiers is happening. So if you guys can, yeah, just also give your love and support to them. And I think I'm not sure about the Japan qualifiers if that's happening as well. There's a lot of top tier talent that's also there, and yeah, some a region, an emerging region, I would say, that I think Japan is close to having their IVL because of how top tier their talents are. I know they had like an IVC like Southeast Asia, but I think this year the Japan region can try and contest to make it further in Call of the Abyss, because usually after the first and second day it's mainland China teams that remain, but it just shows that emerging regions come from here and there. So it's really important for you guys to support those regions as well, just so that we spread the good word of Identity 5, and especially competitive Identity 5, to give love to the players and give them their support, because it's really competitive once you reach the stage of qualifiers, let alone Call of the Abyss.
Definitely. And I wish we could say who our favorites from NAEU are, but unfortunately, we're casting these matches now, so we really have to be professional with that. I do have some names in mind, but I'm pretty sure a lot of
Hmm. I have a
these.
favorite. His name's Eli. What up? Shout out to
All
Eli.
right. Yes, we do have Eli, our boy. Oh
Mm.
my God.
and
Imagine
and
if he was part of the competing team. That would be
And
so
also shout outs
amazing.
to Gaming Grizzly, guys. You will
Yeah.
also see them during the grand finals. They will be calling the action, so do show them your love and support. Maybe even ask them the same questions. I want to get to know. I want to know also who Grizzly and Eli, their favorite characters, what they think about practice time, and also what they think of the competitive China scene, and if they have any players to look out for.
Hmm. Definitely. And so much. Also, the MVPs that we've had in the tournament so far. Definitely, these are players that you ought to watch out for. We have Polars again with that amazing rescue and support he is able to provide, and of course Ling, our hunter, our the hunter that we will be having in this last match. Looking forward to that.
Hmm.
I wonder who's going to take home the MVP title. So do keep your eyes peeled for that. We really appreciate your insights on that, especially because we do need help awarding that MVP. So keep sending in your comments in the chat,
Hmm.
and we'll really take note of that.
Yeah, it's still we're still waiting on the match to happen. I think they were explaining to us backstage or like offline that there might be some substitutions that could happen. We're just gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna come into fruition. Because a lot of pressure is on PTA side, so they definitely want to have their best foot forward in their survivor lineup. I think Ling, he's good to go. Honestly, looking at Ling, I think he has one of the fastest hunter ban. Like he's a hunter that knows what he wants. He knows what to ban. He knows what to pick, and he's very confident in the hunter pool that he has. And considering that, if ever they will be going to the finals, whoever they will have to go up against B4U's hunter, which is Sprinter, and Sprinter has yet to have a game where he has not gotten less than a 4K.
Yes, we did see that. Eli and I did see that in day one. So I'm really excited to see how they will fare against Spencer, the survivor team from whoever advances to the to the grand finals. It's actually already the grand finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough because this is such an intense match, and they have to leave some reserves left in the tank because since it's still a best of three, but you're going up against B4U, so could crown a new champion, could crown a new team to represent. It's quite exciting to be a NAEU fan. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for the match, and I think both teams have something new to bring to the table when it comes to these type of competitive situations, and they definitely push the pace and evolve the game of competitive Identity 5 in the region.
Right. So while we're waiting for that to begin, I think it's time to direct our attention to the chat.
Hmm.
Hold on. Let me just pull this up.
Go for it.
Let's see what
Yeah.
you guys are saying.
Yeah, when it comes to the chat, I know that each and every one of you is very supportive of every team, all of your favorite teams. So please keep supporting them. It means a lot, especially even though like this is an online tournament and everyone is kind of in their own place right now. It's really important for the personality of the chat to come out. So now we have the question: do you have the same question? Favorite
Oh, here
players
we are.
from it's the same question from the Chinese mainland region. Do you have any more? Because another player I want to bring up is AK from FPXZQ. FPXZQ
Mhm.
has they were okay. So the history of the China regions, right? Everyone was for GR, and GR still has a great place in my art, especially PPX. A very soft spoken hunter, but man, three straight COAs is no joke. So yeah, AK. So here's another one. How do you feel while you are playing Identity 5? Stress, stay focused. I don't know. There's a lot of forced chat that I'm thinking about right now. It depends if I'm ranking. If not, if I'm playing with friends, it's just if I'm learning, it's fun. But yeah, Identity 5 is quite a unique game. It definitely promotes teamwork. I feel like I'm hanging out with my friends and learning a lot when I'm playing Identity 5. If I'm ranking, I feel kind of stressed. So I feel really good. I honestly say to Stickahell, Nell, and Eli and Grizzly that we're just professional fans here, and we're really lucky to be in a position like this for us to call out the games and also give these players a story and also highlight their hard work here in a big stage like this.
Well, all I can say when playing Identity 5 is that it's fun when you're playing with friends and you are experiencing that lose streak. It's really fun, but it gets a bit more stressful when you are playing rank alone. That's all I
Yes.
can say.
Yeah, it's that's why it's a team game, especially if you're a hunter too. And like, yeah, oh, I can imagine how stressful rank could be for hunters, but yeah, much fortitude and much respect to the hunter mains out there. Let us know how you guys feel about playing also Identity 5. So, um, that thank you for the question as well for that. I wonder how everyone else feels, and I wonder how the teams are feeling when they play and compete because this is not a walk in the park, ladies and gentlemen. All the hard work will culminate in 10 to 15-minute match wherein you have to be at your best foot the entire time. One thing can pivot the momentum any which way.
And also, one thing to I just like to candidly say is that I feel great when I'm wearing really nice skins.
Ah, of course. And if you guys want really nice skins, do check out Season 20 Essence 1. I think we're gonna play a video after the before the grand finals. If you guys want to check out that skin, it's a winter theme because the Winter Olympics is the season is upon us for that. You got the forward, you got the gelato pollen skin, you also got the very elegant perfumer skin. So that's something to look forward to. I have to say they're really leveling up their skin game, and some people play it for the skins too, and I don't mind. Like I have friends too that just wanna they're in it for the skins because they are some beautiful skins. And as our friend would say, Kahel, if you die, you want to die beautifully.
Definitely die fabulous, die beautiful. That is one of my philosophies in playing ranked
In
matches.
game, like, well,
Yeah,
10-second kite, but at least I look good.
definitely.
Like you
I
can't
also
knock on that.
I also admit to spending my money just to get those skins, but not even sorry. I'm really happy whenever I get those rare skins, but
Hmm.
I'm super elated whenever I get that gold skin without having to actually
Oh yeah, just a pull, and you feel so good, right?
yeah, just a
Just a random
pull.
pull, like wow, you're able to get it. I think my favorite one I got was the bone flute skin of Evil Reptilian. That's what I got, but I don't even use Evil Reptilian. It looks so good though, but I'm like, oh, should I main Evil Reptilian? Lucino, I'm so sorry, but yeah, it feels so good. But I think we share the same curse where we're not as lucky as some of our other friends that they just
Yes.
they don't even need to like recharge their echoes and they just get boom. Just wow, okay. That's you have been blessed, my good sir or madame.
The only time I got really blessed with doing 10 pulls was when I got Man in Red from Mercenary.
Ooh, that's a
Yes,
good skin. That's a
such
good
a
skin.
cool skin, really like that. So
Hmm.
I think it's not just me, but a lot of players really do like to play while flexing those skins. And we've seen this in the tournament.
Okay. Yes, I would say NAEU, and I was talking to some of my friends about that. They have really good skins. Like DM yesterday, we saw a photographer from I'm gonna say Katsudon, but it's Tonkatsu. Tonkatsu, right? Yeah, sorry, I'm
Yes.
kind of hungry. We also saw somebody from I think it was LJS had the season 20 Essence one skin of the forward too. And
Ah.
yeah, and I think the frostbite I'm not sure what the Wu Chang skin was on Edu, but yeah, it was really good too. So yeah, NAEU, you guys got some really good skins going on.
Yeah, that was a limited Wu Chang skin,
Yeah, it
I believe.
was.
Yeah, yeah, one of those that come out once a year and you absolutely have to buy it. Otherwise, it's not going to come out until another year or so. And that's
Hmm.
if it gets voted to come in. So, uh,
Yeah.
guys, really do vote for those skins that you want to come back. And another
Yeah.
skin that I really, really like was the one that Ling was using on the sculptor. That was
Mm.
really
That was really good.
beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. I forgot that was the one with the Alice in Wonder. I know no the one with the Postman as well. That season. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, it's a beautiful a sculptor skin.
Mhm.
So yeah, honestly, when it comes to this game, aside from what the devs listening to the changes that you guys like feedback you guys give, yeah, also let them know what skins you want to come back because I know Grizzly has been championing Hermes shoes from forward to come back. That's not even an A tier skin, I think. Wait, no, it's not even S tier skin. I think it's A or B. But yeah, it's a good skin. These seasonal skins, man, they're so good, and you got to grab them. And I'm so glad that Edu was able to cop that skin when it was available because his Wuchang was insane. So if you're a Wu Chang main like that, you definitely have to cop in the best skins for Wu Chang.
Also, what speaking of skins that are actually A tier but look like S, I
Hmm.
really also like basically all of the new skins that are coming out look like S. It's
Yeah, they
really
do.
good. The
The
designs are really
details,
good,
yeah.
and the effects. I
Hmm.
really love the effects.
Hmm.
One of the skins that I really like for Call of the Abyss what it is the one of the first officer. I really liked it.
Pick
I
right
really
behind.
like it, but I actually don't have it. Oh my goodness.
That's how it's
I hope it's gonna come back.
come
I
back.
think it's gonna come back. And
Ahem, ahem, net
remember,
ease. If sorry, I need to drink some water for that. Ahem, net ease, maybe you can.
I really need to get that skin. But
Hmm.
Geisha, oh my gosh. The
Geisha has some
Call of
really
the
good
Abyss.
skins. Yeah,
Yeah, and the one for Call of the Abyss 5, it's really beautiful.
yeah.
And we've seen it in the video, but when she is in attack form, that her face is opening up to reveal a robotic internal skeleton. I really, really like that. So beautiful.
Yeah, they really push the pace of yeah, I would say all the Koa skins have been so good. I think you started saying that you started getting into skins and like competitive identity 5 in Koa 3. That's the Nether Walker one.
Yeah.
Really good. Like even though it was black, it was very sleek. I think it was yeah, cowboy mechanic, I think. Or yeah, those and also
Mm.
clown. And
And
then
the
Koa 3
embalmer.
and the embalmer, right? And then Koa 4 happened. It was the race, right? Barmaid, yeah, Bane, sorry, Gamekeeper. And now this one, they're really pushing the pace of what yeah, I would say this is like Great Gatsby like, uh very 1950s noir with the Hollywood Boulevard. So Call of the Abyss is always the celebration of our love for the game, and I would
Mhm.
say also whether you're a competitive player, whether you're a casual player, where you're in it for the skins. I think we all come together to watch Call of the Abyss to have just to celebrate our love and passion for the game. So it's winding down, guys. So I hope you guys mark your calendars for the next couple of qualifiers that will be coming up, and also for the dates for the Call of the Abyss proper.
Definitely. We still have the Southeast Asia qualifiers. And right now, the Korean qualifiers are also happening. So, come COA proper, all of these best teams from all of these regions, these are the top teams in the world.
Hmm.
So, really stay tuned for that. Really show your support for the game and for the community by keeping tabs on these dates, which will be announced eventually.
Hmm. So now I just asked Eli what's his favorite skin. So so at least we can ask if Nell's listening too. Just let us know. And I know Grizzly has a lot of favorite skins. Oh, there we go. So Eli answers it's Netherwalker Clown from Koa 3. Yeah, that was a good one. That is so sleek. That was pretty cool. Like I would have to say it's like a I would say it's a pretty badass skin, to be
It
honest, for
is
a clown.
really good.
And if you guys can pay attention, also, it's fun fact: if you look behind in Grizzly's setup, he has the Netherwalker book. So hopefully you can show that on stream if you guys ask for it hard enough. So there we go, Hermes skin. I know Grizzly. Yes, championing that to come back. I'm sure Grizzly's gonna cop that skin once it gets on the market again. I know that I watched this video where he was able, a fan, shout out to that fan that was able to allow him to use a Hermes skin for him to be. It's just for some content. So yeah, I know Grizzly. So if Nell's listening, also please let us know your favorites. I know he's a sucker for a lot of skin. I know he likes the Dream Witch skin, the one with Junji Ito. I forgot the not
The Tomy
Tomy
skin.
Tomy skin's really good.
Yeah,
Which I feel like only it kind of sucks because like only the Dream Witch user could see it because you can't see
yeah,
the main body of Tomy, right? Um, yeah, that's a good one.
still, still
Uh-huh.
very beautiful.
I know that
The
there was
effect on
another,
the face
yeah,
is so beautiful.
and when she's laughing, it's so maniacal. I know that there's another Junji Ito skin that was too graphic for some tournaments. It was the one that,
The painted one, the painted lady, the red lady,
and
painted
it's
lady.
it's also for Dream Witch, but yeah, just the main body looks so
Yes.
creepy that, yeah, is that what it's called? The painted lady?
Mhm.
It's quite scary, I have to say.
The
So,
follower, however, super cute, nice red dress there.
do you remember the time we were playing ranked and we were like, "Oh, there's a little girl." No, it's the Dream Witch follower.
Yes,
You
that
thought
did
the little
happen.
girl was coming, like, "Oh my god, no, it's the Dream Witch follower. Run, 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 run."
It does get a bit confusing, especially because the hair
Same
length is
height. Yeah.
same height too. It can
Mhm.
get a bit confusing. So guys, you better memorize the differences because there is a recent skin of the Dream Witch where
Mhm.
the follower actually has blonde hair, just like the little girl. So
How dare you trick me like that?
I fell victim to it. It totally
Mhm.
worked on me.
Yeah,
Might work on
imposter.
other players
Imposter. How dare that Dream Witch skin.
too.
Another skin that we've always seen, especially with Identity 5, you have to give it up for them for having crossovers. Like the Monokuma skin is really
Ah,
good.
yes.
I mean, a lot of our friends champion the Persona skins. I think in Call of the Abyss 3, there were a lot of people championing the Persona skins, and not just with the Acrobat, but also with the forward with the crowbar. I really should play Persona 5. Like I think I played only Persona 3 and 4, but that's another reason how people got into the game because of these skins. So a lot of deep passion runs deep when it comes to the skins, and yeah, that was our our pitch for you guys to get these skins, or like or tell people for on Grizzly's behalf, please let them get the the Hermes shoes.
Actually, I think because of these crossovers, this is what causes the influx of new
Oh
players.
yeah.
So I
Hmm.
really like that
That ge-
we have it
um
every now and then.
Not only does it cross over for people to play the game, but it also makes me watch the animes like The Promised Neverland. I didn't watch it until like there's a
It's
crossover
really
skin.
good.
I'm like, oh god, oh it's so dark. Oh no, I
It's
hope these.
really good.
Yeah, I only watched season one though, so I don't know if anyone's watched it moving forward. But yeah, they say yeah, I either read it or watch it. But the characters, it's such a magical world, and I would have to say that's one of the most iconic and the most how would I say parallel to the Identity 5 game, since they played hide and seek, and this game's all about getting survivors. And even the Mary skin is so good. But we digress, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to our TED talk about skins, and please get them. TLDR, just get skins and tell us what you're passionate about. We're about to find out what's going to happen between CH4 and PTA. CH4's Ling will be doing the hunting, while PTA, let's see how they're able to counter this. The pressure's on their side because they need to get at least 3 to push for that round number 4, or get a 4-person out for them to win the game entirely.
I am at the edge of my seat just guessing what the hunter pick for Ling is, especially because this is Red Church, but we are about to find out and I can't wait. Guys, I hope you are excited because here we are finally with the picks and bans, starting with the bans from Ling. Now, we've mentioned that Forward and Mercenary are probably out, and then it's going to be either the Seer
There you
or
go.
the Priestess.
Boom.
Aha! Well, we've seen it before and we already know this. Ling is not afraid of Seers. He's just, you know
Yeah.
what, go play Seer all you want.
This
I've
is
got
what
a
I'm more
plan
interested
mind.
in. Here we go. The bans of the hunters is gonna say what PTA is gonna rare up, or banning the sculptor,
Ooh.
which I feel like, yeah, respect ban. Now it's just a choice of the Axe Boy and the Soul Weaver, which I think they should ban that Axe Boy. They don't want to face that Axe Boy, especially here, and they do just that. Sculptor with a 4-person ban is just too strong on the Sculptor side. Even though they got that tie game, I think they might force out the Soul Weaver to come out. But Ling also has a Breaking Wheel. Now, we did say that Breaking Wheel doesn't have a good time when you get to the windows of the hospital and you break the top broken windows to create that distance. But now, as you said, Ling isn't afraid of that Seer. They capture that Seer right away, and a substitute for the Priestess would be the Entomologist.
Definitely, you did say that we have the next best thing here, which is the entomologist. And now Mechanic will also not be joining us in this match. We have a batter and we have a gravekeeper. Now, what possible
So
hunter?
this looks like a lineup to counter sculptor. Sorry, to counter breaking wheel. But no, he will be going for the spider, which we were kind of expecting, since this lineup can make the spider struggle. But this is Ling we're talking about. Like he has been really good with this spider. I hope that PTA has done their homework on the previous day with how he plays this spider, and hopefully they don't get too caught up in the webs.
And also, it looks like Ling was so quick in picking that spider. It's like you said, he knows what he wants. He knows what to do. So all that's left is to actually execute it. So I'm really excited who he's going to find first. Definitely not a good idea to be chasing after the batter or the gravekeeper because they're super tanky. And maybe the best choice for now is the seer.
Yes.
Because we do have that owl that he can easily get rid of and then proceed to landing those hits and potentially downing him early in the game. But we'll see how Ling decides to attack this, especially because, like you said, Sculptor really does shine in this map, but since he can't use her, he's left with the Soul Weaver instead. We do have those webs.
Yeah, I would say that it would be a nightmare to chase the batter, since especially if he's caught in a really big part of the map and he misses the web and the batter counters with a cricket bat hit. It's gonna be a really long chase for Ling. I agree with you. Best case scenario is for him to find that seer, expend the owl with a web shot, and just try to get as much presence as possible. And it seems like he found the best possible target, which is the seer over here already at the back part of the church, and he will be vaulting that window to make his way towards the shack area where Polar is decoding.
I don't think Ling will be minding that Gravekeeper for now because this is the top target after all. Oh, uses that owl already just to be able to transition towards the inside of the church. Now he really needs to be careful because this is a Soul Weaver and church is not the best place to be in, which is why he is already going for that window over there. He will, was that a web?
Yeah, no, so he's still just building up that speed, and this is what we're talking about, how he's able to just say I am speed with these webs. And now we see that the entomologist is able to push, but nice jukes and avoidance of the bees here. He's trying to outrun him, but we do see that the bees are trying to do their work, and he's running towards the graveyard, so positioning himself to tell the entomologist to get away, but the blink was already primed, and we see that Salili will have to just try to rock height this. While I want to see how long he has till he farms another owl, because the containment time is pretty impressive. This Gravekeeper is about to pop this Cypher, and mind you, Gravekeeper isn't the fastest decoder.
Yes, it just means that Seer is really doing well with this kite, and this is a strong area, but we do have those webs, so not only there we have it, Seer is down, but looks like there is some good progress on those ciphers. Now, I do think Ling, all that he needs to do is secure a tie.
Yes, and I think they realize that. They're taking their time with not giving him that full presence, and they know that in the graveyard all these cobwebs just start to become like a just be full of webs. I was gonna say it was like a brood where things where you would be hunted, and now we see that the Gravekeeper able to utilize the shovel to avoid being detected, and now the entomologist with the bees able to grant safe passage for that seer to transition to this part of the map, but gets cut off and now goes and doubles back to the graveyard, while we see that the batter is probably positioning himself to provide support, while the entomologist is still going to be the main decoder for this game. Tries to go for that hit. Nice. Unable to get the hit on the seer, and the seer now over here at reception. How long can he buy time for his team?
Now he needs to be very careful. Ling has to down this seer because this is I actually thought I was actually hoping that there was going to be an owl there. Batter took a tip damage and a hit as well. Looks like it's gonna be extra hard for him to rescue.
Yeah,
Link.
this is
Oh,
so scary. The
Oh,
batter able to get the hit
wow.
going, and now the Seer has to get hit again, but this is fine. This is time bought for the team because the Seer has yet to see a second chair. 33 YYDS has to be very careful. He had to go away. I think it's too risky for him to go after anything. Entomologist, the only one that has full health, has the wanted order. So this is quite scary because she's the only one primed to go for this rescue, and it seems like Ling is going to overextend himself, blocking the entrance. This is going to be quite tough. Able to get the hit, but Ling now shifting his attention towards the rescued survivor, and now just a slight pause in deduction here. But we did see that the Seer was saved. He will be dead on chair, and Ling has his melee hit all charged up. I wasn't able to see how many ciphers were left, but was it 3 ciphers still remaining?
I think there's about 2 already because
Mhm.
that was a really good kite right there after the first rescue of the Seer. So they were able to achieve the objectives, and things are leaning towards a tie. If and the best case would be to pull off a dungeon escape, if not an escape
Yes.
through the gate. But Ling
Mhm.
is going to really try to stay on
Yes.
top of this and prevent that from happening. So they have to be really careful, especially
Mhm.
because that's a hot area right there.
Yeah.
If the game wasn't paused, I'm pretty sure that it's going to involve a lot of support. Probably entomologists will want to body block at least because
Yes.
that Seer has been kiting for a long time. So
Mhm.
probably it could give him the chance to stack another owl. And
Yes,
that is
yes.
going to be a complete game changer. It's going to extend the work that Ling has to do.
Hmm. Yeah, just considering how the snapshot of the situation, it's a tie is very viable, but also a 3-person escape, depending on how long the rebound kite happens. And I also want to see how much owl he's farmed, the Seer's owl, that is, because if he's able to farm that owl and able to tank a melee hit, a regular hit from the hunter, and transition back into probably top broken or maybe
Or mid
just
broken.
or mid, that would be very strong and make us very strong case. He's got to stay away from the red carpet since you saw how much spider webs has already been there. So yeah, he's gonna have to play his cards right. Entomologist has to tank this hit, so let's see what happens. No, the Seer will be falling down. Everyone is injured, and now we see that Ling will be sharing the first survivor out of the game. So their best case scenario for the team of PTA will have to be a 3-person escape while everyone is still injured. They do still have some resources. Batter still has 2 balls to utilize. Gravekeeper 1 shovel, while the entomologist has to utilize these bees, but Ling hits him out of the bee state.
Wow, and I would just like to say that that happened so fast with the entomologist calling back the bees and then getting it to help her. But unfortunately, Ling was able to land a hit between, through those bees, rather. So Cloudy is going to the chair. 1 cipher almost done, and that last cipher is about to be primed. They can still do this if only one of them is at full health.
Yeah, that's true. And now he's putting a wedge between the last cipher, the rescue, and between the 2 survivors. Gravekeeper is giving the earmark. He knows where the last cipher is, and it seems like Ling trying to. Oh my God! He is able to get the rescue,
They
and now.
popped it.
Wow, they pop it right away because that rescue did happen. Ling overextended a bit, but now Ling just has to focus on 1 survivor. That's the win condition. And now trying to find Cloudy, he does spot him over here at the graveyard. They need to escape. All of them need to escape, and Cloudy needs to find where the dungeon is at. But now the swarm able to down him, but the blink is going to get popped. And now we see that the Gravekeeper might want to double back here. They can go for that second rescue, but hell, it's so scary with a hunter with detention and full presence, while everyone they don't have that much resources to utilize.
Now, Ling here is bringing the entomologist as far from the gate as possible just to prevent this Gravekeeper you mentioned, especially because this is Polar's. We really don't want to be dealing with this Gravekeeper, especially because he still has his resources intact. But it looks like they're gonna go for it. The dungeon is also in the area. I wonder what they're planning right now because this is it. It's about to begin. Here's the batter.
All for nothing. Oh my god, gets the stun. The batter able to distract just a little bit while the Gravekeeper, can he go for this rescue? Time is ticking on this entomologist while the Gravekeeper is here to try to body block left-hander pop on the entomologist. So now they're gonna try to make a foot race to the gate, but Ling having the foresight to put the chair so far away from that gate. He's gonna wait until the last effort runs out. But mind you, the batter is still in the area, so he might have to opt to web him instead of go for a chair here. So we see that the batter is there. Ling just being very careful, trying to keep and harass this batter away from his only target. And we see that the thread counting is already at 40. Cloudy, I think, gonna wait for the self heal to happen because the tension is about to run out while the Gravekeeper opening that other exit gate.
Wow, amazing stuff from this Survivor team, already giving it their very best.
Oh my god, able to get the heal.
Oh,
And now we have to
wow!
wait for things because they get the heal. Terror shock though on entomologist side. They're gonna have to try to heal. There's no more detention. And now we see that the Gravekeeper is still trying his best to save and salvage the situation. Able to get the hit. And now we have to wait. Oh, he's gonna just web him. And that's gonna be GG's because that's a Survivor out of the game. And they're gonna try to make a run, a mad dash for it. No detention in the air, but Ling has already sealed the fate of CH4. They will be going to the grand finals. Polar's still trying to make his way out of the gate, and we see that the batter as well. It's going to be a tied game, but ladies and gentlemen, CH4 will be moving on to the grand finals.
Congratulations, CH4, but let's not take away definitely from the Survivor team of PTA. They gave him such a good fight, and you know, it almost brought tears to my eyes with how they were so dedicated in trying to salvage that situation. Like, imagine if this was like a real life thing. Your friends not leaving you, trying to rescue you.
It is a real life
really
thing,
touching.
Kahel. It's real to us, okay?
Yes, definitely.
You saw the power of friendship. You saw the power of coordination there. It was all or nothing for PTA. They didn't want to play it safe. They knew that they had to gamble it all, and they still got a tie. So that was really impressive. But they knew the win conditions to be able to the tie conditions even for them to at least get 3 people out. And they risked it all in the last scenario. And what a clutch rescue on the side of a Polar's side, like extending like the batter, just trying to gain the attention of the hunter, forcing him to go for the web shot and going for the first rescue of the entomologist, popping the cipher right away. What a high, I mean, that entire sequence towards the final pop is definitely something that people have to watch to see what NAEU is capable of in terms of the Survivor coordination, and also how they have that never say die attitude whenever tournaments like this happen.
Indeed, never say die. That is exactly what they showed us. And I think the chat, everybody seeing this should definitely take away from that kind of spirit. I really like how they weren't just giving up, and that moment at the church with the Gravekeeper coming in for that support. That was a terror shock, yes, but the Gravekeeper still kept on healing, and I was like, that is so cute. But I really like how they really gave it their all. That is the exact kind of mindset that you players should have when playing in a tournament. So thank you for that. That was such a show to watch. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was insane how I don't know, the main event has to deliver because this honestly was so high level that it's much deserved of a lot of love and respect for them to be able the spot in the main event, their spot in the grand finals for me is definitely well deserved and well earned. So GG's to both teams, PTA and CH4, for giving us amazing highlights for us to look back on and just clutch situations to break down. So yeah, that's for me. And your guess is as good as mine, Kahel, when it comes to MVP.
Or actually, we're currently deliberating on an MVP rather. Sorry.
Mhm.
we've seen such amazing efforts from so many names. We have Polars, we have Ling, we have Grandma. These are such great players. So really thankful to have seen that today. Um, so what we're looking for is consistency in terms of performance. So if chat, if you're seeing this, do send in who you think should be MVP. But I think we are about to decide that in a bit. But regardless of who the MVP is, I think winning the round already awards like the whole team
Mhm.
that praise, that same amount of praise as you would give to an MVP.
Yeah, honestly, there's a tough choice, so I'll leave it up to the prod chat to really decide on who, because there's a lot of moments to highlight. I mean, Ling's Axe Boy, you got also Polar's is really clutch kites with the Gravekeeper, and also how he was able to the rescue as well. You got Grandma with the Acrobat. You have so much talent in just these two teams. And granted, this is just the semifinals, so I think the NAE region, hopefully, you have amazing players up ahead to watch in the grand finals. And I hope that, since CH4 does move on, they need to take a break right now and just just get hydrated, because up next they will be facing B4U, and that's no easy task. I think, though, if you look at it the other way, they are warmed up. They have kind
Mhm.
of, I think that they're able to kind of get the hard one out, and as in like the hard matches out of the way, just for them to get the ball rolling. So now hopefully they can still have that same mindset and not really look at what's at stake. And uh before you being the most represented team in the NAE region, this would definitely be a big test for CH4.
Definitely. And then I'm also feeling really excited for the hunter Ling. If he can
Hmm.
play against V4U, I'd really be looking forward to that. I will be staying tuned for that, because come the grand finals, it will be Eli and Grizzly who will be casting these matches for you. But before that, let's just take a bit of a look at the match data. Take a look at these numbers.
All of them. Well, Cloudy being the first one out of the game, almost 60 seconds, but yeah, Ling didn't really waste any time trying to down the Seer. Spent a majority of the time actually chasing this Seer, and was quite slippery, like almost at the 120-second mark. Seer did not touch any ciphers, and Cloudy at least pushing one cipher, and the rest, Polars and 33 YYDS just supporting towards the end. And it honestly, like when a hunter loses detention, you know it's a clutch game, because they're trying to get all survivors, if not like the win condition, out of the game. So yeah, kudos to PTA for giving it their all, and just never giving up and never saying die. Yeah, just like the Force Game chat, don't give up, stay focused. That's what they did. And granted, they still got a tie. We still have to highlight that Ling is the one to move on, and will help the team move on in the tournament. So well-rounded team for CH4. So really excited to see how they will face B4U in the grand finals.
Definitely looking forward to what the match data is going to be for their games against B4U. But here we see that there is about an equal amount of skill and effort from both factions. So really looking forward to see if it's going to be the same with B4U, because this is a new team. So to see them come up against the big boys will be something definitely to keep your eyes peeled for. And here are the match results. We see the point difference only coming up at round 3, which means that these teams, it was such a tight race between the two of them, because they were able to come back from round 1 PTA.
Yes.
So it was at round 3 that the actual point system was taking place, come to
Yeah.
think of it.
Yeah, if you look at how CH4 and PTA won the first round, And CH4 came in clutch with the second round, where the Hunter made the difference. So it's where the Survivor team made the difference. So it's it's 2-2, 5-0, 5-0, 2-2. So it was a really well evenly matched game. And now we have the MVP, which is none other than Grandma with the acrobat decoding progress at 124. But look at that containment time as well. So well-rounded survivor all throughout, and a lot of highlighted moments, especially at church when he was able to kite that Wu Chang. Very consistent as well. Doesn't really stray away from taking first kite. Really, something to look forward to is his other gameplay with either the acrobat or psychologist. So make sure you guys remember the name Grandma, and make sure to call her on weekends because she is thinking about you.
Yes, definitely. Shout out once more to all of the grandmas out there. And here is the bracket. Finally, we see who is which match is going to take place in the grand finals. It is between B4U and CH4. So
A lot of fours.
Yeah, I was thinking 4 = 8. I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah. So before you, CH4 guys, I hope you guys will stick around for that, and also give your love and support in the chat for these two teams, because before you, the known name, but we did speak to Eli and the other casters that CH4 was the big underdog coming into this tournament, and right now they're staking their claim to be the ones to represent the NAEU region. So you definitely have to remember the name CH4 coming into this, and I'm sure that they would not take before you will not take them lightly in this situation, since I know that before you wants to represent the region once again. But you know what? It seems like the old guard is being challenged by the new kids on the block known as CH4. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of me and Kahel, any last words you want to say, Kahel, before we pass it off to a break and Grizzly and Eli?
We'd just like to say congratulations to CH4 for doing so well in the semifinals. But the fight isn't over, and now you're going to have 2 come up against B4U. Best of luck to your team, and also good luck to B4U. It's a challenge to advance to the grand finals, but it's also a challenge to maintain your standing as the representing team of NAEU in the previous Call of the Abyss. So I'm pretty sure all of the people that are viewing, the whole community is watching you. So good luck and do enjoy.
Yeah, and on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in the semifinals. We're going to take a quick break, but after that, it'll be the grand finals, and Eli and Grizzly will be taking over the mic. So on behalf of me and Kahel, thank you guys so much. We'll see you after the break.
Hey Bears, I am the Gaming Grizzly, and this weekend is going to be action-packed. The Call of the Abyss 5 North American European qualifiers are here, and I want to see you all in the chat cheering for your favorite teams.
Hey everyone, this is Kahel, and the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers for North America and European regions are about to begin this weekend. Now I hope everyone is as excited as I am. Do show your love and support to the participating teams and players by tuning into the stream and letting everyone know that Call of the Abyss 5 has already begun. I will see you there.
What is up, everyone? My name is Eli O, Identity 5 streamer and commentator. This weekend will be the North America European qualifiers for the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. We're going to have some incredible teams going at it to see who will win and go on to compete against the rest of the world. We have teams like Legacy, B4U, Suspect, VAC, and some other newer faces that have arisen in the NAEU community and plan to take on these other top competitors. We're going to have a very fun and exciting tournament. I'm very much looking forward to this, and I hope to see you all there.
Hey IDV fam, this is Nello Mello. We will be going into the NAEU qualifiers this weekend to see which team will be making it to the Call of the Abyss 5 Global Finals. So don't forget to come and support your teams because they'll be needing your support more than ever. Mark your calendars and I will see you there.
Hey guys, Botch Spice here, telling you and reminding you that COA season is upon us. You heard it right. The Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 NAEU qualifiers will be happening this weekend, and I'm so excited because I know you guys will be supporting your favorite teams and also cheering them on. So I can't wait to see you guys this weekend. So till then.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？See you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, When demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American European qualifier for the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. And not only did I get the chance to cast the final match between CH4 and B4U, no, I also have the honor to have my good friend Eli O right here. I'm very excited about the upcoming match What about you? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm very excited. We've had a quite a roller coaster of a tournament here. Finally down to the last two teams, CH4 and B4U. Both these teams fought through 3 days of competition to get here, and it's now going to be. It's going to come down to this. We're going to see the two best, the top 8 teams, the best 8 teams in NAEU fought their best, and now it's down to the winner of this will advance to play against the rest of the world in the Call of Fist 5 global tournament. I'm very excited about that. And I'm really looking forward to how this is going to play out.
That is true. I can only agree. And I mean, we are seeing CH4 going against B4U. B4U already a very, very well-known name in the community because B4U was representing the North American European server in all of the Call of the Abyss tournaments so far. And I am just either way, excited to see them again representing us, or maybe this time seeing a different team, CH4, representing our server. And today, after the upcoming matches, we will find out. But before we jump into these matches, I just, from the deepest of my heart, want to talk about the skins, the Season 20 Essence 1 skins. What do you think about them? I know that you love skins.
Oh, yeah. It's great. I think the one thing I actually really do like, and I talked about this a little before, but the one thing I really like about this sort of this new essence is that a lot of the skins in the past we've had crossovers, we've had just regular skins in general, but this is actually more of like a sports related theme. We have sort of like almost like a crossover with the Winter Olympics. It's really cool how they're able to sort of combine that sort of idea, and I think that really goes well with this game, and the skins work out really well. And just one of my favorite ones that I have to say is the forward. The ability to create a sort of character that has that naturally goes very fast and also correlates well with ice skating. It's kind of a cool little combination, and I think that's an excellent job done by NetEase. And I think that's I personally don't. I'm not the kind of person that you would usually go for those really high S tier skins, but I might actually go for this one. I really think it's something that's worth the investment.
Yeah, I have to agree. The speed skating skin for the Ford, extremely good looking skin. But I personally think that the gelato skin for the breaking wheel is just hilarious. It's funny, and honestly, I love it just for the fact of that, because as soon as you play that skin, it's just, it's a good time all around. Get it all around because it's the breaking wheel. And I haven't had the chance to actually get one of the skins so far. I just have to pull more, I have to play the game more, I have to get more essences to hopefully get one of the A tier or S tier skins. People that know me know that I like skins, I really do. It's not that I, necessarily think that they improve my skill, but the thing is I don't have skills, so at least I have skins. How about you? Did you already pull one of the new skins?
I have not, unfortunately, but a lot of my friends have been telling me how they've been getting them, so I'm getting a little jealous. Actually, I had one friend who got like 2 in the same 10 essences or something, and I was like, wow, okay. Wish I could have that kind of luck, because everybody who knows me knows my luck is terrible, and I never get anything. So maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
I
this
can
season.
relate.
Yeah, maybe this season will be a little bit different, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to opening some more of those essences, getting into the the skins for this season. It's really cool, and fingers crossed for that forward. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and I also want to throw that question into the chat. Chat, leave me comments right now. Which skin is your favorite skin out of this essence? And did you already get some essences from some skins from this essence? And yeah, I'm just thinking of these skins, and it's always like this. We are not lucky, we are not getting the skins, but you always have this one friend that you are playing with that can flex all the skins right away on day one, and you're just sitting there being a little bit jealous, but it's okay.
Yeah, every time there's always that one person, and it happens for me a lot. But hopefully this season will be a little bit different. I think we're getting to a short video here to look at these skins, and hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Let's check it out.
All right, so yeah, an excellent display of the new costumes here for the new season. Again, the forward one showing up here, looking very impressive, along with the rest of them. The breaking wheel, as you mentioned too, Grizzly, is always very nice. I'm a breaking wheel player myself, so I'll try to get that as well. But without further ado, let's start to talk about our upcoming match. We do have again CH4 and B4U, the two final teams going at it here. We're going to have a bit of an interesting matchup. So we have Sprinter, on the Hunter side, and B4U going in with a really meta-heavy sort of lineup that relates very similarly to what we would see over in the China servers with, we got Dream Witch, we have Sculptor, we have Bloody Queen, we have things like that. And then you look over at Ling, which is a little bit different. We have Axe Boy, which is not a character we always see. We have Soul Weaver, which is also, used over in China, but not quite as often as these, standard meta hunters.
And I'm actually very, very excited about that because obviously, yes, we talk about the meta very often, as you mentioned, Dream Witch, Sculptor, as we saw it in before use matches in this tournament already. But now talking about X-Boy and talking about the Soul Weaver, maybe those are hunter that are a little bit underestimated. Maybe you don't necessarily practice as often against going against these hunters just because you think, hey, it's not necessarily the meta. So the question right here is, do you think that B4U is ready to face the X-Boy of Ling? Or do you think that Ling might actually have a little bit of an upper hand, a little bit of an advantage right here, maining these non-meta characters?
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see for sure. Let's look into the rosters here. We do have Ching and Sprinter as the two hunters, kind of the standard staple hunters here for B4U. Ching does have a select character as Sculptor, but typically known for the Dream Witch, has been the first Dream Witch over the past few seasons on the NAEU server. We also have Sprinter, the main hunter here, with the Bloody Queen as the preferred character. Also has kind of a plethora of options that could definitely come out to play here in the finals. As we mentioned, the Soul Weaver is a character Sprinter often does like to play, specifically on Chinatown. Chinatown, a very strong map for that Soul Weaver. We have Myleg on the Psychologist, Schmitty on Mercenary, also a forward option as well. Roland with Entomologist, a Rescuer player as well. Poblems on Priestess and Mechanic. And B4U Kit Kats, we might see come into play as well. A forward player also has the option to go to that postman.
And of course, the Cowboy I would mention. But you mentioned Chinatown. I'm very curious to see if we actually gonna face the Chinatown because we haven't seen Chinatown in this tournament so far. Here we're gonna go into the player introduction of Sprinter. Almost doesn't need an introduction, to be honest, because B4U, as I mentioned, very well-known team. But let's just jump into it. The win rate, 86%. That is just speaking for itself. Around 3 eliminations, a lot of knockdowns. And as you already mentioned, Dream Witch, Soul Weaver, but also knows other hunters like Sculptor or Bloody Queen. We definitely can expect a lot from this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. An elimination rate of 2.86 per round, which is quite incredible. Really goes to show anything past 2 on Bloody Queen is always good, considering it's such a draw hunter. Looking into the next hunter, we do have B4U Ching, COA rate of 61%, with elimination of 1.97. So securing quite a few draws around the board, which nothing wrong with that. Keeps your win rate up and adds points to your COA statistics. So this is always nice to see. We do have a 4 elimination rate of almost 50%, which anything around 50% or higher for 4-person eliminations is quite impressive, considering the survivor-sided aspect of this game. That really goes to show the heavy kill hunters that Ching opts to play, specifically around the Dream Witch, one of those characters that is very strong for giving a high amount of eliminations in the early rounds. So that may be something we will see here. Ching again being the substitute hunter, so maybe we'll have him come in later rounds as well. We'll have to see. But looking at the next player as well, we do have B4U Myleg with a COA rate of 62. Containment time around 67 for a Psychologist player. This is not too bad, but you also have to take into consideration Myleg also plays the Mechanic. So when you factor in the limited kiting time of a Mechanic, anything above 67 seconds is typically very strong.
That is for sure. And we also know Myleg is very well known for his Priestess gameplay and can also opt out to the Entomologist, as we have already seen in this tournament.
and it always just depends on the map and what is needed. Milek is just very, very versatile when it comes to survivor gameplay and can really bring, you know, the missing survivor to the team because he mains them all, basically. Not all, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, majority of them for sure. And we do have, looking into our next player, we do have B4U Schmitty with a COAV rating of 63, pretty impressive. Anything above 60 is typically considered to be very strong. Containment time of 79 seconds. This also includes the forward. We do talk about, you know, how Schmitty was a top forward player, has played forward a lot in those COA matches when that character is not banned. So definitely you can see, you know, high amount of containment time because the forward support. A lot of forwards will be around the vicinity of the hunter for a large portion of the matches because of that. You know, we do have decoding progress of around 102, which is a little bit lower, but a little bit more standard for a rescue player. This really goes to show the amount of rescue sort of time that Schmitty commits into those type of characters. An escape rate of 42%, which is pretty standard, but again, looking at that COAV rating of 63, quite impressive.
That is for sure. And Mercenary, you said it, escape rate extremely good. Mercenary with the delayed damage can always make it. We saw it in this tournament before to the dungeon. Even if he takes a hit now, we're gonna go to Problems. Very, very well-known player as well. Plays the Priestess. Comes also in as Patient and Perfumer. And we also see it right here. The decoding progress is 160, which is, you know, mainly concentrating on that decoding right here.
Yeah, absolutely. You do see, again, 62-second containment time. We talked about this a little bit in the previous days, but Priestess containment time above 60 is typically very strong because in reality, again, a lot of situations arise where Priestess does not get the first kite because they do have that ultra-long portal set up. So when the hunter ever goes to them in the early game, they're able to escape through that portal, force the hunter to change targets to a new character, and eventually maybe Priestess will take kite, you know, in the later half of the match when that hunter has full presence, making it a lot harder to kite. So when you're able to kite over 60 seconds in a situation where the hunter already has full presence, it can be very difficult, but an impressive number for Problems able to do that. Especially in these COA matches. Again, 65% survivor win rate, very impressive. An escape rate of over 50, that really goes to show the amount of times he's able to, you know, reach that gate, reach that dungeon, whether that's kiting to dungeon, kiting to gate, or just escaping out in general.
And just talking about that Priestess, we see that Priestess is one of the most banned characters and also one of the most picked characters, extremely strong. We are coming to Kit Kats. We haven't seen Kit Kats in the tournament yet. As we can see, we have no data, but we already mentioned it. He's very, very well known for his forward gameplay. And for me, at least, when he you know, in the older days, he was an extremely strong Cowboy player. I would absolutely love to see him just come out and play one match as Cowboy. Maybe in round number 3, maybe when the points are already looking extremely good for their side, he could do that and just, you know, show us a little bit of the old times.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited to see if Cats will come out to play here. We do have now the CH4 lineup. We have CH4 Ling, which we have seen you know, be the main hunter throughout this tournament so far. We also have Hay, which also is an option, but has not come out just yet. I believe it's a substitute hunter. But yeah, Ling we do have is the character selected as Sculptor. Also that Axe Boy, which a character might be very beneficial for CH4 here. You know, depending on the map, Axe Boy is one of those characters that actually has a lot of versatility. Typically, as a team, when you have map option, you want to select a map that might not be so good for the other team's hunter, but Axeboy is a character that can actually thrive on majority of the maps in this game. We also have YR on that Mercenary, Yao on the Psychologist, Sesame, also a Psychologist player, also saw some Mercenary from them earlier in the rounds. We have Nato on Prospector, also can play forward, and that Battery, we do have Grandma, who had some incredible acrobat kites throughout this tournament so far.
I'm definitely excited to see more of that Prospector. I think Nato hasn't played the Prospector. Oh no, he has. I think today, so I'm definitely excited to see more. We already talked about it here. We have Ling, extremely high win rate and 4 elimination rate, also at 58%. So that just shows how extremely dangerous he is and how much of a danger he will be to B4U. And not only plays Sculptor, you already mentioned it also. We have we seen him play X-Boy and Soul Weaver, so I'm definitely looking forward to see what he brings to the table, or if he will come in as Supplement Hunter and surprise us with something completely different.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. The finals usually brings out new strategies. We do have the CH4 Hei also COA win rate of 55%. For elimination rate, slightly on the lower side, but could be that they're playing more of draw hunters throughout these matches. You see the eliminations around 2, which would suggest more draw hunters. I believe this is actually a Bonbon player, so that would make more sense in sort of that draw sort of mentality. So that could definitely come out again. This could be the kind of hunter that CH4 would go to if they do need to secure a draw at any point throughout these rounds. So that could definitely come in as an option. We also see obviously them listed as a sculptor, and if they're playing draw characters, I would imagine they may also have something like Bloody Queen or Soul Weaver.
Yes, definitely looking forward to see what CH4 will bring to the table. Now we are coming to Grandma. We already have seen Grandma performing extremely well and very consistent as the acrobat today in this tournament. I'm curious to see if we can expect more of Grandma's acrobat, and here you can already see it. Win rate at 67 and also escape rate at over 50, at 60, exactly 60%. Extremely well rescue numbers as well, and in general the decoding progress and containment time, you already said it, as long as it's over 60 and we are at 56, that's still extremely good for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. So we need to look at the pallet strikes only at 0.05. This really goes to show the amount of transition kiting this player does. And in this sort of meta, transition kiting is key. The only hunter that really cuts off that sort of transition kite option is Geisha. And if that's not coming into effect here, then any pretty much any of those chip hunters are also very strong and can come into play as well. Acrobat is also a good transition kiter because they do have that charge bomb. Once they do that, they're able to make a lot of distance between themselves and the hunter. They can put on the slow bombs in narrow areas as well, which will slow down the hunter if they opt to try to walk through it. You also have the fire bomb to slow down those abilities, such as Bonbon bombs or sculptor statues, or even a Bloody Queen mirror if that ever comes into effect. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, and we'll see how Grandma's able to play today. In this finals matchup, a lot of excellent kites so far. The next player we do have is 73% COA win rate, which is quite outstanding, very impressive with escape rate of 55. Again, getting over 50% on those escape rates means that if they're doing very good end game kites, if that ever comes up, able to kite to dungeon, able to kite to the exit gate. Containment time around 58, which is slightly on the lower side, but it could be that they are again playing those characters that will receive those second kites similar to Priestess.
Yes, that is for sure. We have seen utilizing Seer and Priestess before, and in general here we have Sesame, and we have a core win rate of over 50% as well as an over 50% escape rate. We see the containment time a little bit over 60 seconds, and the decoding progress is at over 130. And in general, if you look at these numbers, you can also talk about the pallet strikes as well as the rescues. Across the board, when we look at all these players, we have very, very consistent numbers, very, very consistently good numbers that just represent that they all perform extremely well, even when it comes to, I would say, stress situations like competing in the Call of the Abyss 5 qualifier.
Our next player here, we do have Nato the Prospector. So 67% COA win rate. Prospector is one of those characters that you can really bring into those matches when you don't have a 4-person VC team, because they can apply a lot of support. They can apply a lot of excellent kiting as well. So you do see a high win rate there from Nato, which does make a lot of sense. Escape rate of 47, which is pretty standard. Containment time of 75, which could mean a few things. That could mean, this player is very good at kiting, which I would imagine they are, especially as a containment type character with that prospect. But it also means that they are very proficient in that supporting, being able to support with those magnets, whether they're playing forward, batter, or prospect. We know Nato plays all three. It definitely goes to show that this player has that sort of support potential that's really required in this current meta.
I'm very, very excited to see more of Nato. Hopefully we're going to see more Prospector gameplay. And here we have YR, which is, again, we have a 55% win rate. We have a little bit lower of an escape rate. So that could mean that we have the survivor right here that will take the end game, basically taking the hunter away from the exit gates, buying more time for the rest of the team to escape, and just being basically the sacrifice survivor at the end of the game that you sometimes need. But we can also see the decoding progress is at over 140. We have a containment time at almost 60 seconds, and again the pallet strikes very, very low, and rescues at 0.62, which is also very, very good. So overall, as I said, very solid survivor setup right here. And yeah, I'm curious to see how these two teams, we just went through all the players of Before You and all the players of CH4. Very, very excited to see how they compete against each other. Very excited to see who is taking the spot for the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament today. And yeah, we are jumping into the first half, and the map is Arms Factory.
It looks like the map is actually selected by B4U, which is a little bit of a surprise. B4U, typically, Arms Factory is not their #1 go-to map, typically, because while Dreamwitch for Sprinter may be strong on Arms Factory, he's actually known to not prefer Arms Factory for Dreamwitch. Typically, Dreamwitch is one of those characters that can pressure a lot of those Cypher machines because of how small that particular map is. However, yeah, B4U usually likes to go for something like Church or maybe even Ever Sleeping Town early on. So going Arms Factory here, again, very interesting. Maybe they believe that Arms Factory for Axboy is a challenge for Ling. We did see him get a 4-person elimination on Arms Factory in the previous round, though. So anything's up on the table here. So I would, yeah. Again, we'll have to see what Spencer goes for. Maybe he's going for a different hunter. He's known to like Sculptor on this map, which Sculptor typically is can struggle in certain areas of this map because there's a lot of open transition areas. Between Factory and 3 pallet, between the Sandbags area and 3 pallet, any area that goes straight to the 3 pallet sort of place on the map, there's a lot of open areas to dodge those statues. But yeah, we'll have to see what Sprinter opts to go for here. I'd imagine Ling's going to begin with that Axe Boy, and here we go into the picks and bans.
Yes, I can only agree. I would imagine that we see Ling right here coming straight up in with the X-Boy, since he was performing extremely well before. We see the very, very common bans. Mercenary, the most banned survivor in this tournament, and definitely gonna get the first ban right here. Curious to see. We have Schmidty and Milek on the first 2 survivors, so we are expecting the forward from Schmidty, and Milek could come in as Seer. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I think it does. These 2 characters make the most sense for it and Seer here, but Seer, Milek playing Seer is a little bit interesting, right? It's not something we've seen Ling play at all throughout this tournament. We do have the Mechanic ban. This has been the typical standard bans for Ling, Mercenary, then Mechanic. He also does this in ranked matches quite a bit as well. We do see the Entomologist to counter that, to counter that Axe Boy. We see Kitty Cat's actually being the one potentially to go Ento here, which is a little bit not what we're accustomed to. We also have Paul Lems on that Psychologist as well. So a little bit of an interesting lineup here for B4U. This sort of comp does work very effectively against Axboy. And there's Axboy as we predicted from Ling. The Entomologist able to take many hits because the Flames can absorb those bees. We have Psychologist being able to take multiple hits as well. Seer Owl always effective against those one-hit hunters. And the forward just a good rescuer and harasser in general.
I'm very, very excited for this match. I'm very curious to see Ling perform. Again, we saw Ling utilizing these fireballs, these fire souls to just bring down survivors, and I'm really, really excited to see Before You Survivor team going against Ling. And this will be the first match of the final round right here. Not the final round, but like the final matchup between the 2 finalists. And yeah, I want to mention that I have noticed this before, that sometimes we see the names right here. For example, Kit Kat's now going in as forward. Sometimes in the match, the names and the survivors are actually, or the players and the survivors are actually a little bit switched up. So I'm curious to see if we actually can expect Kit Kats, or if that might change as soon as the match starts. And yeah, round number 1, we are on the Arms Factory. We see the Seer, and that is something that you say basically all the time. Why not ban Seer? Why, as long as you can ban Seer, why not go for it? There's no reason to not ban Seer. Why do you think the Seer would be allowed right here in combination with, I'm going with X-Boy, so therefore Seer is fine?
I think the reasoning behind this is that, there's 2 types of sort of hunters. There's hunters that, have good camping and good chasing, and whether that's the type of player, the type of character. Ling, in this case, is a hunter that's good at camping with that Axe Boy. We saw that be very effective. Some good kites from PTA in the last round, but his camping really able to win those games. And Mercenary is that type of character that's very good for those rescues. Now we do see immediate find on the Psychologist. A purple flame already picked up as well. So Ling in a pretty good position. This is not a bad character to find. Able to dodge that first flame though. Let's see if the Psychologist can make it to this pallet. And no, they're actually forced to transition in the open here. And Ling could potentially get his first hit. No. Oh, I think it did register though.
Yeah, he did take the hit right here. Psychologist took the hit. And I want to highlight this real quick. We see that the characters actually switched. For example, Seer is now going to Schmitty, which was before to Milek. I just want you guys to pay attention to which survivor is playing what character. But again, you already have one hit on the Psychologist right now. So concentrating on that survivor, definitely a good idea, because the Psychologist now being the easiest target for the X-Boy. Already took another hit as well.
Yeah, beautiful flame snipe from Ling there. Psychologist now at one hit. They were not able to utilize the owl. And the owl is actually on cooldown. Schmitty stopped observing, which means now he can just blink for free and get the down with no usage of the owl, because that observing time did run out. If you see, it's already on cooldown. So we're going to see a quick down for Ling here. Cypher progress only around 50%, and for a character that can take 3 hits, this is quite fast. So Ling put himself in a strong position. You're able to now pressure this middle Cypher where you see that Seer, I'd imagine. And we'll see if they opt to go for a rescue here. I'd imagine it's not the entomologist, most likely the forward, who does not have that wanderer. Yeah, we see forward coming in for this rescue. You got to dodge this flame. You got to be careful. But again, the survivors still have that owl to work with to potentially help rescue if necessary.
Nice. Immediately put a lot of pressure on B4U. Kit Kat. Cat's just coming in, rescuing. Good job. Now we just have to see Ling concentrating on that Psychologist. Wow, the owl is coming in, not even in need right here of that owl, but still we have Ling concentrating on this one survivor, because you just want to get your first survivor. Oh! That timing! Really timed the seconds of the owl, utilized the fire, and immediately brought down the Psychologist right here. Literally not wasting a single second.
Absolutely not. 2 flame hits already from Ling. You typically want to be able to try to dodge those flames, force the basics, but Ling on point with these flames. Very difficult for B4U to be able to dodge. We do see the entomologist coming in for the save here. Let's see if Ling goes for the same sort of strategy he went last time. Hit the bees down, so there's no option for the bees to block the flames. That's what he was able to do in the last round. We do see Problems really committing to this rescue. We're going to see a basic hit. Excellent job from Problems drawing that hit. It's very important. Let's see if he can avoid this double hit. Still does get hit, unfortunately, and that double hit is now in effect. Let's see if he can go down Milek. For this 20 seconds, the tide turner is up, so you don't lose any quitting progress. Going to drop both of these pallets, but he does have 2 purple flames on him yet again, making this kite a lot more challenging.
Fantastic job from Ling, really setting the priorities right here and going for the first survivor, also bringing down that entomologist. And as soon as Milek is down, he will get out of the game as soon as he's in the chair. At least we could have a potential rescue from the fort, but I don't think that he is anywhere near to be found. And yeah, that is the first survivor out of the game. And now 2 Cypher machines remaining, 1 at over halfway. That's gonna put B4U actually in a quite difficult situation right here.
And just because of that simple double hit on the entomologist, now they're forced to waste their self-heal, and they were not able to decode in that time, so Cypher Rush progress is lost. We do see him transitioning targets to the Seer. This is a pretty good find, simply because Ling still has Blink, and if you're able to injure every one of those survivors, you put them in a very difficult situation where they're not really able to rescue. Now let's see if Ling pops the Blink here. Instead, just gonna take his time, break this pallet. And let's see how Schmitty's able to kite here with this purple flame yet again. The survivors focusing on Cyphers, not opting to heal, really trying to rush this down. Problem is just now getting to Cypher 0%, and they still need another one to go here after Cats pops this. Let's see if he's able to hit this flame. This is a bit of a tough situation. Beautiful flame dodge from Schmitty here, but he still is going to most likely blow this hit. And Ling still has his trait available, whether he wants to teleport or blink here. He may just go for entomologist, which is exactly what he does, and only a little bit of bees left. This is going to be a very challenging kite for Problems.
Wow, that is definitely a challenging kite, but still, we have to say that there's one Cypher machine remaining. B4U really pushing hard to get these Cypher machines done after losing the Psychologist quite early in the match. We have the Entomologist down right here, and we can see Ling really concentrating on putting pressure and even preventing Cats from coming anywhere close to rescue the Entomologist in case Ling would have picked up, but as you can clearly see, he is concentrating on these Cyphers. He knows that there's one Cypher machine remaining, and therefore he's just putting pressure on all of them.
Yeah, he does know that Problems does not have the self-heal. That's the reason for the slugging here. You do force that forward to come in and actually waste time healing the entomologist, and because of that, now they're losing Cypher Rush progress. Beautiful flame snipe from Ling, gets it down on Schmitty as well. Problem still on the ground. He knows where Kit Kats is. As soon as this entomologist gets up, he knows where both survivors are, because it has to be the forward that healed up the entomologist, which means he can actually cut them off from a distance. So now B4U in a very difficult position. Kit Kat's only about a quarter football remaining. And we're going to see Pablos try to prime the Cypher here, only 30% of the way done, and Link's trade almost back online.
Wow, that is such a good setup right here for Ling. Really, really putting pressure on before you concentrating on the Cypher machine. That is definitely going to be the main focus. We can see Cats circling around, and I think Cats actually concentrating on that Cypher machine and actually circling around and getting a potential rescue on the Seer or going to the gate.
That's interesting. Will we see Ling try to camp this out? It looks like maybe we do. Still a little bit of football left. Cypher machine almost primed. Yeah, and Kit Kats is going to retreat. There's no option to make. Oh, he hits the flame snipe as well. Is he going to chair? Is he going to teleport here? He's going to pick him up right before that Cypher machine is primed. He knows Problems potentially will pop it here, but Ling has teleport. As soon as he pops it, he's going to teleport to that exit gate and find the entomologist. And now this could be a 4-person elimination situation. Problems has to kite all the way till that forward runs out. That share time expires and make it to the dungeon in time against a full presence detention axe boy.
Wow, what an intense late game right here. Dodge that snipe though. Might wait for the forward to actually get sent back to the mana because the dungeon is nearby, and that is the only chance for Problems right here to secure 1 point for their team. But Ling, extremely strong X-Boy, securing the 5-point game in round number 1 in the first half for CH4. Fantastic job. And that is what I mentioned earlier when I was asking you what you think if CH4 is having a little bit of an advantage, because this is like a non-meta character that you might not necessarily practice as often against. But I don't even want to say that. I just want to say that Ling is just such a phenomenal X-Boy player that there was almost no chance for B4U to have any opening to prime Cypher machines, to just rescue survivors without any loss. We saw the double down right there happening, and we saw the bleeding out happening. It's that gameplay right here from Ling, very, very impressive. That is exactly what I want to see. And this could prove to be an extremely good challenge for B4U right here to get into the tournament, or maybe even a chance for CH4 to get into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Ling really making a name for himself in this tournament with that Axe Boy, 2 4-person eliminations, two matches in a row here. It's very impressive. Again, B4U trying to go with that strategy. Let's go Arms Factory. Maybe it's a map that we think this Axe Boy is going to struggle on, and it fell right into Ling's favor. Again, PTA, similar strategy. We saw Arms Factory come up in the last round, and Ling played right around it, 2 4-person eliminations here. And now B4U really on the back foot here. Sprinter's going to have to come back in this one. Let's see, what Sprinter's able to do. Again, what option does Sprinter have here? You have Dream Witch, which is very strong on Arms Factory. But again, Sprinter's known to not particularly like Dream Witch for this map. You also have the Sculptor as an option, but Sculptor not always the best on Arms Factory because of those transition areas. It's easy to break line of sight as well, which makes it easier to dodge those statues. So it's going to be very difficult for him to come back in this. Again, we saw CH4 survivors do quite well. And I think spawn points, again, are very important. Which survivor do you find first here? The biggest challenge, I think, for Sprinter as well is if you have your main kiter as the player Grandma, which you've seen kite so well in the past few rounds, I think that it's going to be it's an uphill battle. But again, Sprinter's known to really clutch up in these sort of situations.
Yeah, that is for sure. Ling was really setting the bar extremely high. And I mean, I just want to highlight the snipe flames, the flame snipes. We saw so many flames happening, and almost every single flame was hitting. Even when the owl was active, we saw the perfect time, and not a single second was wasted to bring down that psychologist early in the game. And here we can see the progress, how the Cypher machines were being decoded. We saw that it was just extremely difficult for B4U to rush these Cypher machines because there was always pressure, immediate pressure, and always pressure for the team to circle around, rescue teammates, help teammates up. And that just shows how dangerous Ling is right here, especially with that X-Boy. And I am for sure confident in saying that in the next round, we're gonna see X-Boy being banned, at least for CH4 side.
Yeah, I think you 100% have to. And, something else to notice, a huge turning point in that match is the game sense from Ling acknowledging, I don't have to chair this entomologist. Once you get that character down, and he knows since he double hit them earlier in the match, there's no chance of them having that self-heal available. So once you down this character, especially in the corner of the map, you can simply just leave them there. It's almost as like they're on the rocket chair and the forward has to go for rescue anyways. And because of that, with everybody injured, you saw again Ling go for that strategy. We see a lot of these hunters do that, is injure everyone on the board and make it so nobody can go for rescues. And now it comes back to that Mercenary ban. If you have Mercenary on the team and they're injured, Mercenary can still make the rescue. But now that Ling banned that Mercenary, he put himself in that situation, whereas everyone's injured, there's no option for rescues. And that's exactly what happened. It worked out right into Ling's favor. And again, dropping that Entomologist, leaving them there, making the forward heal, and then sharing that Seer. Ling knows exactly where, as soon as Entomologist gets up, it has to be the forward that healed them. There's no one else, there's no other option because the self-heal was expired. So Ling knows exactly where they're coming from, and he's able to go cut off the forward and prevent him from making that rescue, which is exactly what happened in this case. Again, beautiful game sense from Ling, and it worked right into his favor. A 5-0 for CH4 being for you. On the back foot yet again, we're going to see how they're able to come back in this one.
Beautiful game sense indeed, and you just have to say that all of that was really coming together. This entire game, you just saw that Ling was not doing a single misstep. There was not a single mistake where you say, okay, that could have been, you know, that one moment changed a little bit right here. No, the pressure, the tempo that Ling was providing was consistently extremely high for before you. And we are having a little question right here. So do you have any special arrangements for this event?
Yeah, well, in terms of, I guess, I'm not quite sure the exact details with that question, but I guess maybe it's more of something. Well, for me, I guess the best way I can answer it is, do you have any special arrangements? So I'm a college student, right? You know, for me, I have to. Sometimes it's difficult to find places on campus to be able to cast because in my dorm it can be very loud sometimes, and also the Wi-Fi in my dorm is not the best. We'll leave it at that. I do, in terms of special arrangements, I do go to a meeting room on the other end of campus, and that's where I end up commentating. That's where I do a lot of my gameplay because the Wi-Fi is typically a little bit better there. So that's how we end up. And in terms of other arrangements, yeah, just make sure I get all my homework done beforehand, so I'm not up Sunday night all day finishing it. You know, so that's probably the best way for me and best way I can answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not necessarily that I have my own room right here in my apartment. The only thing that I have to deal with is that it is 4:30 a.m. in the morning for me right now. I have to cast this in the middle of the night. I have, you know, at least a little bit of a shifted sleeping schedule. My wife lives in the US, so my sleeping schedule is kind of shifted a little bit into the night. I am a night owl, so that's not the worst problem, but you know, it's still quite early for me, or rather quite late from, you know, whatever viewpoint you want to see that. But honestly, I would do way more just to be able to cast the Call of the Abyss qualifiers, the Call of the Abyss tournament, because this is very exciting. And as you already said, like, you have to scramble and find a room and find space where you have good internet. We do all of these things because obviously this is a fantastic chance for us to see these top teams compete against each other, and we want to be part of this, and we are very happy to have the chance to be here and cast these teams through their matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking about this with Grizzly before, but I really enjoy commentating. It's a privilege to be able to be here in front of all you guys and help present these teams to you. And yeah, it's really enjoyable for me. I actually myself, I major in physics, but I've actually sort of thought about maybe looking into more of like a broadcasting type major as well, or maybe even a minor, just because how much I enjoy this sort of public speaking commentary sort of setup, and it's really great for me. It's really fun. And it's honestly, Grizzly, it's great to be commentating with you as well. It's such a privilege, such an honor. I really enjoy it, and it's almost like a dream come true for me. It's quite fun, and I'm glad we're able to be here, commentate together, and have a great finals match.
That is for sure, and I'm very, as I already mentioned, the very first thing I said when I opened this show right here, this final match, I am honored to have you on my side because you give us extremely good insights, and that is definitely helping not only me understanding more, but also everyone who is watching and who wants to maybe get a little bit more of an analytical standpoint of what is going on. But now getting back into round number 1. This time the second half we have before you Sprinter on the hunting side, banning the Seer because we have Eli's reasoning right here. There is no reason not to ban the Seer, and we are jumping into the Survivor side. I'm curious to see if Nato will come up with that first round Prospector as he did when he was facing PTA earlier.
Yeah, so the Seer ban from Sprinter here definitely indicating again towards Dream Witch. When we see that Seer ban and we know it's a Dream Witch player, that's usually what's coming to play. Yeah, and Forward here should mean Dream Witch. Forward is such a, you may ask, why is Forward good against Dream Witch? You can, use one of the spawn followers to block, the other one is you pick up and you can force the Forward away. Well, actually, it creates a situation when Forward is harassing, it makes it so the Hunter cannot apply pressure to Cypher machines. If you have that spawn follower camping the chair and the leech pressuring the Cypher, then the Forward can simply stun the spawn follower on the chair and get a free rescue, and the Survivor can get a free rebound kite. And we do see, yeah, as we predicted, the Dream Witch from Sprinter. It definitely makes sense with these bans. We do have a round 1 Prospector. I believe it's probably Nato. I think we're just maybe a little bit mixed up on the names here. I don't think the Sesame player uses Prospector.
Yeah,
but
I told you that's something that I have mentioned, that I have noticed before, that the players that we see right here utilizing these characters, we will see these players in the game, we will see these characters in the game, but not, the players that are displayed using the characters that are displayed right now.
Yeah, so yeah, look, so we are gonna get fixed there with the characters. So we do have the Psychologist here, which is a character that's strong against Dream Witch. It's a character that can take 3 hits. One of the reasons why you ban Seer as Dream Witch is, you only want to have to hit the survivors twice, right? You want to maybe go for a double patroller play, you maybe want to go for a trap between the leeches and then a main body patroller, whatever it may be. You really only want to go for 2 hits, but Psychologist, if you find that character first, it's very unlikely that Sprinter will even commit to the character because of how much time they can waste. Again, taking 3 hits against a Dream Witch is so hard for that Dream Witch player to deal with, especially if you're able to force a leech hit and get that leech off the board. So again, we'll have to see it. Very interesting team comp as well. Like, it looks like the CH4 survivors have confidence in playing these containment type characters against a Dream Witch. You typically would see something like Mechanic, or maybe even a Barmaid if you were in preparation of the Dream Witch. But it looks like we're going with the Acrobat and the Prospector. Acrobat, actually not too bad. Simply, if you do get trapped between 2 spawns, you can use that charge bomb to jump over one of the spawns and transition away and break that sort of trap that the Dream Witch can create.
That is for sure, and we already have seen the Dream Witch in these competitive sceneries over and over again, and we saw how extremely dangerous she will be late game. Maybe early game she is not having the best time, but late game with all these leeches, as long as you're getting the chance to put all these leeches on the ground, you are having great control over the entire map. And I'm curious to see how CH4 will deal with that kind of situation. All they have to do is they have to get 1 survivor out to take home this first round, and this is exactly what they are trying to do. And we can see Sprinter going immediately for the first leech right here on what I think is the Acrobat.
Yeah, that is the Acrobat. That is Grandma, though, the really strong kiter we see, has kited so well in the past. We are going to see them go for that trap. Is he able to use that bomb? No, immediate hit from Sprinter here. It is with the leech, though. Acrobat still has some bombs available, so there's not much option for Sprinter to get a second follow-up hit right away. We are going to see, wow, early bomb from the Acrobat. It's a little bit risky just because now the Dream Witch is simply going to use that patroller. Maybe saving those bombs would have been a little bit more effective. You can actually use Acrobat bombs to cancel the patroller bites if you time it properly. So we may see that come into play here. And it looks like he was not able to do that. So a quick down from Sprinter. This is what B4U needs to see. And we also have the Acrobat dying near the middle Cypher, which is not ideal because now you can use those use those leeches to pressure down the other Cypher machines. And because there's no forward, there's no option to slow down that slow down that Cypher pressure progress.
Ooh, and we have the basement here as well. And I mean, B4U needs to pick up the pace, and they need to adjust to the first match that they had right here, where they got the 0 points and 5-point game for CH4. So they definitely want to tie this up. And so far, Sprinter really putting pressure on the survivors right here, not only with the leeches, also with the basement. Tries to hit the mercenary and gets him, but wasn't able to parashock there for Acrobat. Wow! Prospector, as I said, that's what I'm here for. Oh, but still last effort kicks in. The Acrobat was hit again. We can see that the Prospector now leaving the area, but was definitely getting a lot of very, very good stunts right here. if the Prospector would have been able to get that leech away from the Acrobat, this would have been a way different story. Now we have the Acrobat down again. This could still be extremely good for CH4, but we just have to see.
Yeah, we do see him pressuring the Mercenary there. We have the Prospector picking up that leech remover, which he can now use to de-leech, de-leech the Mercenary, so there's no extra pressure here. Let's see if the Survivors will go for that. We have the Psychologist using the whistle to heal the Mercenary. Maybe a little bit premature if the leech does pressure, but it looks like they are able to get it off here. Prospector actually being the one going for the rescue. Sprinter only one. Wow, it's beautiful stun from the Prospector. Sprinter does not have a second follower here. And we see the Prospector doing the work of the forward. In this case, if the forward were to be there, they were able to stun on Cher and get that free rescue, but the Prospector instead using the magnets. And now we have no leeches. Wow, he's able to trap in the Prospector. Misses the hit. The will he switch the blink here? Does switch the blink to get it down, but the Acrobat has broken away here. We are going to see the Acrobat's leech chase him down, maybe able to down him with a potential blink as well. And the Prospector will be replacing this this Acrobat on the rocket chair.
Fantastic job right here, and we can see before you CH4 trying to finish off Cypher Machines as well, already down to 3. They have 2 Cypher Machines at halfway, but that still means they need another one that is at completely 0 basically, so that's definitely a difficult task, and we can see all these leeches on the map. Prospector got rescued, Acrobat still going to be the survivor that Sprinter is focusing on since he was on the chair already, I think, 3 times, right?
Yeah, this is going to send them back to the manor here. We do have the Prospector going for the stun, able to push them away, still blink available. Will the Mercenary really trying to body block? Wow, Mercenary actually taking the leech hit. That was actually important because it was his leech, so the leech now gets removed. Sprinter's leech cooldown is on 15 seconds, so now it's going to be a little bit harder for them to potentially kite away here. Let's see if he's able to surprise the Prospector with this leech. Does he have the mag? Oh, he runs right into the leech. Oh, unfortunate misstep from Nato there. And now that's going to put him on chair for the second time, so the pressure is back on CH4. This is very strong for Sprinter. Nato really needed to try to buy some time there, but unfortunately did not know where that leech is coming from. And, you know, it really goes to show, even when Dream Witch getting nerfed, showing where that main body is, you still can't see the spawn follower, so it's really easy to get it snuck up on you, and that's exactly what happened in this case.
That is for sure. We can see that, now taking a hit as well. We can see that Sprinter is not giving them any breaks. We have the Prospector off the chair and is now the new target that he is going for, because Sprinter obviously knows one more time on the chair and Nato is out of the game, and the more survivors are out of the game, the more difficult it gets to decode these Cypher Machines. And talking about decoding Cypher Machines, if we look in the bottom left, we can see that they are already trying to separate Cypher Machines to decode more than the needed 5 Cypher Machines, because it will be extremely difficult late game either way with the Dream Witch.
Yeah, we do see that leech hit connecting onto the Mercenary there. Survivors really need to de-leech and heal up. They need to slow this game down. It's really tough. The Psychologist needs to potentially do a good kite, but Blink is online in 5 seconds. Sprinter is going to commit to this Psychologist till Blink comes up and then try to blink them further down. Let's see, Blink is now online and doesn't even need it, unfortunately, for the Psychologist. Sprinter putting himself in another good position here. Still 2 Cyphers left. We have a lot of progress. One of them about 90%, the other one about 50%, but again, with the Mercenary being down that main rescuer, it's going to be very difficult to come back. Still no leeches in place. Sprinter is, in a bit of a situation where he's kind of bleeding leeches. He's bleeding that leech time where he really wants to, as a Dream Witch player, you never really want to waste, your leech cooldown, but he is now taking advantage here, going for that leech on the Prospector, which is actually a very strong leech because the Prospector is at half health and could potentially get him down here. But you do have to watch. Wow, another beautiful blink from Sprinter, and that puts the Prospector on the ground.
That brings the Prospector down, and we can see that the Mercenary is already going in, trying to rescue, but we can also see that Sprinter is already preparing for that rescue with the leech right here, trying to hit, trying to maybe even Terror Shock, but Mercenary took the hit, is able to rescue the Psychologist, but we still have the Prospector down, who is healing up, might be able to heal up, but the Cypher Machine progress needs to be pushed.
We're going to see Psychologist go for the ball, waiting for that blink, and we see that come into play here. Prospector was able to get up and try to pop the last Cypher, and it's just going to be really difficult. If you're Sprinter, you have to be careful. You don't know if Mercenary has self-heal available or not. Will Sprinter go for the leech here? If he's able to pop this Cypher, it could be tough for Sprinter, but because that last Cypher is also at 90%. But no, it looks like he's able to put that leech on the Prospector, force him off of the Cypher Machine. Psychologist dead on share here, and now this is looking like a 4-person elimination. All you have to do is down this prospector. Again, we'll have to see if Mercenary can get back up. It looks like he possibly is able to here, but it still may not matter. Again, it's going to be very difficult for the survivors to actually finish all of these ciphers, considering there's still 2 left.
I think it depends on what is going to happen with Sprinter and the Prospector, because if the Prospector hits the chair, that chair will immediately go back to the manor. The Prospector was already on the chair twice, and Mercenary, takes that hit. Mercenary could have eventually gotten up again and tried to get to the dungeon, but now that he goes down again, his self-heal is over. He takes the Terror Shock right here, and we can see the Leech is already going for the Prospector. And yeah, as you already said, it's gonna be very, very difficult to get a single survivor out of there, especially since the dungeon is far away. If the Mercenary was maybe near the dungeon, that could have been a different story. We can see Nato is trying to get into the direction of the dungeon, but Sprinter is having too much pressure with these leeches, and it's just a matter of time when Nato will take that hit with the leech.
Yeah, we do see Nato get that leech off, but a second one coming into play. And, Prospector, no self-heal available. We'll see, yeah, unfortunately, again, right into that spawn follower. That is going to be that 4-person elimination. No self-heal available for the Mercenary. And maybe Prospector trying to wait this out, at least force out the rest of these chairs here. But yeah, it's going to be a 4-person elimination here. And we are tied at 5, which is quite interesting considering we've seen a lot of survivors tied in battles throughout this tournament so far, but back into what we discussed a little bit earlier, B4U being one of those teams that relies a very strong hunter side. And in this case, the same for CH4. This is really what NAEU's represented in the past. Again, we saw some of these other teams earlier in the tournaments be more beneficial with the survivors, but in this case, it is Ling and Sprinter really bringing that team up with those 4-person eliminations and setting themselves up for a draw in the first round. So we'll see how it's going to play out from here.
And I'm just looking at my stats right here, and if we look back at B4U's first match in this tournament against VAK, we saw that they also tied round number 1, but they are extremely strong later in the round 2 and round 3, because that's when you have these bans for survivors and you have certain hunter bans as well. That's when B4U really accelerates. And I'm curious to see if CH4 can also keep up with the pace that B4U will bring to the table and can also accelerate in the later rounds. Maybe we're going to get into a round 4 where we see another match with a lot of bans and potentially a very interesting hunters. So yeah, I'm curious to see where this leads to. But for now, we saw a very, very close start in round number 1 with 5 points for both sides.
Yeah, so now we have to look into how this is going to progress out from here, right? So B4U did select that round 1 arms factory. So now that we're tied up for the first round, CH4 is in a position where they have map selection. So they're actually just slightly advantaged going into this next round. What may be tied up, you have to consider that map selection. So Ling's going to have an option of playing on a map that he definitely prefers. Whereas maybe they're going to put B4U Sprints on a map that's not quite ideal for the type of hunters that he wants to play. Now, looking at the overall progress here, only 43 seconds for the Acrobat overall. Again, you have to take into consideration it is a Dream Witch, so during that time when they're on the main body not using the followers, the containment time is not stacking up because there's no heartbeat. However, you also have to consider that how fast the Acrobat went down. Acrobat typically a counter to Dream Witch because, again, you can counter those patrollers with the Acrobat bombs. You can avoid being trapped with those bombs as well. But Sprints are making quick work of that Acrobat early on, and from there, it really just spiraled out of control. And that's why Dream Witch is so strong, such a snowball hunter. Every free hit given to a Dream Witch stacks, and that's what makes it easier and easier for them to slowly finish out the match and get that 4-person elimination.
That is for sure. I can only agree. And if we look at the data, we might expect, if we look at CH4, we might expect that in the next round, we're gonna have that, we already mentioned that we're gonna have the X-Boy ban because X-Boy was performing so fantastic in round number 1. And we might expect to see a Sculptor on CH4's side. What do you think B4U will bring to the table?
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're most likely expecting the Sculptor from Ling, I think they have to, like you said, they have to ban the Axe Boy after what's happened here. And It's really interesting because Sprinter is also the type of hunter that may go Sculptor in round number 2. So, as CH4, what do you go for? You want to pick a map that's tough for Sprinter, but you want to pick a map that's good for your hunter. But if you're playing the same hunters, that can be very difficult. So we'll have to see again what CH4 opts to go for. So now looking into our next question here, we do have who's your favorite hunter and survivor in Identity 5?
That is actually it's easy and not easy for me to answer. For example, when we talk about the favorite hunter, extremely easy question. Feaster from season 1 till now, there is no other hunter that I would ever prefer. It is the Feaster, and I'm still hoping to see another Feaster match in the Call of the Abyss 5. We are in the qualifiers so far, no Feaster, but maybe later on in the, grand final, the Call of the Abyss 5, where we see the top teams go against each other. I would absolutely love it because it, first of all, would be a surprise because that is definitely not a meta hunter and not even close to being one. And I would just appreciate to see some love for him. And when we talk about survivors, that's a little bit different because I always enjoyed to play forward. That's like a no-brainer for me. Then I started playing Mechanic. I started playing the Mind's Eye, which I actually didn't really like in the beginning. Was not a big fan of the Mind's Eye. And, just going through all these survivors. And currently, I'm playing the Perfumer. Really, really enjoying the Perfumer. Really enjoying to kite and buy time for the rest of the team as long as the Hunter to actually decides to go for me. But now, throwing that question back to you, Hunter and Survivor.
Yeah, for me, I think for the most part, a lot of people assume it's Gravekeeper just because that's the character I play the most. I've always, grind the Gravekeeper points as much as possible. But it's actually Entomologist. I really enjoy playing Entomologist. It's a character that I have picked up about a season ago, and it's been really fun. I mean, just the ability to you can single-handedly carry matches if you use those bees properly. You don't even have to. You don't have to be near the hunter. You can just push the. Survivor goes for a rescue. The hunter hits the person rescuing with attack recovery. You just push them halfway across the map while they're in their attack recovery, and the person escapes, and you win the game. So there's a lot of fun tricks you can do with Entomologist as well. Also a very strong kiter. We talk about how strong transition kiting is in this meta, especially even in rank as well. Entomologist, great for transitioning. She's very fast on those bees. You can make a lot of distance, and it can be very difficult for some hunters. So Entomologist is definitely my favorite. Very fun to play. And very strong in my opinion. As for Hunter, it's tough. I love playing a lot of different hunters. I really enjoy Sculptor. I love Dream Witch. I love Wu Cheng. I love Bloody Queen. But I think overall, my favorite hunter is probably Anne. And the reason for that is Anne just has a lot of really cool tricks available. She may not be the best hunter out there, but she has a lot of cool tricks. You have the ability to slow down the Cypher Rush by canceling the cats on the survivors. You have the ability to cut off survivors from a distance, set up a cross, jump back to chair, double hit them, whatever. There's a lot of little tricks that you can do with Anne in a lot of matches. And just the ability to be able to do all the really fun like curving jumps that you can do as well. I love to be able to do that. That's honestly one of the most fun things for me is it's always so satisfying when you accidentally missed your cat, but then do a super nice curve jump around a pallet and somehow still get the hit. That's always one of my favorite things to do with Anne. So, so Anne's definitely my favorite hunter.
Definitely sounds like a lot of fun. And I mean, that is what this should all be about. It's a game and we all just want to have fun. And I can only agree when we talk about the survivors, for example, or for, having an entomologist in my team. That is just, if this entomologist player knows what they are doing, it's just very, very satisfying to see what can happen and what the entomologist is able of doing. And I really, really enjoy that. Maybe, we should team up and you could carry me through the matches that I am messing up. That could be cool.
No, you'd probably carry me. I don't know. I'd probably try to do some really cool play and just like mess up and get terror shocked or something. I don't know. It's probably, I don't know. But yeah, no. That would definitely be fun for sure.
Happens to the best of us. The terror shock. Happens to the best of us. That is for sure. Yeah, no, definitely. I like that you enjoy playing Anne so much. It's more of an hunter that you don't necessarily see that often, but you just prefer playing her because it's enjoyable. It's fun. And that is kind of like why I play Feaster. He's slow, but with the tentacles, it's just, for me it was all it's also a little bit easier, I would say, because you basically do all everything with one button, and it's just you don't have to think as much, which makes it easier for me. And obviously I loved him from season 1, and I just can't can't leave him
Yeah,
on the road.
sure.
I just can't.
Yeah. Also, the charge attack with Feaster, I can't remember, count the amount of times I've been in ranking with people in VC and rank, and how does that hit? What or whatever. So that's like the that's the most common thing I would definitely hear when going against a Feaster. But
Oh
looks like we
yeah.
are gonna have a substitution here. We have Roland substituting in for Kit Kat. So we saw Cats come in, play that round 1 forward, and now that forward most likely will be banned moving forward here. I think that we're gonna have Roland come in, possibly play a different character since Cats again known for that forward, but Roland has a little bit more options, has Entomologist, has Mercenary, and Entomologist is a strong character against the Sculptor because, again, transition kiting is so strong. And we do have Ever Sleeping Town here. It looks like selected from CH4, which beneficial for Ling. Again, Sculptor is pretty strong at Ever Sleeping Town. It's very easy to place those statues in the alleyways, cut off the kiting routes. But again, that could also play into B4U's favor, allowing Sprinter to go for that Sculptor as well.
Yes, I was just about to say that this seems to be two back-to-back Sculptor match right here. I don't necessarily see that we have a Breaking Wheel coming in because we don't really see Ling playing Breaking Wheel that often. We know that Ling plays Breaking Wheel, but I think on this map he might opt. He gets the chance to play Sculptor, which he is known for, so he might play the Sculptor. And the same goes for Sprinter right here. Not really that well known for the Breaking Wheel. It would be a pleasant surprise to see a Breaking Wheel because I feel like we have seen this in the past very, very often. The Breaking Wheel on Ever Sleeping Town, kind of the meta character pick for that map, and we haven't really seen it in this tournament. So I would absolutely enjoy seeing that again. And we are just jumping right into it. We have what I think is B4U on the hunting side in the first half.
Yeah, it is B4U. We have Sprinter here. Based off these bans, we can typically tell what type of character he's gonna, Sprinter's gonna opt to go for. So if he is going for that Sculptor, I think we're gonna see Mechanic, possibly Seer, and Priestess, something along those lines, maybe even forward. But then again, the Mechanic has not been banned too often in this tournament, maybe because of that Mechanic nerf that she did receive a little while back, where the doll's decoding progress is a little bit less. It looks like it is actually Seer and Priestess. So this definitely indicates towards probably a Sculptor, maybe even something a little bit more interesting like a Geisha. That's definitely a possibility as well, based off of these bans. And yeah, Dream Witch 100% banned here for CH4. No reason to go with anything else. Let's see what survivors they opt to lock in. Will they go for kind of an anti sort of Sculptor strategy, or will they go for more of an anti one-hit Hunter strategy, like if they're preparing for the Geisha, maybe they're preparing for even a Breaking Wheel from Sprinter. I don't think he'll go Breaking Wheel if we see a Priestess ban. It would make more sense to ban forward, but it looks like they're actually taking Psychologist, so maybe possibly preparing for something like Geisha, but Psychologist also works against Sculptor if you're able to dodge those statues and force basic hits.
And you're gonna get the Mercenary right here. As long as you get the chance to pick that Mercenary, you want to bring him into the match. And we have the third ban, which is the Seer. And now we can see the rest, Nato and Sesame, coming in with the character picks. And we might actually see that Mechanic that you were talking about and the better as well. Now, Sprinter, not necessarily the biggest surprise when it comes to the Hunter, should go for the Sculptor.
Yeah, so we do see CH4 Breaking Wheel. Okay.
Oh.
Wow, this is actually a huge surprise. You typically don't see Priestess immediately banned by a Breaking Wheel simply because you can easily just go through those portals as Wheel, but the support overall is not too bad. Yeah, he's bringing Breaking Wheel into Batter and Mechanic, two characters that are known to kind of counter him. The Mechanic Cypher Rush is very hard to deal with as a Breaking Wheel, and Batter is a very strong harasser against a Breaking Wheel, so this is actually extremely risky from Sprinter. I'm quite surprised to see this here, but who knows, maybe it'll pay off. It is a strong Breaking Wheel map, and it could go either way in this one.
That is for sure a very, very strong Breaking Wheel map. I already said we have seen this over and over again in past tournaments, and we haven't really seen it in these qualifiers, at least on the North American European server yet. And now we get Sprinter's Breaking Wheel. I'm very, very excited to see that against CH4 right here. Currently, when we look at the points, again, we have 5 points on both sides for round number 1, which means we are in a tie situation. So both sides just want to break out of this and want to take the victory home in round number 2 to have it easy in round number 3 for sure. And yeah, Breaking Wheel could be the winning pick right here, but as you already mentioned, with Mechanic and better on the field could also be a little bit challenging.
Yeah, so I think one of the reasons why you go Breaking Wheel here is because mainly a little bit more targeted towards the Psychologist. Psychologist is a character that's really strong against, again, single hit hunters, even Sculptor for that matter, if you're able to force basic hits. But against Breaking Wheel, Psychologist can struggle. You know, you really want to be able to absorb 3 hits before going down, but when you go down to 1 with those 2 spikes, it can be very weak here. And spawns are also very important. We see the Breaking Wheel head towards, it looks like Corner House, and who does he find here? Finds the Mechanic Doll, not able to pick up sight of them, and actually goes for the Mercenary, and still not able to find a survivor here. So CH4, good rotation. Rotating a Breaking Wheel is not easy. It looks like he is transitioning targets to the Psychologist. Oh, does vault into the Hunter, but unfortunately misses that spike here, and Psychologist may be able to last a little bit longer.
Ooh, very, very good job so far from the Psychologist, and Psychologist might actually be a really good find, but you also want to mention that, you know, you have the Mechanic on the field, you want to concentrate on that decoding survivor right here, but concentrating on the Psychologist right here, will land the first hit, but again, she can take 3 hits. She might go down immediately if he is able to land another hit immediately with Blink, which is going to happen right here, and Psychologist is down, but that also means if Psychologist is getting rescued off the chair, she will immediately self-heal herself and could potentially take another hit.
Yeah, so it really comes down to which characters have Tide Turner and which don't. So if you're looking at, for example, the Batter, does the Batter have Tide Turner? If you're able to stay with that Tide Turner, you're going to have to kite out 20 seconds before the stress effect comes into play. But maybe Batter doesn't bring Tide Turner, but it looks like it is the Mercenary coming in for the rescue. Will Sprinter go for the spiker? Will he get out? He is going to get out. We do see the Psychologist get rescued here. Goes ahead and goes for the snap. Oh, is unable to get the pallet stun. I'm actually surprised Mercenary could actually just throw down that pallet and help the Psychologist out. But unfortunately, heading away instead. Possibly a little bit of a misstep from them there, and now this puts CH4 on the back foot. If you're able to get that pallet down, there's a good chance Psychologist, without any spikes, is able to kite out that stress, or kite out that Tide Turner and have that stress come into play. But now it's not going to be the case here. We'll see if anyone comes in for harassment. Do we have a Batter nearby? We do not. So it looks like Mercenary positioning for a second rescue, this time without Tide Turner since it's already been expended, but that will actually benefit the Psychologist.
That is for sure. That will definitely make the effect take place, that she will heal herself. But we also have to mention that the Cypher Machine progress is actually not as fast as CH4 would wish, because we can see Sprinter is just having such a great map pressure. Can just go away from the rocket chair, can basically cross the entire map, and as soon as we have the as soon as we have the Psychologist rescued, he can just go back. It's such a fast hunter, and that makes him extremely dangerous.
Yeah, we do have the Psychologist running into the corner, just trying to dive far away as you can from a Cypher Machine. Maybe Batter will come in. Oh, good, missed hit there. Buys a little bit extra time, and yeah, we have Nato the Batter coming in for the harass. This is where Breaking Wheel can become can struggle. Psychologist has a little bit of stress left, so if Batter's able to somehow get this hit, allow him to... Oh, misses the ball, but he still has his rage ability. Is he able to go for a hit here, trying to get around to the chair? Nato goes for the hit and misses again. 2 big misses there from the Batter. If you're able to get in one of those, there's a good chance Psychologist struggles free and has that stress response in effect, but now unable to do so. We are going to see the Breaking Wheel change targets to the Mechanic Doll, which is not a great find for Sprinter. Mechanic Doll will go down, but the Cypher Machine almost done here. Will he change targets here? Will he switch to Abnormal or possibly Peepers to potentially pressure down the Cypher Machine? Instead, holding the Blink as long as possible. Maybe going a little bit of extra aggressiveness here and possibly trying to find a good target, but the closest one is the Battery's at full health and still has one of those Batter Balls to work with.
Definitely fantastic job from CH4 right here, splitting up on the Cypher Machines and just really getting out of sight of Sprinter and buying more time for the rest of the team. We can see Grandma now trying to find a new item in the item box, just buying more time for the rest of the team. And Sprinter now found Nato, found the Batter, already put 1 spike into him and utilizes the Blink that he didn't switch out yet to bring down the Batter right away, but wants to put more pressure on the survivors, especially on the Cypher Machines that are remaining. And here we can see he is finding Sesame, the Mercenary, who will also have 2 spikes. No, only 1 spike. That is still able This is still allowing to the Mercenary to get away right here, but will eventually go down over time. Mercenary and Better will be on the chair.
Yeah, we do see Mercenary slowly going down here. Mechanic, the only one left. Sprinter acknowledging that Mechanic with 2 people injured is going to have a very difficult time decoding. Will he opt to chair one of these survivors? Possibly chairing the Mercenary. Maybe going back for the Batter. He knows the Batter has expended that self-heal. So it is a character that he could potentially chase. Now, something to keep in mind is Batter can actually cancel the full presence with the ball, but he opts not to use it. Oh, Batter could have, canceled that full presence there if he timed that properly, but instead tried to make distance and it did not work out. And now it's even more, going to be more challenging here. Maybe a little bit of lag here, unfortunately, but it's going to be difficult for CH4 here. Again, Mechanic with those injured survivors down, it's going to be very difficult for them to potentially come back now because it's very hard for them to decode. No bot available. It has been eliminated. CH4 holding an excellent position throughout the majority of that match. If the Batter, it really comes down to that Batter play. If the Batter hits one ball in there and pushes Sprinter back, that Psychologist 100% is struggling free with that extra stress, which means that she's not going to go down in one hit. So that was a huge turning point, and it didn't work out in their favor. So now that opens up for Sprinter to come back in this, go for a slugging strategy. A lot of Breaking Wheels will do this, is they'll down survivors and opt not to chair them, which means they waste their self-heal, make them expire that, which Nato did do. So he's able to down Nato. He doesn't have self-heal because he has Insolence. He also has the persona called After Effects, which means that he no longer can self-heal to 90%. Even with self-heal, he can only go to 60. So that's going to also come back to hurt him here. So it's going to be very difficult. Again, with 2 people down, I don't know how CH4 can really come back in this.
Extremely difficult. We saw that there are 2 Cypher machines remaining, that they have to pop 1 Cypher machine in the middle of the map, almost done, but the other one was at around 25%, I think, and that's definitely going to be a difficult task for the Mechanic alone, while the rest of the survivors are down, not being able to get up, and you just have to deal with a breaking wheel that can transition from one Cypher machine to another within a blink of an eye, and that's just the map pressure that this Hunter has, especially on a bigger map, as we can see right here with the Ever Sleeping Town. And this match for CH4 is definitely going to be difficult. They want to go for at least 1 point because they don't want to give the 5 points to Before You, but that's definitely a challenge that is going to be a little bit more difficult. But that also means that, in the next half of this round, we will see CH4 coming in on the Hunter side, and they just have to bring the same pressure to the map. They have to bring the same pressure to the team of Before You, and they just have to tie it with another 5-point game as well. And then we go into a very exciting round number 3, where we have, 2 very, very good teams go against each other that are not giving each other anything.
Back into our match here, we are going to have Sprinter going back into wheel form. They do have that middle Cypher machine about primed, so if you're able to pop 1 more after this, they could potentially go for a draw. Mercenary still has the self-heal available. Batter does not, so we're going to see this Mechanic kind of hide out a little bit here. Peeper is going to reveal the location of the... Oh no, looks like Mercenary's gonna get up. Okay, so he was going for, I see what he's having. He's going for chair on Mercenary. He does know where the Mechanic is, but he knows he doesn't have to chase Mechanic simply because, the Mechanic isn't able to decode that effectively with a lot of survivors injured. He's gonna only get 2 spikes here. All you have to do now if your Sprinters get out of this wheel form, snap the Mercenary. Mercenary does not have self-heal, and just go for that Mechanic. Mechanic trying to heal Batter up. Are they able to get up? Yeah. You see 64%. Oh, they're able to get it up in time as well, especially considering that Sprinter probably has impact, which means that survivors, while injured, decode slower. And he's actually going for the Mechanic and not the Batter, which is quite interesting considering the Batter will actually decode a little bit faster than the Mechanic in this instance.
Mechanic has 2 spikes, needs only 1 hit, but the thing is that 1 hit needs to happen first. Oh, that might be a tram hit right here. The tram strikes again. Mechanic goes down. Not only to Sprinter the Hunter, but also to the tram, the second Hunter on this map. Always kind of a spectacular moment when we see the tram helping out one or the other side, and Sprinter is now concentrating on that better. Again, Mercenary cannot get up again, As soon as he hits the batter, he cannot get up again, and Mechanic potentially could get up again, but with Sprinter's fast moving speed right here, oh, batter goes down with the spikes. With that fast moving speed off the breaking wheel, it might not be enough time for the Mechanic to actually get up one last time.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And, you know, Spencer actually could have chaired the Mechanic there. He pretty much knew where the batter was, so it actually makes a little more sense to chair Mechanic first, then go for batter, since Mercenary can't self-heal. And as long as you know where the batter is, you know, no one can actually make a rescue. But it ends up working out in the long run simply because, simply because he was able to find the batter and get him down quick enough before the Mechanic was able to get up. So it does end up working out. Spencer maybe get a little ahead of himself, but is able to get that quick down on the batter. Again, batter not able to utilize those balls to cancel the full presence, and that was kind of the downside there. Again, batter's such a strong character against breaking wheel. You see why, if you're able to help that psychologist struggle, if you're able to cancel those full presence spikes, it can work, but Nanto, unfortunately, not able to get it there. And yeah, Sprints are taking a 4 personal elimination against a comp that's kind of strong against breaking wheel. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit difficult for CH4 now. Now Ling really needs to potentially come back in this. Again, it was CH4's map, so this is the map that Ling wants to play Hunter on. So that does definitely benefit him, but B4U definitely has taken the lead by quite a large margin in this one so far.
I saw really, really good chances for CH4 to actually take home points in this first half of round number 2. But then you also have to understand that you are facing Sprinter, one of the best hunters in the game, and just very, very well knows where and how to maneuver the breaking wheel and really put pressure on these survivors. And here we can see it, that very, very long game in which only 3 Cypher machines have been popped, and then the map pressure from the breaking wheel, who was always basically everywhere and bringing down everyone and slugging everyone, making this game the game for B4U. Ended up bringing them 5 points right here. And as you already mentioned, we now have Ling on the Hunter side, who needs to proceed doing the same to actually tie round number 2 as well.
Yeah, and it's actually quite impressive considering that, this is only the second time Sprinter has ever played this character in a tournament, in a match before, so, in a competitive situation. So it's quite impressive to see that, maybe a player that's not very experienced with this type of hunter, maybe more of a, inexperienced with breaking wheel, is able to come out and actually perform at this level. It's quite impressive to see the development over time. Looking at the final statistics here, we do have 235% decoding from the Mechanic, so definitely not missing a beat. Mechanic really promoting that Cypher Rush to the best of their ability. Some of the biggest downsides here was Psychologist, only 61 seconds of kite containment time, which against a breaking wheel, it's difficult, but you do want to try to put yourself in a slightly better position if possible. Again, the big turning point in the match was whether or not the batter hits that ball onto the breaking wheel. If you hit that ball, Psychologist struggles, they have their stress, and they could potentially kite for a long period of time. No blink available for Sprinter. He's forced to go back into breaking wheel form, get 2 spikes on the, or at least 1 spike on the Psychologist, and then get them down with a trap before they're able to actually eliminate the Psychologist from the game. And that's where CH4 can take advantage. But once you get that Psychologist on the chair and eliminated, and that stress becomes essentially useless because they're sent back to the manor, then that's when breaking will become scary. When you have 2 Cyphers left remaining, they can simply go between every Cypher machine left on the map, drop peepers on them, slowly slug survivors, and just play the long game and go for that win.
That is for sure. And I mean, you just have to see how Sprinter was moving back and forth and avoiding these 2 balls. The 2 balls were coming straight up into the direction of Sprinter, but Sprinter was just predicting where these balls would go to and was baiting it by going close to the chair and then backing out in last moment. And that was really giving him the advantage after he was able to chair that Psychologist, and as you already mentioned, really making this game his game by bringing these survivors out of the game, slugging them, and slowing down the match by just having that huge map control and being able to get into that wheel form and basically guarding all Cypher machines at the same time as soon as one survivor tried to touch them. And yeah, fantastic match for B4U, but I am sure CH4 with Ling right here will also perform extremely well, because you mentioned it, this is their map. We might expect the Sculptor from Ling right here, not so much the breaking wheel, but it could also be a breaking wheel. It could just be as much of a surprise as it was that we saw Sprinter using the breaking wheel.
Yeah, it's possible. I think that looking at this map selection as well, you know how you mentioned it being a surprise. I think it actually does make a little more sense as well, just because I don't think CH4 was prepared for this breaking wheel. Because if you're picking a map to counter their hunter, you're not going to pick Ever Sleeping Town to counter a breaking wheel. It's a great map for breaking
Yeah.
wheel, so there's no reason to do that. So I think essentially their game plan was maybe we're going to try to give Ling a good map for his hunter, and then maybe before you Sprinter ban the Dream Witch. Maybe he goes Sculptor, which is still pretty good on the map, or maybe he's not comfortable with the Sculptor and wants to play something like Bloody Queen, which isn't good on Ever Sleeping Town. That might have been more of their game plan with that sort of situation. But yeah, I think in reality, if you're if you're CH4, you got to be prepared for all those things. You got to think, what map can we give to Ling that's also not going to benefit the opposing hunter too much. But again, Ever Sleeping Town, we saw 5 to 5 in the first round with B4U's map selection. So now CH4 Ling should, have a little bit more of an advantage here. He has his map that he has available to him. We're probably not going to see Axe Boy because it's going to be eliminated. As for the Survivor bans, if you're Ling, you're probably trying to push for a 4-person elimination here. So Mechanic should get banned. He does like to ban the Mercenary as well. I'd imagine those are going to be the 2 bans, but we'll have to see what his second one is. Yeah, and there it is, Mechanic and Mercenary. Let's see what Ling opts to pull out here. Most likely going to be the Sculptor, but anything is technically on the table here, as Soul Weaver is also not too bad on this map.
I'm now not so sure anymore if we're gonna see the X-Boy ban. Of course, the X-Boy was extremely powerful, but yeah, no. Okay, respect banning that X-Boy because that was an extremely strong first game and giving Ling the chance to utilize whichever hunter he wants besides the X-Boy, and as we already said, it might come out to be the Sculptor, and we have the Forward as well as the Priestess. Priestess always extremely strong character, especially on this huge map where you can utilize these portals on the buildings, which will give you a lot of distance to the hunter if you utilize it right, and a lot of chances to rescue survivors and help your teammates out with the portals.
Yeah, so B4U not taking Seer here. This is another thing we've seen them do. They go for these really risky sort of team comps, and sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. So we're gonna have to see how it goes here. Again, Ling on his home field advantage. Not taking Seer. Seer's such a strong character even against that Sculptor. If you're able to go in the open and force a basic hit with attack recovery, Seer Owl is just incredibly strong. I expect Ling to go for the Seer ban. Might also ban Entomologist, but no, yeah, we're going to see Seer ban. Just eliminating that as an option before you would 100% take Seer if it was an option in these last two. But Ling, yeah, taking advantage of no Seer lock-in before you going for more of a support-heavy lineup here with the Priestess and the Forward. So Ling taking advantage, moving that Seer. We're going to definitely see Entomologist. Now, what does Paul Blems go here? I'm sure a lot of people would love to see Perfumer, but I don't think he's going to play Perfumer into a Sculptor, and it looks like it is that Psychologist. Again, another one of those characters that can absorb multiple hits if you force attack recovery and basic hits, avoiding those Sculptor statues.
Very, very curious to see how that Psychologist in this team composition will work out. And Ling now on the Hunter pick right here. Very, very curious to see. Again, Ling knows they need to get the 5 points as well. They need to do the same that B4U was able to do. We are actually changing to a patient potentially in the bottom left. We see it at least, not necessarily in the animation on screen. But seems like B4U is not done with picking survivors yet. So we have the team composition where we have potentially a Psychologist and a patient in teamwork right here, which could be beneficial with the little speed boost. And Ling actually going for the Soul Weaver. We saw Ling coming in with the Soul Weaver before, but I am actually a little bit surprised to see it right here on the Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see it, especially in a situation where you don't need to, but you want to go for a high kill here because the Survivor team did go down all 4 survivors. Soul Weaver is not really one of those hunters that has a 4K potential. It's more of a draw survivor, maybe even a 3K hunter, but going for 4K as a Soul Weaver is very difficult. It does make a little bit of sense because this comp is strong against Sculptor, Patient, a good transition kiter to avoid those statues, Priestess, of course, Psychologist as well, and now Soul Weaver is actually pretty decent against a Patient because Soul Weaver can wait for them to use the hook, then instantly drop a bunch of webs and catch up to them, and that transition becomes useless. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see again the game plan for Ling. Maybe he's just going for a draw and trying to put his team in a situation where they're not too far out of it, only 7-2. and then potentially trying to win the last round and bring things back is always an option for CH4. So again, really surprised to not see Ling Sculptor here, but Soul Weaver, not too bad at Ever Sleeping Town. Again, those alleyways are quite narrow. You can easily place webs in them, use them to catch up to the survivors. And, you know, in reality, Soul Weaver making a little bit more sense against this team comp than a Sculptor would. However, in this situation, is going to be a bit more of an uphill battle here for Ling.
I honestly love to see it. I honestly love to see, you know, these surprises where we didn't really expect the breaking wheel of Sprinter, where we didn't really expect Ling to go with Soul Weaver. And I really like to see that, because it's not only surprising us, it's obviously also surprising the opponent's team. And this is definitely something that they have going for themselves, to have that surprise element of picking a character that the opponent wouldn't necessarily expect, and therefore throwing them off a little bit. Right here with the Soul Weaver of Ling, I'm very curious to see. As you already mentioned, you might just want to put yourself into a position where you're getting a tie or getting a really solid maybe 3 survivor elimination. But at the same time, I am sure Ling wants to go for the 4 survivor elimination. Ling wants to get these 5 points for their team as well, because you want to tie it up so you get into, you have a better start into round number 3. Else, if you're just getting the tie, you're basically giving that point for round number 2 to before you, which might be a little bit more difficult to come back from in round number 3. But we are jumping right into the match. We can already see Ling going for the hunt, sees 2 survivors, which means 2 survivors can't decode at the very beginning of the game. Fantastic job. And Ling concentrating on Milek, which is the psychologist right here.
A beautiful web setup from Ling. Very fast hit right out the gate. That is a very quick start for him. We are going to see a portal setup here, which is going to make a little bit more distance here. You know, for this psychologist, they're now able to potentially go through the corner house, but it's a Soul Weaver. These looping areas are so weak against her, because she can easily drop a bunch of webs and cut off that looping sort of strategy. So we're going to see Ling drop down here. Does probably still have Blink available, I would imagine, but you know, finding this character this early is just so strong, and we're going to see Milek go through all these pallets right away. And now Ling has 65 webs stacked up. This is why he was patient. Here we go. We're going to see him drop a whole bunch of webs here, use this to catch up, potentially go for a second hit, and there it is. Now has Blink available to potentially finish off this kill, and no stress left on the psychologist, which means that even if she is rescued, she's not going to get any sort of heal effects.
Fantastic job from Ling right here. But there comes another portal, and this is really generating distance between the survivors and Ling right here. This might... Oh, look at these portals. Oh, and was able to get through the portal before Ling was able to hit them. Therefore, hit the portal again. Look at Milek, just making distance with the help of the priestess, and therefore buying the rest of the team a lot of time. But you also have to mention there are 2 survivors not decoding right now. It is a really good start for before you, but Ling can still catch up right here. We have the psychologist trying to get away, and as you already said and as you already saw, Blink was already used, so it might be a little bit more difficult to catch up. But there we have Milek going down right in front of that window.
Yeah, we do see Milek take the Terror Shock, which typically you want to try to go down without getting Terror Shock, because now you feed presence to this hunter, and look at the presence bar. What this does is now Soul Weaver is in a situation, if they go for a web shot, it'll put them to full presence, resetting the web shot cooldown immediately, which means they can go for a second one. Schmitty's gonna go for a stun on Cher. Can Ling get the web shot? No, he's gonna go for the hit. Now he has the double web shot available, but he misses. And now there's no option to stuff that rescue. And that web shot was so huge. If you hit that, again, you go up to full presence. And Schmitty going for another stun, and another missed web shot here from Ling. Let's see what he's able to do. He needs to get this rescue before the halfway mark. Schmitty with a lot of time available, but the web shot almost back here. There's the save, and he is able to get it off. Goes for the web shot, does hit it this time, and there's the double one, missing the board yet again. And these web shots unfortunately costing Ling here. Schmitty able to make the rescue before half as well, and Psychologist making a ton of distance with this time.
And with that distance, you also have to see the Cypher machine progress that is being made. We are down to 3 Cyphers, but 2 more will pop, and the 5th one is already being decoded at 37%. So Milek really buying a lot of time and not taking that either, not taking the spiderwebs. And now Ling trying to figure out what to do. Should I go for the Psychologist that already bought so much time? and that exhausted their skill, or should I try to focus on other survivors? Maybe easier to get survivors like the patient right here. But again, one Cypher machine remaining. The Cypher rush is real. This is definitely putting a lot of pressure on CH4 right here, because as we already mentioned, they want to go for the 5-point game. But this seems very, very difficult right now for Ling with only one Cypher machine remaining, and there was not a single... No, there was only one survivor on the rocket chair. We have a very, very nice snipe right here of Schmitty, but is that enough to get all survivors on the chairs? We will see.
Yeah, no, we did unfortunately. Roland, unfortunately, getting a free hit to the soul. We do have 3 hooks still available, so I'm surprised he actually didn't opt to use one, you know, to potentially create some distance there. You know, you want to save some of those hooks for end games. So you could potentially go for a dungeon type, but as soon as he takes that hit, it makes things a little bit more challenging. Ling really going out of his way here to try to look for survivors, but there are none in this area, giving a free rescue here. Wow, beautiful web shot though from Ling. Pablo's unable to dodge that there. He's going to go ahead and take down that portal, so it's no longer an option to kite with later. And now will he change targets, or will he continue after this priestess? We'll have to see.
Is going for the priestess, but there is another portal just ready. The priestess has another portal and buys more time for the team. Can see that they are separating Cypher machines as well. They are working on all Cypher machines, so the late game won't be a problem because they can work on whichever Cypher machine is available for them. We can see the priestess is going down, but you can also see how B4U is really taking turns on these chairs, and the more survivors are getting on the chairs, at least you know, taking turns, the better the chances for them to decode more, because that is just buying more time.
Oh, Link's gonna actually go to the Cypher here. This is so risky because it is prime, so now you just give them a free pop and all survivors will be up. Link's best, you know, sort of comebacks condition there was to, you know, not go to the Cypher, actually camp the chair, stack webs, and not hit the last survivor down until your webs have stacked up. Essentially just follow them around. They cannot pop the Cypher, because if they do, then they're just gonna immediately get hit with detention. And he's going for Schmitty, but he's used all his webs to catch up and no longer has them to chase, so a force escape here isn't really an option, considering that Ling has Blink. But you know, he's probably just gonna go ahead and use it. Yeah, secures the down. There's the 1 kill. But B4U should be able to get 3 survivors out here, and that means they will be securing the win here in round number 2.
Wow, fantastic job right here. B4U really coming back with the 5-point game with the breaking wheel, and now on the survivor side being able to get 3 survivors out of the match, getting them 3 points and only 1 point for CH4. Fantastic job. Round number 2 goes to B4U. If anyone can come back from this, it is definitely CH4 in round number 3, but they definitely have a little bit more pressure going into round number 3 than B4U has right now, and I am curious to see how this plays out. But the overall team communication right here on B4U was just fantastic. Taking turns on the rocket chair, buying more time, separating the Cypher machines. So just in case one Cypher machine might be, let's just say, camped by the Soul Weaver, you can't just separate to another one because they were all being worked on. Fantastic. It was almost like there was more pressure from the survivor side on Ling than the other way around.
Yeah, so it also is, it's curious. The mercenary ban typically with Soul Weaver isn't as popular, right? So the mercenary ban with Axeway makes a lot of sense, because it's a character that even if you take that flame, you're still not able to stuff that rescue, because they can still, they still have the delayed effect where they can still, you know, get the rescue within 30 seconds. But as a Soul Weaver, it's usually, mercenary is usually not as strong, simply because if you ever hit that mercenary and they want to come in for a rescue later in the game, all you have to do is web shot them and then hit them right after. The chip damage against mercenary is so powerful, it's so strong, and it's so hard for a mercenary player to deal with. So Ling banning mercenary then going Soul Weaver is a little curious, but you know, typically something like Priestess would have been a little bit stronger. We saw the Priestess really, you know, excel in that support throughout the match. So I think for Ling there, maybe Mechanic and Priestess might have been slightly stronger bans, and the, you know, the survivors maybe take mercenary and forward, and you're still able to ban that seer. So yeah, the bans maybe, while they may have worked very strongly in Ling's favor in the first round, in the second round here, coming back to hurt him a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, so just to highlight that again, you mentioned that the Priestess was really strong on that map. We already said it, on this map, especially with the buildings, there can be portals which will help you go a long distance. And here you can see the Cypher machine progress. and the entire progress of the game. Fantastic job from Before You, and Roland really focusing on decoding right here. Even Schmitty and Problems was able to decode a lot of the cipher machines, and Milek just mainly taking the time of Ling right here with the help of the portals. These portals so strong that at one point Ling was deciding to not go for Milek anymore, just going for another survivor, going to hit Roland, going to hit Problems, and trying to get Schmitty, and really not focusing on one survivor, which we saw, for example, when he was using X-Boy, where he really tried to get that one survivor, that psychologist, down and on the chair and out of the game as soon as possible, and then giving attention to the other survivors. He was trying to do the same this time with the psychologist, but again, wasn't really able and had to divide the attention to other survivors, and that was definitely buying Before You enough time to pop these ciphers and to get the 3 points out of this match.
Yeah, so you did see Link's start was very strong. You know, as you mentioned, the Priestess support being very good. If there's no Priestess support, that Psychologist goes down in under 30 seconds. I mean, that was a really fast start for Link. You got an immediate hit on the Psychologist, you know, forced them to Corner House, which, again, that portal, able to get them around that Corner House area, which lasts even longer. There's no portal there. Psychologist throws down the pallet. The Soul Weaver breaks it, drops a bunch of webs, gets a second hit, and immediately blinks right after for the kill. But because of those portals, one, you're able to keep the Psychologist longer on the first one, and Ling has to go through the portal, go all the way around Corner House, then break the pallet. That's an entire loop extra that you get from one portal. And then on top of that, once you go for that blink, if there's that portal there, then you're able to absorb the hit, which is exactly what happened. If there's no portal, then you simply just blink the Psychologist, and even then, Link's still in a strong position. Even if you include the first portal. But once that second one comes into play, and it's able to negate that blink, that's when it goes right back into the Survivor side's favor.
And I'm very, very curious to see how this will play out in round number 3, because now we're gonna jump into the match where we have Ling again on the Hunter side right away. And what can we see? We will most likely see again the X-Boy ban, because the X-Boy was just so extremely strong. But will we see a Soul Weaver ban? I don't think so. I think Before You knows that they can definitely deal with that Soul Weaver. They have just proven that to be the case. And they also know that Ling still has that Sculptor up his sleeve, so might see a ban of X-Boy as well as Sculptor, because at the end of the day, those are very, very strong characters that might be an obstacle for Before You. And yeah, I'm just curious to see if in round number 3, since we can expect the X-Boy and Sculptor ban, if we see another Soul Weaver or a completely different Hunter from Ling.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a question here from the audience, and that's, what is the most important aspect in terms of practice? So there's a few things that you have to look at. Poch actually mentioned a very good one, and that's knowing your key spawns, knowing how to rotate properly. Rotation is very huge. You're going to see that a lot of teams that rotate early are usually the ones that will excel on the Survivor side and win more often than not. Another thing you have to look at is you have to be prepared to go against everything on every map. A lot of these teams, a lot of these top teams will practice very often. They'll practice all types of different situations. It's not like, oh, let's go practice Sculptor. Let's go practice against a Dream Witch. No, you have to practice against Geisha. You have to practice against Bloody Queen. You have to practice against all these hunters, and you have to do it in different situations. You have to take into consideration, you know, what teams are we going to be playing against, and what do those hunters often ban. So it's not just like, you know, what would a normal Geisha ban? Would they ban Seer, and would they ban Mercenary? And, you know, we'll just go from there. No, you have to look at, you know, if you're going against, for example, say you're a team going against Before You, and you're assuming Sprinter's going to play Geisha, right? Or Dream Witch actually is a good example. A lot of Dream Witches on Ever Sleeping Town would ban Seer and maybe Priestess, maybe Forward, something like that. But sometimes you'll see Sprinter go for interesting bans like Seer and Psychologist. You have to take into consideration what these other hunters are going to ban, and you have to practice specific comps for going against those specific players instead of just going for what the standard is. And again, practicing all types of different hunters in all types of different situations is very important. Understanding team comps, understanding how to support and communicate. Communication is key, and that's one of the biggest things for a Survivor side, especially when practicing for big tournaments.
I have to be honest, I can't give such fantastic advice as you, so I'm very happy that I have you on my side. But what I would like to mention is that you also, if you're playing on the Survivor as well as Hunter side, you don't want to be a one-trick pony. So you don't want to practice with the one Survivor, the one Hunter that you really, really like, because you know how to play that Survivor, you know every single detail of that Survivor, and then all of a sudden it's getting banned, and you're stranded. You have nothing else to pick from, and then you have to use a character that you don't necessarily like. So if you're going into competitive Identity 5, you definitely want to have at least 3 survivors, I would say, up your sleeve, just in case your first and your primary and maybe even secondary survivor is being banned, so you can still provide a good service to the rest of your team.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, very good points. And moving on from that as well, let's look into to our last match here, right? So it's going to come down again to we talked about this a little bit earlier in the tournament as well, but which team actually gets the option to choose the map? So in the third round, there's going to be a new coin flip, and they're going to decide from there who gets the option. However, in the third round, the team that loses the coin flip actually has an option to ban the map as well, to make it a little bit more balanced, but it still benefits the team that gets to pick, because even if you ban one of the maps, you still probably have a few maps out there that you can also use in your favor. So I think that we have to look at these two teams as well. What maps are they gonna go for? As you mentioned, Grizzly, I don't think that B4U plans on banning the Soul Weaver, which means that Ling may go for it again here. And in this case, the best map for Soul Weaver is Chinatown. So I think that the best map for CH4 would be to go with that Chinatown. As for B4U, it depends on what Hunter Sprinter wants to play here. If Sprinter wants to go with the Sculptor, you might want to go for a more favorable map for Sculptor. And if you want to go for maybe something like Bloody Queen, which is not a bad Hunter here, considering that getting a draw would actually work into B4U's favor. If they actually draw either of these matches, they do win, because CH4 needs to get a 4 elimination or a 4 escape and a 3 kill or a 4 kill. So I think that if you're B4U, you pick a map that's strong for Bloody Queen, and that can benefit Sprinter to help him secure that draw.
Yes, I agree. And generally speaking, because you mentioned the Soul Weaver would be extremely good on the Chinatown map. We haven't really seen the Chinatown map in this tournament so far, but what we have seen is that the Red Church is one of the most picked, at least from what I have gathered throughout the entire tournament. The Red Church is the most picked map that we have seen in this tournament. So do you think that besides Chinatown map, we would potentially see a Red Church if we are going for the Soul Weaver again?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think that it can work either way for CH4. Red Church is good and bad for Bloody Queen. It can be difficult in some spots because there's a lot of walls that the Bloody Queen can easily walk into when trying to mirror, and it'll block her from sure, the mirror image can go through walls, but your main body cannot. And if you're going after a survivor with that mirror image, you also have to have open space with your main body to keep walking. And you're not able to do that in a lot of places on Red Church. Now, you also have to look at Chinatown, where Chinatown's it's a very big map. It's very spread out, which can sometimes benefit Bloody Queen because there's not a lot of places to get stuck on. But they have a lot of 2-story areas, which can be very challenging for those mirrors. And it's also, being a large map, it's hard for Bloody Queen to to mirror across the map, pressure cipher machines, because of how big the map is and how far those ciphers are spread out. So that's kind of the downside. Both those maps would actually, I think, work in CH4's benefit, considering that Ling needs to go for most likely a 4-person elimination here. I think that you definitely probably want to go for a smaller map. It's easier to get 4 kills on smaller maps because it's easier to pressure down ciphers, slow down cipher rush, and kill survivors in the end game. Whereas on a large map, it's harder to do all that. Survivors can simply just sell the down survivor, not go for a rescue, and just promote that cipher rush. And there's not much the hunter can do if those ciphers are spread out. So I think that, actually, as you mentioned, Grizzly, Red Church, I think, is very strong for CH4 as well. I think that has to be their 2 options, CH4 or Chinatown. We'll see, again, what they opt to go for here.
The thing is, we also have to highlight that Sprinter is very well known for the Soul Weaver as well. So even if they would go for Chinatown, even if they would go for the Red Church map, they are kind of playing into the cards of B4U as well, since, again, very well known for Sprinter is very well known for that Soul Weaver as well. And at the end of the day, if we look at the numbers right here, what B4U needs is 1 tie, and that's it. If B4U can get 1 tie point-wise, that would decide Oh no, not necessarily. If they are actually losing round number 3, we would have 1 point when it comes to the rounds.
Yeah, but well, then it would go based off of the points if
You're
the
right.
rounds are
One
tied. Yeah.
one
So I
tie
think
is enough. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so CH4 would have to win this round 8-1 or better, I believe. Yeah, so that was
Yeah.
that's a big mountain to climb here. We'll have to see, but it's tough, and you have to think about do you want to go for a 4-person escape, or do you want to go for a hunter 4 kill? I think their best chances go for a hunter 4 kill, simply because of how strong Spencer is. We talked about before you being a hunter sided team, so I think your best bet is to rely on your hunter to potentially beat the survivors with a 4 elimination again, not just 3. It has to be 4, and then maybe the survivors can get a 3 escape. I think that's the best bet for CH4 here.
I mean, yes, I agree. CH4 definitely wants to get either a 4 survivor escape or a 4 survivor elimination. Best situation for them would be both to get the 10 points out of these 2 halves of round number 3. But again, we saw how before you accelerates, I mentioned this at the very beginning of this final match between these 2 teams, that before you really accelerates in the later rounds and usually starts maybe with like a tie, and then later on when we have the main hunter bands and the survivor bands, we can see that before you still goes very strong. And yeah, CH4 definitely needs to keep up that pace, and they even need to step up their game and get a lot of points in round number 3. You mentioned it. I think if they are getting an 8-1 round, they are not even in safe waters. They would have to go to round number 4, and then we would have to see who decides who will take the victory home right here. But again, getting an 8-1 would already be extremely good, and is definitely a challenge for CH4 right here. This is definitely going to be a very, very interesting round number 3. And yeah, I would love to see CH4 going into Call of the Abyss 5 into the tournament, because that would definitely be something, a little bit of a new wind right here. But I would also love to see B4U, just because they are such a huge team, a well-known name, and it would just be a pleasure to just spectate them again. But now we are coming in with another question. Do you have any favorite players from the Chinese mainland?
Yeah, personally for me, my favorite team has always been Wolves. My favorite player on Wolves is 487. 487 has always been kind of because I've always been mainly a survivor player, mainly a survivor main. So I've tried my best to learn from watching 487's gameplay. Just a lot of the kiting skills from that player is just so strong. They actually mainly play characters that I play as well. We've seen them play Gravekeeper, we've seen them play Seer. Both characters that I utilize a lot in rank when available. So yeah, I really enjoy watching them. They have a lot of a very good, very very strong skills. Besides that, looking at some hunters as well, I really like watching DX from Dow 5, one of the best hunters in the world. Incredible Dreamwitch, arguably the best Dreamwitch player in the world as well. So I really enjoy watching him play Hunter as well. And yeah, besides that, I would say also WW on Dow 5, also a very strong player. I really enjoy watching her Priestess gameplay. I'm not a huge Priestess player myself, but when I do have to play Priestess in rank, for example, if we get in a situation where, it's Eversleeping Town and Priestess is not banned and no one wants to play Priestess, then I got to pick it up. So I'm always able to, to watch her gameplay as well and learn some things about Priestess from just from watching it. It's very impressive.
I can only agree. DX and in general DAO 5, always a pleasure to watch. I personally really, really enjoy watching GR, especially PPX. We have seen them over and over again. Very, very heavy meta character picks in these teams, obviously. But at the end of the day, it's always very surprising. Even if they're coming out with the meta picks, they're always having such a high standard. They are literally putting the bar so high that you can just watch and you automatically learn, because it's just incredible how these teams perform. And that year after year, we have seen GR performing extremely well year over year. And I don't know, I just enjoy that, because in general, I am a casual player. I am playing the game for fun. I am not necessarily in the competitive scene myself. I love to cast it, but I'm just not the player for that. So seeing these teams bring that top tier gameplay to the table is just really, really enjoyable for me. And there's always a like a little bit of a wow effect, an aha moment where I just see one move that I didn't think of myself and that I just couldn't think of myself. And that's when I, learn a few tricks and a few moves for my gameplay that is just, again, very casual. And I just feel great when I can adapt some of the strategies into my gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and one more player I actually wanted to mention is MRC XC, who's actually the hunter for MRC. Has been one of those hunters that used to be very strong, then started to struggle a little bit, and then over one season, I forgot which season it was specifically, came back and was the most dominant Dream Witch player, arguably even more than DX. It really goes to show how practice and improvement can really make you such a strong hunter. So many people ask, what's the trick for becoming, a top tier player? What's the trick for advancing up in rank? Well, it's simply just practice and improve the best, improve the best of your ability. And XC, again, one of those hunters who was very strong, had a bit of weaknesses and started to lose, I think, quite a few matches in IVL. And then one season practiced a lot, came back and was arguably the best hunter in the entire IVL. So especially with that Dream Witch. So that's another player, very inspirational player to me, to see how much he's improved and really dominated in the IVL.
And we can see that Moonriver Park was chosen by Before You and goes in as Hunter in the first half of round number 2. And Chinatown was actually banned, so I don't know. I was kind of expecting to see the Red Church just because that was like kind of the trend in this tournament that we see Red Church having Moonriver Park. Definitely not a surprise, a map that we have seen before as well. But I'm curious to see which hunters both sides will pick.
Yeah, so I think the Moonlight River Park, the idea behind that for B4U is essentially they're going to ban Sculptor and they're going to ban Axe Boy. So now you're forcing to play Ling's Soul Weaver on Moonlight, which is one of the worst maps for Soul Weaver because it's so open. It's very hard to place webs. There's not a lot of places to stack those webs and create those speed boosts on Moonlit. So also, there's a few funny areas as well. Just the carousels, you can just run circles around them for long periods of time, and the Soul Weaver, and it takes them a while to catch up because they can't use their webs on the carousel. So I think that Moonlit River Park is definitely, that's the idea here. You're giving a good map for Sprinter. Sprinter could play Geisha, he could play Bloody Queen, he could play Breaking Wheel on Moonlit, whereas Ling maybe has less options to work with on this map.
I'm curious to see how that plays out. And I mean, you say it, Ling has less options, but do we really know? Maybe there will be another hunter coming to the table. Maybe we'll see a Bloody Queen. Maybe we'll see a Wu Cheng. And we didn't see it from Ling, but we saw Wu Cheng coming into the tournament. We saw Photographer. There's a lot of other options that are not necessarily explored yet. At least we haven't seen it from CH4. But yes, I totally agree with you. The thought process of B4U putting down the Moonlit River Park map right here is to counter CH4 Soul Weaver. And again, CH4 is not able to allow B4U to just get a tie. A tie would be too good point-wise for B4U, and they would win against CH4. So I'm really curious what they will do. But for now, we have Sprinter on the hunting side in the first half, and CH4 on the surviving side. And again, CH4 needs to get at least 3 survivors through the exit gate.
Yeah, so we do see a Seer ban right away here from Sprinter. Mercenary as well. Probably Forward will be the last one. I don't think we're going to see. Maybe Priestess. Yeah, it is Forward. You don't really need to ban Mechanic here because, again, Mechanic is such a draw survivor. You find Mechanic first, you're usually able to get her down really quickly because she's usually one of the weaker links on the team. However, with that bot, she can still promote Cipher Rush and get a draw. But getting a win with Mechanic is a little bit more challenging. So giving Mechanic to the survivors does make sense considering that they have to get a win. So they may not even play Mechanic anyways. It looks like we're going to see Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, the most logical bans here, considering how strong Sprinter's Dream Witch is, and Breaking Wheel being a very good hunter from Moonlight River Park. You don't want to give that as an option to this player. So yeah, definitely the most logical bans here if you are CH4. Now, I think if you are CH4, you also have to consider, Sprinter may just go for a draw. Not banning the Bloody Queen gives him an option to play for the draw, which is all he needs. So I think maybe banning Bloody Queen and trying to take one of these more winning hunters is a little bit a risk that you might have to take, but it looks like they have confidence in that, and they are going to go for Psychologist and Priestess, 2 characters not bad against Bloody Queen as well, simply because if you go for a mirror on the Priestess, she can portal, one of the long walls or maybe through the bridge and create enough distance where you're able to kite out the mirror image. And Psychologist can simply take 3 hits off Bloody Queen, force out an extra mirror, which they typically would not normally want to have to use.
I'm very curious to see if we are going with the Bloody Queen. We could also see a Sculptor. That could also be an option right here. But we have the 4th ban was the better right here. So that could it could go either way. We're gonna see Grandma on the Psychologist. We have the Priestess, obviously Priestess, especially with the River. Great pick, can definitely buy more time. We saw it in the match before where we had before you utilizing the Priestess. So that can buy a lot of time. We have, which I think is actually Nato picking the Prospector again. And I'm really, really curious to see more action of the Prospector, because the Prospector can buy a lot of time, can be an extremely harsh harasser, and can really change the flow of the game for Sprinter, and at the end of the day has to change that flow. And as you already mentioned, we're gonna see that Bloody Queen right here, and we're gonna see the Acrobat again, which is, I think, most likely Grandma.
Yeah, so Bloody Queen here is a little it's as you mentioned, it's very strong in a situation where you need a draw. But against this comp, it could actually be a little bit risky, simply because Prospector's a good chase if you're playing Bloody Queen, because they can't use those magnets in mirror image. However, these other 3 characters, depending on the places they are on the map, can be good at cutting Bloody Queen. Acrobat, if they charge up those bombs, can create enough distance between them and the mirror where they can actually sometimes kite it out. Psychologist can take a lot of hits against Bloody Queen, and Priestess can portal away. So it really depends on where they spawn. But if you do find the Prospector versus Bloody Queen, you're usually in a pretty good spot. Prospectors will sometimes try to kite out the mirror by stunning you, but if you're patient and you wait out the magnet, wait for them to use the magnet, and then go for the mirror, you're usually able to get those hits.
Yeah, that is for sure. It's definitely one. It can go one way or the other, and at the end of the day, I almost feel like with the Bloody Queen right here, you can secure that tie, and that's what you want to do. You can't just sit on that one chair. You have to see it like that. If you know you only need a tie to get the victory, then you can adapt your strategy. Going with the Bloody Queen right here, being able to not only camp on a survivor, but also utilizing the mirror to also put pressure on another survivor on a different Cypher machine is definitely going to be extremely beneficial for Sprinter. And I am assuming that this is going to happen, that this is what we are going to see, that as soon as Sprinter has the first survivor on the chair, he really focuses on that while putting pressure on the rest of the survivors with the mirror and just getting at least 2 out of the game. Obviously trying to get more, but that is the main goal right here. We already have the first hit with the mirror on the Psychologist. Psychologist will recover from that, but if she's taking another hit, she cannot take a 3rd one.
Yeah, Psychologist, unfortunately for CH4, rotated right into the Hunter. Typically when you spawn over that God Kite, it means the key spawn is key spawn. It means that the Hunter spawns over near the first stop platform, but unfortunately Psychologist was unable to to know that spawn there, and it does work in Sprinter's favor. So they're able to get that first hit. 2 hits already. Will they go for a mirror? Nope, not yet. You gotta be patient here. They're gonna go for a mirror, trying to trap the Psychologist, waiting for them to go down, goes for that hit, and that is the down on the Psychologist. No stress available as well, which means that 2 Cyphers at 50% and another one that hasn't been started. This is already looking not so good for CH4.
That is true. Really good for Sprinter right here, especially since the Psychologist now is a really, really good target with auto ability to heal up. But we can also see that he is putting a lot of focus on the Priestess portals, because we mentioned it, Priestess portals can really make or break that game, can really change it. And here we have the strategy that I was mentioning earlier. You can camp on that chair because you want to secure your first survival elimination, and meanwhile you're just utilizing your mirror to put even more pressure. Wow, fantastic body block from Grandma right here, trying to utilizing the fireball as well, blocking the skill of Sprinter, trying to give as much time as possible to the Psychologist to get out of the area right here. But that seemed very, very good for Sprinter right here. We have a short break from CH4. But again, that is really, really good for Sprinter to have the ability to adapt their strategy to the point where they only need a tie and they can really focus on that one survivor. And what I see is that the psychologist will be the first survivor that will get sent back. The question is, will CH4 be able to decode all cipher machines that they need to pop the last one and then to open up the gate to get everyone else out of the gate while the psychologist will be the one that will be sacrificed.
Yeah, and it really goes to show the power of Bloody Queen when you get that first hit without a mirror. That first hit on the psychologist with no mirror, Blood Sprinter to immediately go for a mirror right after. We're going to see this mirror image on Okaju from the psychologist. Can he get the hit? And is going to get the down here. Second time on the chair for the psychologist here. No Cypher. Moved on here from the survivor. Sprinter only needs to get 2 survivors out of this game. And as a Bloody Queen, this is already looking very strong here. Let's see who's going to actually go for a rescue. They may not go for a statement, maybe push for the end game, but end game against Bloody Queen is so hard. It's so hard to kite to that dungeon because that mirror image also is activated with the tension. Here comes the Prospector for the rescue. He's gonna go for a quick tear shot. No, he's not. Prospector, beautiful hit from Sprinter through the Prospector. That's gonna get the down. Goes for the mirror image as well. He's gonna get the extra hit in the process. But the important thing was eliminating this psychologist and now putting himself in a position where he needs to only kill 1 survivor with the tension in the end game.
Wow, a lot of pressure right here on CH4, especially with this additional hit on NATO right here, because now Sprinter is trying to snipe out NATO. You mentioned you can't really do anything with your magnets against the mirror image, but here we go. Sprinter might take a short stun or a push away, depending on, a short stun right here. NATO will buy more time, will get more distance between himself and the Bloody Queen, but Sprinter being able to utilize that mirror yet again, bringing down the Prospector, and now we have CH4 in a very difficult spot because not only do they have to rescue, because as they are not going to win, but they also don't have enough cipher machines to confidently, go into that rescue.
Yeah, still 1 cipher about to pop here, but they still need 2 full cipher machines. There's not really many options here. You are going to have to save this Prospector at one point, but unfortunately, it's not going to be before half as well. If you're a Sprinter here, you're just kind of securing this draw. If you're in a situation where you're trying to go for more than a draw, trying to go for a win with this Bloody Queen, you're going to be more aggressive. You're going to be trying to get out front here, pressuring this rescuer first, and then trying to hit them and then mirror back to the chair. But again, in a situation where all you need is the Prospector to be sent back to the manor to secure the win, there's no need to play extra aggressive. You can simply just face camp this chair and wait for the rescue. We're going to see this mirror image come in here. Wow, beautiful bomb there, avoiding that first mirror hit. Is going to absorb that there, and Prospector will get rescued, but Blink still available. He maybe just switch to Excitement here in case if he goes for Magnet. But we should just see Blink. There's the Blink, and there's the down. No one available to harass. As soon as Prospector hits this chair, that is going to be it. And there it is, B4U securing the win with that kill. And excellent job from Sprinter. CH4 still going to go ahead and play this out. Going through that world portal here, but all the Bloody Queen has to do is hit this survivor down and then switch places with this mirror image.
Fantastic job from Sprinter, and as we already said, you really want to concentrate on the tie, and now he has the chance to get more survivors, as well as if we look at the cipher machine progress, that's going to be very, very difficult for these 2 survivors to actually not only pop off that 1 cipher machine that they are standing on right now, but also bring down a complete new cipher machine. So again, they are already in a very difficult situation, and Sprinter definitely has good chances of bringing them all down, but the tie already happened, so therefore Sprinter decided this match between B4U and CH4 for B4U, but obviously all of the players want to bring the best gameplay to the table, even with the points looking like the way they are looking right now.
Yeah, we did see that instance right there with the Acrobat. Oh, Acrobat off his stand. Oh, unfortunately, didn't go down the slide in time. I was going to say, we did see that instance where the Acrobat was able to use that charge bomb to avoid the mirror image hit. So beautiful job from Grandma there, but unfortunately not able to get down the slide in time. Going to be sent to the rocket chair here again. This has already essentially concluded our finals, but we are going to go ahead and see them go ahead and play out the rest of this match. Spencer trying to use a mirror to find the priestess. She should be able to maybe make it up the stairs, or no, it doesn't go up the stairs. Instead, going to absorb the hit there, and we're going to see this this play out here. Priestess trying to stay alive as long as possible. We go ahead and drop another Creeper, just getting a little bit of extra vision on where this Priestess is. And good patience from the Priestess, not dropping down too early, but it's just a matter of time at this point.
That is for sure, and Priestess might go in for the rescue. Priestess could get the chance to actually go to the dungeon, but that's a long distance. You could utilize the... slow vault was enabling Sprinter to actually hit the Terror Shock right here on the Priestess, and that is a full survival elimination. Good job from Sprinter. Again, he was able to play this a little bit more safe for before you, just because he knew that he only needed to get a tie to get all the points, and that also put CH4 into a position where they had to play risky. They had to go in for the rescue. They knew they couldn't just leave that survivor on the chair and decode. They had to play it a little bit more risky, and therefore Sprinter got the chance to bring them all down, get the full survival elimination. We are jumping into the second half of round number 3 right here as well. But as we already said, point-wise, B4U is proceeding into the Call of the Abyss 5.
Yeah, so absolutely. Congratulations to B4U to moving on to get to play against the rest of the world in the Call of Abyss 5 Globals. We are, as you mentioned, going to see this last round play out. So, I'm really interested to see what Ling's going to bring out. Again, we have sort of a fun round, right? So you can go with anything. I'm interested to see what Ling opts to play. Moonlit River Park, maybe he'll go with something a little bit fun like Geisha. I'd love to see a Geisha. We saw that earlier in the tournament, but Geisha is one of my favorite hunters to watch, not play against, but to watch. Maybe that'll be an option here. And there's always some non-meta options as well. I know Ling has played.
Feaster.
Feaster is definitely possibility. We'll see. It's always exciting to see these last matches just because it adds some fun and it adds some good sportsmanship around to this sort of tournament, and it's always really stressful for everyone competing at this high level with these sort of stakes. But when you have these fun rounds here, it's a good reliever. It's always good to just play out, have some fun, and play on a big stage in front of a lot of people with some fun characters.
Yeah, that is for sure. And Feaster, even if you want to play Feaster for fun, you wouldn't want to play Feaster for fun on Moonlit River Park. It's just a way too big map. There's no chance to catch up with that slow hunter. But at the end of the day, I actually would like to see Ling still, and we see the spirit usually in these tournaments that even if it's already decided, we see that they're putting themselves out and they want to provide a really, really good gameplay either way. So I really hope to see them, Ling, not necessarily utilizing the Soul Weaver, which we can expect because we might expect the X-Boy and Sculptor ban, and therefore Soul Weaver comes out again. And I kinda hope that we are not seeing the Soul Weaver again. I kinda hope to see another hunter that Ling has up his sleeve. I would really, really appreciate that. But here, going back to the match real quick, we see the stats, we see the decoding progress was going on. We have 100% on Grammar, 100% on NATO, and a little bit more than 150 or almost 175 on Year's side. But again, the survivors were really, really forced to go in for the rescue, to play this way more risky than they usually would, just because they needed to get a 3-survivor escape and they couldn't get the tie. So therefore, they couldn't really concentrate on decoding right away. And Sprinter took home that victory for B4U. And yeah, as I said, I would love to see a new hunter. Maybe, as you mentioned, a Geisha. Or maybe, as we have seen before, a Wu Cheng or a photographer. That could also be very interesting. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe even maybe Anne. I don't know. Probably not. But
that would be. I would love that. I would love that for you.
But yeah, we'll have to see what Ling opts to go for. I know when I played Ling in rank, he has also used Breaking Wheel a little bit, not too much, but once in a while he'll play it in a ranked match. So maybe he'll go with that. Maybe something else again. We'll see. Especially on a good Breaking Wheel map. Looking back into that last round, I think banning Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, of course, makes sense based off of the map. But in the situation you're in as CH4, maybe under a little bit more consideration, banning Bloody Queen might have been better because again, you need to get a 3-person escape, and giving a hunter that's really consistent at securing draws, which is Bloody Queen, I think you have to go for you have to take the risk with the Dream Witch or with the Breaking Wheel. With no batter, no forward, no harasser against Wheel, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't ban Wheel. Maybe you give him Dream Witch. It's really risky, but I think in reality, giving a hunter that's just so good at securing draws, maybe doesn't quite work out every time. But in this case, it didn't for CH4. But yeah, sprints are able to take the Bloody Queen, and that's why Moonlit River Park, again, makes sense. It's pretty good for Bloody Queen in that there's a lot of open areas, so you don't really run into walls very easily with the main body. But again, big maps can sometimes be hard to pressure, but sprints are, not faltering with those images at all. He was able to hit the survivors off of Cypher machines while camping, even with the Cypher machines being so spread out because it's Moonlit River Park.
Okay, I have a question for you. Since you mentioned, Bloody Queen being a consistent hunter that can definitely secure the tie for you, do you think if they would have opened up the chance for Sprinter to utilize, let's say, Breaking Wheel instead of the Bloody Queen? Let's say Bloody Queen was banned, and he would come in with Breaking Wheel with the mindset of, I only need to get a tie. Do you think that would still be really, really reasonable with the Breaking Wheel, because he could camp and at the same time could quickly go away and come back to the rocket shares?
Yeah, I think with Breaking Wheel is really strong on Moonlight because it's hard to fight them because there's not a lot of windows. But I think that Moonlight River Park Breaking Wheel is more for draws. So I actually think it may seem not very logical, but it actually is. I think giving him Dream Witch was the best option. Because if you give him Breaking Wheel with no harassers, there's no way to come back from, quick spikes from a Breaking Wheel. Typically, the way you lose as Breaking Wheel is you get Breaking Wheel is a fragile hunter. They struggle against forward, they struggle against batter. And when those are banned, it's not really an option. But so I think since sprints are banned, giving him Breaking Wheel is not a great idea because it's such a good hunter on this map, and it's a good draw hunter for this map, plus a win hunter. So I think that the best option was actually to give Dream Witch and take your chances with that, but unfortunately not. So looking into this match here, we are going to have Mechanic, Priestess, and Mercenary get banned. Ling going for a little bit more interesting bans. We usually see Forward and Seer being the ones that get banned right away, but instead mixing it up a little bit here, and Patient will be the next ban from Ling, which I don't know what that means. That could still be anything. If he's probably not going to be going Geisha, he's banning Patient. Geisha usually counters Patient because once they hook, you simply dash after them and close that distance. So yeah, I don't know what to expect here. We'll have to see.
We're gonna see the survivors are going for a forward Seer, and obviously if you get the chance to pick Seer, you're gonna pick Seer and Entomologist as well as Psychologist. I'm really curious to see what Ling will pick. Again, this could be a fun round where you can just pick whatever survivor or hunter that you want to, or this could be a round where even if it's already decided, you really go in with the mindset, I'm going to provide top gameplay, and we're gonna see Guard 26 right here. That's actually very, very exciting for me because I think we haven't even seen a Guard 26 at all in this tournament. Oh, maybe, no, once. We have seen him once. Not from Ling though, so I'm very, very excited to see that.
Yeah, the Patient ban does make sense for Bonbon. Again, Bonbon's one of those hunters that struggles against the transition kiting. Really good against tight kiting because you can simply drop bombs in those tight kiting areas, but when you're transitioning away and making a lot of distance with those hooks, it can be very difficult for a Bonbon to deal with. So the Patient ban definitely makes sense if you are playing Bonbon. In this case, Ling is. And Bonbon actually counters this team comp a bit. And the reason why is because Psychologist is good against non-chip hunters, whereas Bonbon is really good at chipping survivors. So that can really come into play here. The Entomologist bees can struggle against Bonbon because every time the bees take a bomb hit, it counts as a half damage hit instead of a quarter. So all you have to do is bomb the bees twice, they go down, or bomb them plus a regular hit, they'll go down. And Seer, you can just bomb off the owl. So this comp is gonna struggle against Bonbon. It is Moonlit River Park. This is one of the worst Bonbon maps because of how open it is, how easy it is to transition away from those bombs. But this comp could struggle against Bonbon here.
That is for sure, and I'm really excited. I hope that Ling is getting the 4 survivor elimination, just because Ling has been proven to be one of the best hunters on our server in AEU and really showed how strong they are. And I really would love to just put them, have them put a really strong Guard 26 game on right here in this round 3 in the second half. But again, before you, we have seen them getting out with survivors before, so that's definitely a challenge they have to face. I hope they are taking this serious, and even if everything is already decided, I hope we are getting an action-packed match right here.
Yeah, we do have immediate find an entomologist, which is Roland. Roland actually, is, for those of you who don't notice, that was a slight little misstep. He left his bees in the doorway, and that actually shows that the entomologist is nearby. So if he stayed on his bees and rode around the corner, there's a chance that maybe the Bonbon never even saw. Oh, he actually loses him here because of the trail. The entomologist does not leave a trail when on those bees, so the bees actually working in Roland's favor here. But oh, Roland actually rotates back into the Bonbon, so it looks like Bonbon still has a chase option available. Will he opt to teleport, or will he keep chasing? And I think he may teleport away, and does find the Seer, who is actually a pretty good find.
That is a pretty good find, because the Seer's Owl is not really effective against the bombs, and we can see right here that Ling already dealt a lot of damage. The Seer's Owl is coming in, and is actually not taking the bomb hits right here. This might give him the chance to get into... No. Almost giving him the chance to get into the roller coaster. But Ling, with the very precise bomb placement right here, brought down problems, and now is not having an owl anymore. Fantastic job, and is now a really, really good target after getting rescued.
Yeah, very good comeback here from Ling. It was not looking good. The rotation was good for B4U, but then teleports on the Seer. You see why this comp struggles against Bonbon. I mean, that kill was under 20 seconds. That is really good for Ling here. That puts him in an excellent spot to come back. And yeah, again, such a good position. Schmitty going for a long stun here. Can he hit it? Wow, does hit the stun. He's going to take the bomb in the process. Can he get the save before half? That's the important thing. It looks like he is able to do so. Problems, no owl still available here. Let's see if he's able to potentially rebound. Does get that pallet down. And wow, beautiful dodge from Problems here. Able to stay away from these monsters as much as possible. And still dodge all of these. Timer bomb does hit for Link here. He needs to get one more bomb to get this down before Tiger comes out. If he wants to prevent any cyber progress from being lost.
Ooh! Very, very close right here for Problems, but was able to, Ling was able to bring down the Seer and is now on the chair. We can see... Ooh, that bomb was actually not hitting the forward, but... Oh... What? Sorry, that was very, very fast, but we can see that the Seer is going down right here. Ling is concentrating on that first survival elimination. We now have the Ford, who is already halfway down the football, almost gone. Would be a really good target for Ling if he is concentrating on him, and he's actually going for Schmitty right here. If you look at the Cypher Machine progress, that is actually really good, because we are almost down to 2 Cypher Machines, and that is still giving B4U a good chance of getting at least more than one survivor out of the gate or through the dungeon.
Interesting decision from Schmitty to try to go for that rescue. You typically only want to go for rescue, you know, if you're able to potentially rebound Kite. I think the game plan there was stun the Bonbon. Maybe you make it to the roller coaster. With all those bombs available for the Hunter to throw at you, there's really no chance. So I don't... It unfortunately didn't work in B4U's favor. Wow, beautiful bomb chain from Ling there to get Schmitty down. This is not looking good for B4U. He's gonna be able to chair him on the Psychologist Cypher, but is she able to pop in time? It's gonna be really close. Now here's the question for Ling, right? Do you go for the teleport on the Entomologist? I think you probably do. She's gonna... Oh, Ling does acknowledge Entomologist is there. He's gonna teleport, and he's gonna be able to chase after the full presence. Beautiful bomb dodges here from Roland. Let's see if he's able to keep this going. And this is why you see Entomologist struggles against the Bonbon. The bees already chipped because of that bomb. And he's able to dodge quite a bit of these here, though. This is very strong for B4U.
That is for sure. Is able to dodge them, but you also have to acknowledge how Ling was able to place these bombs, not giving the Entomologist any way to escape from the hits. Now we can see the survivors are rescued off the chair again. They already healed up. We have the Entomologist, who is almost going down, and only one Cypher Machine is remaining, and that is almost primed. So will Roland be able to keep up the Kite with the bees? I'm very, very excited to see that, because it could be difficult against the bombs right here of Ling. Very nice placement, and that might bring him down before the Cypher pop happens.
Wow, beautiful bomb chain there from Ling. Now they do force a rescue, so Schmitty's gonna come in, does not have any football, not enough to stun, so Ling's best bet is to try to potentially stuff this rescue, force them to pop the Cypher while he's in attack recovery, which will slow down their time from escaping. And then he's going to have his teleport back in time for the end game. It's only 25 seconds left. Does he see that first chip? Goes to turn. Wow, beautiful jump from Ling. Does get that hit. There's the Cypher pop. Now he needs to quickly down one of these survivors. Roland believes they're going to die to this hit. There it is. Now you need to quickly down this entomologist and potentially teleport to the X-Gate. There's one bomb chain. If you hit the second follow-up right here, that's going to be very good here. Trapping him at this pallet. There's the down. Does he teleport immediately, or is he going to go for the chair?
Going for the chair right here, bringing the entomologist on that rocket chair. Probably going to actually teleport right away, but that gate should be open just now. Ling not taking the chances right here, turning around and immediately trying to get a hit on Schmitty before he's able to rescue, but the rescue happens. We have 3 survivors up and running, fighting for the exit gate right here. Will Ling be able to bring down the entomologist, or will the entomologist be able? No. That bomb connection. Now we still have the chance of more survivors by leaving Roland on the ground right here, but that might be extremely difficult. Ford might be the only chance because he's almost, yeah, not going to happen. They were too close to the gate. We have 2 survivors escaping. We can see Roland trying to make his way to the dungeon. That will be a 2 survivor escape, a tie match for both sides. Fantastic job in this second half of round number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. See B4U clutching up the victory there. Yeah, again, looking back into that match, it looks like a very good start for B4U. You know, did find the entomologist first, but they did create some rotation. Roland giving away the location a little bit early by leaving the bees in the doorway instead of hiding them behind the wall. But it didn't end up mattering because of, you know, how well that entomologist can hide her trail by using those bees. Now, the big comeback, the big turning point for Ling was when he was able to get that down on the Seer. He teleported on the Seer, and you know, Seer with Owl full health typically can kite against a lot of hunters for a long period of time, but against a Bonbon, that's where it becomes weak, and that's why Bonbon's so good against this particular comp, because you know, the Bowel can get chipped off. It only lasts 8 seconds now because of the nerf. You saw Ling immediately get a hit plus a bomb chain, and then another bomb shortly after. And because of that, it forced the forward to go for a stun on, you know, a stun early rescue, and that lost B4U some decoding time, because you usually want to save around halfway mark, but against a Bonbon, it's tough because of how strong their camp is. And that ended up being a pretty good save. You waste enough time with Tide Turner where it becomes relevant. But the second one is where the situation where it fell into Ling's favor, because then the Seer got farmed and the forward took a hit in the process and lost some football. And that's where Ling was able to capitalize and secure a draw on a really bad Bonbon map.
That is for sure. And I mean, honestly, the gameplay from both sides was really, really convincing. We had a tie right here. They didn't give each other anything. But at the end of the day, B4U was deciding this fight between these 2 teams before we even jumped into that second half. So congratulations again to B4U to making it into the big tournament. The Call of the Abyss 5 yet again this year is the 5th time. I think the 4th time for them actually, and I am very, very excited to see them compete against all the other teams from all around the world, and I'm excited to see how far they can make it. For now, I also want to give a huge shout out to all the other teams on the North American European server that made it this far to be in the qualifiers, because that is also an achievement, being one of the best 8 teams that are competing here on our server. So definitely congratulations to that, especially to CH4, who almost was a new candidate that would make it to the Call of the Abyss 4. Here you can see the match analytics again. We have Mylegre decoding a lot, as well as Roland. And at the end of the day, we had problems buying most of the time early game by being the first kite. And yeah, fantastic job from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really goes to show, you know, Ling really able to get that down quickly. You see Roland, 85 seconds containment time. That's just, you know, that's partially wasting that time in the early game. He was able to waste some of the hunters' time, force them to teleport away, which is usually what you want to do. But then you see the, you know, the Seer 43 seconds is plus the 25 second, you know, about 20 seconds of rebound time. That really goes to show how Ling was able to turn that around back into his favor, getting that quick down. It really worked out. You see Schmitty with 4 rescues, very high number for rescues, not typically something you see a lot. but an excellent job there. So overall, excellent job from both sides, but B4U coming out on top with this victory. Excellent job to Ling. Ling played beautifully. It was a 4-man in the first round and get a draw with Bonbon and a pretty bad Bonbon map. Excellent job to both sides as well. But again, B4U will be advancing to play in the Call of Abyss 5 global tournament.
Very, very excited to see that. And yeah, this is concluding our Northern American European qualifier winner, our team that will move on into the Call of the Abyss 5. Here we can see the teams again. B4U accelerating in the later rounds. We saw how CH4 Ling really coming into this match against B4U, dominating with X-Boy, and we have seen CH4's X-Boy before, and it's just a pleasure to watch. That was extremely calculated. You could see every single move was just perfectly executed and everything worked out as planned for Ling. But later on, B4U was able to go against that Soul Weaver that we saw, go against that Guard 26 that we saw, and was just coming out on top with being able to escape from Ling. Here we can see the MVP for sure, Sprinter, coming in the Dream Witch game. Extremely strong. Dream Witch was the hunter that we saw on the first round when we look at B4U's hunter side. And in general, you can say that Sprinter was doing a fantastic job with all the hunters that he has displayed.
Yeah, an average remaining Cypher count of 2. Very impressive. That's one of the best sort of statistics we've seen so far, which means that in all 3 games, CH4 was never even able to get past 2 Cypher machines remaining, which, in the Breaking Wheel match, they got really close. They had a lot, 2 Cyphers almost done all the way. On the Dream Witch match, pretty close as well. But overall, it just really goes to show the power of this player, able to get 4 personal eliminations through all 3 rounds. It's just very impressive to see this come out of NAEU. Really goes to show the power of Sprinter and the power of B4U. So they're going to be going on to play against the rest of the world yet again. We'll see how Sprinter's able to adapt. Again, you're now going on to face teams from China who have some of the best Survivor teams in the entire world. They practice their Survivor gameplay for countless hours, and now you have Sprinter, who's a player who can get those really high amounts of kills, but again, going to be going against very strong Survivor teams. So it's going to be a very difficult battle for them, but let's see what they're able to do. We see the final bracket here, B4U advancing all the way through, and CH4 again falling up in 2nd place. But again, shout out to all the teams who played excellent in this tournament. Sus playing well, PTA with some, I really enjoyed watching PTA as well. They had some really close matchups back and forth, but able to come out on top in the BZY one. CH4 versus PTA as well, very close. Excellently played by all teams, and shout out to B4U for winning this top 8 qualifiers.
I can only agree. All of the teams definitely deserve a lot of respect. PTA definitely matches that I enjoyed watching, especially with the Wu Cheng match that we saw today. And here we have it. B4U got qualified for the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. Very, very exciting. And I just want to mention all of the teams should get some love. So everyone in the chat, I would love if you guys could just spam some hearts, send some love to all of the teams that have been competing today and also in the previous days, just throughout this entire weekend. We have VAK, we had B4U, Legacy, SAS, LJS, CH4, BCY, and PTA coming with a lot of different combinations of survivors, a lot of different hunters to the play field right here. So definitely share love for all of the teams. And here we can see today's result yet again, CH4 qualifying for the final match against B4U while facing PTA, and then from there on we had B4U competing against CH4 and B4U coming out on top in this match. Fantastic job.
Yeah, fantastic job indeed. Very good numbers from B4U as well, able to put up high amounts of points in every round that they played. Again, looking back at a PTA, very close matchup between CH4 that went down to the wire. PTA is the other reason I like watching them is just they have such close matchups. You know, you saw against BZY 3 tie rounds in a row, and then they're forced to go into a 4th one. Here, 2 tied rounds in a row against CH4, or you know, tying 2 rounds after the first 2 they were tied up, and then CH4 squeaking out the victory there. But again, shout out to CH4 for advancing all the way through to the finals. Again, a newer team. This is a team, you know, B4U is a team that we've had around for a while, but CH4, this is their first time, I believe, coming into a big competitive scene. They've never, this is a new name in the NAEU community. Same with PTA, 2 teams, one making it to the finals and one making it to the top 4, and having very close matchups together. You know, those 2 teams in particular, I just want to give a huge shout out to them for an excellent job. First, you know, first big showing in NAU in competitive, and they played excellently and beautifully.
I can only agree. They definitely made a name for themselves. And again, I would have loved to see them advance to Call of the Abyss 5, just like a new team, fresh wind from our server. But I also have to say that B4U was doing fantastic right here and definitely deserves to yet again go to the Call of the Abyss. And yeah, again, congratulations to B4U. And I'm very excited to see you at COA 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to go ahead and wrap up our stream for today. We're going to be signing off shortly here. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to support. Thank you, everyone who watched. I had a lot of fun, and I'm sure a lot of these teams did. I'm sure you guys did as well. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, don't forget to let us know who your favorite team is in the chat before we close off here. And again, honor commentating with you, Grizzly. I had a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to next week at Southeast Asia.
Very, very excited. Yes, next week, Southeast Asia. I hope you guys have a fantastic day, and that's it for us.
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from me.